Tell me when we're, Rick, you tell me when we're live. We're live and here at the Manitoba Métis Federation home office. And just wanted to give everyone a good morning, Manitoba Métis community. What a wonderful day out there so far. I think uh, the winter gave us like 10 days of not so nice, and then the rest of it was pretty darn good. So I'm here up at the front of the stage here. I get to see everyone's smiling faces here. So I'm really, really excited about this. Normally they got me in a corner for a little while this morning. At least I get to come to you from here. Pretty excited after yesterday. I think that we had a fantastic day at the assembly yesterday. I want to say thank you to all of our leaders at home who are participating through Zoom and other resources. I know we're on YouTube, we're on the website. There's all kinds of folks viewing from all over the country, from even outside of Canada. I know that there's people who were texting me last night and enjoyed what we were able to do. But then last night, we even topped ourselves, I think, with that special assembly edition of The Beat Goes On. I had the opportunity to MC, and I'm not sure if you guys watched it or not, and I'm not sure if you could tell, but I was really enjoying myself. That was such a fantastic flow from top to bottom. We had so many different Métis musicians. We had some of the best Métis jiggers around, and it was just a really excellent show. Nothing but positive comments after that. And I don't know why you would have anything else, because it was absolutely exciting. And I was really, really happy to be there and take part of that. So just a few housekeeping before we jump into our assembly. Our agenda is really jam-packed today. So we're going to ask for patience. But we're also always going to make sure that your voices are able to be heard. So if we're going to be going through our portfolio reports today for the most part, and there's going to be reports from all of our ministers who have worked so hard for you in the last year, everything from early learning childcare to property management to justice. There's going to be a lot of reports and a lot of information is going to be provided to you. We're going to kick off with a Constitution report, which is on the top of minds of a lot of folks. And I know that Minister Judy Mayer is going to do an excellent report along with the staff that she has gathered around her for that. But before that, as I said, I wanted to give a huge congratulations to Al Desjarlais and all of the musicians who made The Beat Goes On a huge success. I want to remind you about the MMF and Probe Research Survey, which was launched yesterday, and we had dozens and dozens and dozens of people. In fact, I think out of the few hundred that were online yesterday with us, there was only like 10 of you that didn't do it. So I'm really happy that, so anyways, I'm going to find out who those 10 are. I'm going to look around, but I don't see that. No, I'm just kidding. We want everybody to jump in there and fill out this survey. If you go to, again, aga.manitobametis.com, you will find a link for the survey, and we encourage you to do that because not only do we want to hear your voice, but you have the opportunity to get $50 for your participation, and you get a chance at $500 if you're the lucky name drawn out of all of the people who participate. And that will be done at the end of day today. I also wanted to talk real briefly about the mini AGA. Although the spots are all full, there were 90 spots and they filled up really fast. Just wanted to say how proud we are, and it looks like a lot of fun. I think I said this yesterday. I wish I could go and participate in the mini AGA because lots of cool stuff that the kids are going to be doing there. We just want to make sure that I don't miss any of these. Resolutions committee. Yeah, I want to talk about that before I let the others jump on the microphone here. So the resolutions will be accepted until 11 o'clock this morning. And after that, the resolutions committee will go into the breakout room, go over the resolutions, and they will see what the next steps needs to be done with them. So you need to, if you want a resolution in, you need to go to the website, as I said, aga.manitobametis.com. And there is a button there for the resolutions form. You press that button, fill out that form, and then send it to resolutions@mmf.mb.ca. That's how we're accepting the resolutions. And of course, you'll want it to be in there before 11 a.m. today. A couple of other quick things. If you have questions, concerns, anything that you want to raise that you may have not get a chance to today, or you don't feel comfortable in this type of forum, you can email questions, comments to aga@mmf.mb.ca. If you need some tech support, you can email helpdesk@mmf.mb.ca, or you can call 204-560-3902. And that's if you need, if you're having problems with volume, if you're having problems with your connection. We may not be able to help with everything, but we will definitely do our best to get things going for you. Yeah. Oh, and so what we're going to try to have a couple breaks today. Yesterday we ran a little bit out of time, but we did have that one break where we had the illustrator, and she's back today. And we're going to take a couple breaks. We're going to try to bring her in for a couple of those to fill the time when we're out getting refreshment to replenish ourselves. So that will be one of them. But we also, and a lot of you have seen the Métis Minute on CTV. So we have about 3 or 4 of these produced, and we're going to try to show these Métis Minutes. I know the first one was on the Red River Cart. The next one was on the York boat. I can't remember what the other ones are, but we're going to try to bring them to you. So, you know, they're really, they're short, snappy, but they're really good to help us always remember some of the important cultural aspects of the Métis Nation. I'm going to leave that there for now, and I'm going to ask that we turn our attention to, just one more thing before we go. So I'm going to have a discussion with some of our leadership here after a little bit, but we're going to, we have a full day, and we're going to maybe squeeze the lunch break shorter. We're going to make that decision since most of you are at home, and I can see even some of you are already in your kitchens, so that you don't have very far to go to make lunch. So I'm gonna make that suggestion just so that we can have a little bit more flexibility for all of you to participate when your ministers are making those presentations. So we want to squeeze as much as we can out of today. So that's why I'm trying to have this management. And you know, I know a lot of people are out there saying, well, if Will would just shut up, there'd be a lot more time. And that's what I'm going to do right away here. So without further ado, we're going to jump right into the first report. And that is the Constitution report from Minister Judy Mayer. As well, she's going to be assisted by legal counsel David Gray. So I think we're ready to go to Minister Mayer. Am I correct? Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, your minister responsible for our Constitution, Minister Judy Mayer.
Good morning. I'm bringing you this report from our regional office in Manitoba, equate to God's country. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Judy Mayer, and I'm the Vice President for Education, and also the Minister responsible for the Constitution, Métis rights, the Métis Nation agenda, and governance. So I want to thank President and the Cabinet for allowing me the opportunity to be able to speak to you today. I'm here to review several resolutions, the constitutional amendments that will be presented at the next AGA. I want to stress that we are not voting on these today. These are an opportunity for you to be able to look at them, if you have any comments, etc., to discuss those. We will be voting on these 19 resolutions at the next AGA. Before I begin my report, I want to thank my committee members, and that's Minister LaPlante and Minister Letchier, plus our policy analyst, Jazz Cameron, and our legal counsel, Marie Clappenberg, David Gray, and Jim Benoit. So again, I cannot stress enough that we're not voting on these today. It is our process, and that we have always given notice to our citizens. They will have the ability to discuss these resolutions and vote on them. So we cannot really do that following our process unless we have a face-to-face, and that won't be happening until our next AGA. So as I said, we have 19 resolutions, and a lot of them are just housekeeping. As you realize, we're having next year's election year for the cabinet, and that's in 2022. So a lot of these are housekeeping to do with elections. But then again, there are some that aren't. So it's all about strengthening our constitution, as that is our foundation. And so we need to be able to move forward and be inclusive. And like I said, that if don't have an opportunity to be able to comment via Zoom, I can be contacted at my regional office, my email, or you can contact the Home Office Governance Department. So I'm going to start off with the first resolution, and these resolutions were sent out to your regional offices, and then the regional offices sent them out to the local. And so once again, I want to assure you that if you have any issues,
Yeah, Minister Mayor.
Yeah.
Minister Mayor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Judy?
Yeah.
Judy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. My apologies, Minister Mayor. There's a lot of echoes in the room there, and I apologize for interrupting you. There's a lot of folks having a very difficult time hearing. Is there any way that you can come closer to the screen and the microphone, because with the hall it reverberates a little bit and the sound's bouncing around? But if you were closer to the microphone, I'm not sure what your situation is like there where you're sitting, but we can't hear very good, and neither can the folks who are out in our virtual world.
So how's that? How is that?
A little bit better. Can you get a little closer?
I'm almost right at the screen.
There you go. That's the one. That's the one I want. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Minister.
Okay, so hopefully everybody can hear me. So as I said, there's 19 resolutions, proposed resolutions. These were sent to your regional office, and then the regional offices sent them off to the locals. There will be plenty of time to discuss these resolutions before they come at the next AGA. If you want more clarification, more than the link, if you are meeting via Zoom, etc., to attend your meetings. So the first resolution is to do with the splitting of the Secretary Treasurer position. This was brought up at the last face-to-face AGM. And so we have done that. And the rationale is because it's a lot of work in some locals for just one person. So we have split the two positions, split that position into two positions. There may be an issue about, right now there is a criteria in order to run for the regional executive and provincial cabinet. We don't feel that will be an issue. There's a time frame on those positions, but we don't think that would be an issue because you're still going to have to serve your time. right? Your time that we've set out. For number 2 is what is an active local? It says in the Constitution what to be an active local, you have to have 4 meetings, and so we clarified what exactly that should mean in resolution number 2. And then we have resolution number 3, and it's to do with the election materials and the deputy returning officer definition. So this resolution seeks to expand the duties and responsibilities required of the deputy returning officer of a given polling station. The election time is usually a short time frame, and so there needs to be a quick response to be able to respond to voters lists, public notices, the arranging of the facilities where we're going to have polling stations, etc. Can you hear me? I'm seeing some people a little bit confused. Can you hear me? Okay, so number 4 is to deal with the qualifications of the candidates. And of course, this will speak to resolution 1, which is the splitting of the 2 positions. So if resolution 1 passes, then in order for the intent of this resolution to be fully operative, this amendment is necessary. And so I hope that's clear. We're splitting the secretary treasurer position, and in order for resolution 4 to continue, you have to pass resolution 1. So resolution number 5 is to do with the definition of the polling station and the polling location. So this resolution creates the definition of what the polling location is, and it clarifies the definition of a polling station. So the polling location and the polling station. As well, it provides further definition regarding the roles of cabinet and the CEO when deciding the boundaries of electoral districts within each region. So a polling station is the geographic area, such as a town, a neighborhood, etc., set out by the cabinet when an election is called. A polling station is a physical place, such as a community hall, where the electors or the voters gather to cast their ballots during an election. Resolution number 6 has to do with the preliminary list of voters. So there is a timeline for determining a voters list. And this can be well ahead of time to minimize the challenges and confusion during a stressful election period. It is important that only qualified Métis persons be allowed to vote. So the list of electors will be a combination of 2 lists. You'll have your CRO list, which is the new citizenship list. And then you will have people that have been on the old voters list who we know are making, for whatever reason, haven't come forward and renewed their new citizenship. And so this will be giving them reasonable time to ensure that their names are on those lists, and it also gives the Métis community an opportunity also to ensure that people who are saying they're on that list and who are voters are who they are to be. So number 7, resolution 7, is the regional returning officers. So past practice has always been that we've always had a staff in a regional office who is dealing with the election process and sending out information, etc. However, we find that may be perceived as a conflict, as you have your VP, who is usually your administrator in the office. Usually that person is a staff person working in that office. alongside the vice president. So there might be a perceived conflict. And so we are creating what we're calling a regional returning officer who would be appointed by the CEO. And then we feel that by having that position, this will help minimize the communication and clerical errors that happen during the election process. Resolution 8 is to deal with the fixed term for the chief electoral officer position. So typically, governments hire a CEO. So the federal government, when they hire a CEO, it's usually for a term of 10 years. All the political parties get together and they select a person to do that. And the provinces do the same thing. It's either it's between 4 and 10 years. So in keeping with what other governments are doing, and the Manitoba Metis Federation is a government, we are also suggesting that the same thing be happening with us.
Thanks, Minister Mayor. Again, my apologies. We are getting some word from some folks who have a difficult time hearing everything you're saying. Like just the echo and everything is still having problem with, and in the efforts to manage our day, and I am going to be a little bit harder today on timing. I'm going to suggest, and make sure it's okay with you, Minister Mayor, if we can throw to David Gray, who's in the building here, and we can get him to finish off your report, if that's okay, Minister Mayor, with you.
Sure. Sure.
Hello? Resolution 9 is to clarify the process for the calling of an election. And I don't see them. Okay. The election date is set, as it always has been, by the chief electoral officer. There has been confusion about how an election is called. The election doesn't start until the cabinet triggers that election by passing a resolution. This resolution helps clarify the role of the cabinet, the president, and the chief electoral officer when an election is called. The preparation of the list of number 10, Adam. Preparation of the list of electors. This is a companion to resolution number 6. The introduced in this resolution are 3 big changes. Ensuring that the list of electors is clear well in advance. Sending the list of electors to the locals and the DROs. And ensuring that the election candidates have access to the list on a limited basis. The resolution would increase the capacity of citizens to determine if they are registered to vote. It improves and clarifies the role of the CEO and the CRO regarding the preparation of the list of electors. And it will, part of the process, involve sending the lists of electors to locals and DROs and Indigenous Services Canada in advance to ensure that only Métis citizens can vote. The resolution number 11 clarifies that no additions will be made to the electoral list on election day, except for clearly clerical errors. Number 12. This is a clarification of an existing rule that provides that only members who are authorized to vote can vote. The proposed changes restrict that so that it is clear that that's the case. The resolution number 13.
Dave, can I interrupt you for a second, Dave?
Absolutely.
Thanks very much. My apologies. Just wanted to let everybody know, I know there's people wanting to have them read from the beginning. I'm going to say
okay.
no. But what I am going to say is that the folks who are curious, and they're sending texts to me and a few others as well, these were all included in the kit that you received, the MMF assembly kit. So there is a tab with the resolutions that Minister Mayer read and you're reading. So you can continue, but I just wanted to let everybody know that they are in your kit and they are available to you. So you just need to go to that file. And I just wanted to remind everyone else as well that these are not being voted on today. So people who are concerned that they haven't heard everything, these are just being presented. And then at the next assembly, so these are being for information as part of it's how our Constitution works, how we're presenting the resolutions, and the next time there will be the vote. But these are here for information so people can look at them and think about them for the next while up until the next assembly. So just so everybody has some clarification on that. And I believe I'm correct on all that, but we're going to keep moving. My apologies, Dave. Continue.
Thank you. Resolution number 13 clarifies that the chief electoral officer may appoint all of the persons that are necessary for the conduct of an election. Number 14 is a companion resolution to the first resolution that was introduced, which changes again or clarifies that particular provision in terms of qualifications of candidates to include whether there's a secretary or a treasurer or a secretary treasurer. Those were the election amendments. The next 4 are slightly different. Number 16 is a resolution that provides that there will be gender neutral language and gender neutral processes within the Manitoba Métis Federation. Those are 16 and 17. The direction provides that for non-binary options, for instance, when making applications. Resolution number 18, which is the amendment to the MMF name to include the English provision, and is sponsored by Minister Mayer and Minister Carrier. And lastly, resolution number 19 is a provision to amend the processes within the Constitution to be clear about how persons who are elected to the cabinet receive remuneration. I want to thank you for listening intently, and I'm just going to quickly review because I know that Minister Mayer's remarks with respect to process may have been missed by some. The process for this is that these are provided for notice. A further copy of these and a backgrounder will be mailed to every regional office and then out to every local. The intention is that every local will then discuss them, as has been the custom and practice of the MMF from the very beginning of its process. After locals have discussed them, they will then be discussed again at regional meetings where further comment and instruction can be taken, and all of those processes we will try and record and reflect those amendments so that we then take those changes back and have them considered by the entirety of that Constitution Committee. That process is then put to the cabinet for alternatives, and a final draft of resolutions will be forwarded to each of the locals through the regional offices for debate and voting at the next AGA. So there will be a considerable amount of time to debate each of these issues, and this has been the process that's been used and the constitutional amending process that is used for all significant matters in the Federation since the 1800s, and particularly since 1967. I don't know if there are any questions. If there are, I can assist perhaps. If there are not, that is the report. And I believe the question is that whether or not there's someone who's prepared to move acceptance of Minister Mayor's report.
All right, thank you very much, Minister Mayor and David Gray, for going through that for us. As he said, these are for information. This for notice. We're not voting on any of them today. They were sent to you in your MMF AGA kit. They weren't.
No, we're going to post them on the website right now.
We're posting them on the website right now. My apologies for the confusion. They will be posted immediately. We're going to put them on the AGA website, which is aga.manitobametis.com. And they will, as David said, they will be also sent out to every region and through the region to the local. So there will be lots of time for discussion on these. And I just want to make sure there's not a confusion as well for the resolutions that are coming to the resolution committee, because those are from the floor. Those are from you and you're submitting them. And I understand there's a few already have been submitted. The resolutions committee. So again, I remind everyone that it's 11 o'clock. You got about 55 minutes to get your resolution in. And then, so that's a completely separate group of resolutions. This is coming from the Minister of Constitution, and she's providing notice so that we can consider them and have a good debate about it at our next assembly. One moment, please.
On the AG website, MMF AG website,
Yeah.
resolutions is up in the top tab.
Okay. So there is a, when you go to AGA website, there is a button up there that says resolutions. So that's where you will find these and the ones and the form that's necessary to do the new ones, which again, I know it's confusing, but this is coming from Minister Mayor. The other ones will be coming from you, and we're not voting on any of them today because of the way that we had to structure this in order to meet you with as little interruption to business as possible. But we're definitely looking forward to having that fulsome debate that we will have when we're all together in person. So, so the questions, and I don't have the hands raised in front of me, but the questions that would be coming out of this, I would ask that if there's specific resolutions that you want to talk to, that you send the email so that we can have that discussion offline. I'm not going to be opposed to people who want to ask specific questions, but I am very mindful of where we are with time today, and I know that I'm going to be under pressure around 4 o'clock this afternoon to try to get things. So I'm trying to keep on top of things now. Anyways, that's where we're at. So what I don't know, do we have any hands up? We have Barbara Bruce, and here we are. Barbara, Chantel, and Gerald, I see their hands up. So Barbara, you're first.
Well, I'm not asking a question. You asked for a motion. So I'm moving to accept the report from Minister Judy Mayer.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Chantel? You're muted, Chantel. There you go.
I'm just seconding the motion to accept Minister Mayor's report as read.
Thank you very much. Gerald Barron? You're still muted, Gerald. Can you unmute, Gerald?
Yeah, sorry about
There
that.
we go.
I waited
No
for
problem.
So my question is regarding process to help locals and regions move this along. What would be the approximate date that by which regions should get their final comments on the constitutional amendments to the Constitutional Committee? Is there a date we should be working to?
So I'm going to throw that to Minister Mayor and ask Minister Mayor to speak as clearly as you can into the microphone so that everyone can hear.
Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, I would suggest that if you have any comments, suggestions, etc., that you try to get them into the Constitutional Committee by, say, the end of June.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Minister. I have one more question from Jason Lesishin from Southwest Manitoba. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, with this COVID situation and that we're having problems holding meetings. So how are we going to pass this with or pass this on to our citizens in our local with this situation and with the COVID? We don't have Zoom meetings or anything.
Yeah, that's, I think that's something that each region is going to have to come to grips with. Some of them had, when we were at Code Orange, were able to have some in-person, limited in-person last summer. I would suggest that that's an excellent question that I think we can maybe have some discussions in here and amongst cabinet on how to reach out to locals. And then from there, how the locals can reach out to their citizenship as well. So that's an excellent suggestion. We'll, I think we should do a little brainstorming on that, to be quite honest. And because all these are very important, especially when we're looking at constitutional changes, that has to come from all of you. So that's a good point, and we'll get our best brains, best minds to that question.
All right, thank you.
Judy, Minister, Mayor, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think, yeah, we're going to have to discuss that because I know that a lot of our locals don't have the opportunity to do the Zoom, etc. They don't have the technology. So yeah, it is an issue. And we have discussed it a little bit, right? And there would also have been an opportunity at your regional meetings too, but those have been put on hold also. So yeah, that is a good question, Jason, and let us think about it and get back to you.
Great, thanks very much. So we have a motion on the floor, and I see nobody else raising their hands. Before we vote, I want to apologize. It's this is something new for all of us, and I am honestly, truly grateful for your patience, all of you. And I'm sitting here at the front where President Chartrand was speaking yesterday, and I can see not all of you, but I can see several of your faces, and it does make it a lot easier to be able to look at you and see your faces. So the apology I want to make is that in the way that we presented the results from the voting yesterday the presentation wasn't done as effectively as I think it needed to be, and I'll take responsibility for that. So when you're voting, and I'm going to try to explain this a little bit, and I'm going to take a few minutes to explain it because I think it's really important. When you're voting, every single one of you who is at home, and if it's just you press how you want to vote, and that gets tabulated automatically. But there are folks who live in rural and northern areas who have, with social distancing, come together in smaller groups. So there might be 10 of you in a room with one computer, and that sort of skews things because it looks like there's only one vote, but there's 10 of you in that room. So those numbers, when I was saying like 75%, that wasn't correct, because we know afterwards that those 10 who are registered, but their vote doesn't show up because there's only one computer in that room for them to vote. I hope that makes sense when you're trying to get into my little brain. It gets a little weird up there too. But so I'm trying to explain it a little bit so that you can understand that when I say that almost to every single motion that we did yesterday, there might have been 1 or 2 abstentions, and that was the only show that there was folks who didn't want to vote for these. Practically everyone was unanimous with the small exceptions. There was a couple that had 1 or 2 abstentions. So I just wanted to explain that before we get into it. And we are working on how to reflect the vote correctly, and we will if this has to take place again, where we have to have a virtual meeting with this voting, we're going to work out those kinks way ahead of time. Sometimes we do our very best. And I know that we did our very best here. The team that we have working with us is top notch, one of the best in the country, but there's always these little snafus that come up, and this is one of them. So mea culpa, we're going to do our best to have the reflection of the votes will be more proper throughout the day today, and then moving forward if we have to after that. So with that being said, I'm going to take a deep breath, and I am going to ask that the poll come up on the Zoom meeting, and the motion moved by Barbara, seconded by Chantel, is the motion to accept the Constitution report as presented by Minister Judy Mayer. And we'll give you a minute or two to vote. Thank you very much. That motion is carried, and there were 4 abstentions. So everyone else voted in favor for that motion. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and I really appreciate it. I obviously don't know everything, and we're still learning on the job here. And again, I appreciate your patience. So thank you very much, Minister Mayer. Thank you very much, David Gray, for helping us in that presentation. Sorry, my brain. I'm going to ask somebody to get me a cup of coffee, because when I step back here, I'm going to drink a cup of coffee, and I will promise I'll be with all of you 100% here from now on out. Those of you who are at home and you got your little Keurigs going, I'm very jealous of you right now. So, and I noticed some people just got to stop laughing at me. PJ, and Roger, Chantel, Barbara. Yeah, that's it. I won't take it anymore. No, I'm just kidding. It's all good. We're all having fun here. And I'd got to say I got a few selfies last night, and I was really fun. I was really happy about that. And I posted them. So if you want some more, let's go. I'm excited about that. I think that was kind of a fun thing to do. So what I wanted to do before I jump into the next presenter, which will be Minister Leah LaPlante, and I'm going to ask Mark Leclerc to help us out here for a little bit. Mark's our co-chair, and I think one of the things, and I'm going to take a couple seconds just to explain this as well. Mark's in Ottawa, and we're here in Winnipeg. And Mark, logistically, it's a lot easier because I can see all the worker bees here, and we can work together. And Mark's over there by himself, and it's a little bit harder for him to to organize things when he's over there. He only has a couple lines of communication, and but we're co-chairing. One of my favorite guys to co-chair with, even though he tells some of the worst jokes that you will find out there. Like, I know he spends time the night before researching, but he still, I think you need to up your game. You're almost turning into dad joke territory here, Mark. So we've got to be careful on that. So I'm going to ask Mark to take the next little while here. But I also wanted to, before I do that, talk about the resolutions again, because we have about 45 minutes to get your resolutions in. So you can download the form from the website, or you can email aga@mmf.mb.ca. You can fax. That's our phone number. And anyways, you can fax at 947-1816. So just going back to the vote, so there were none opposed. They were all in favor, and as I said, there was those 4 abstentions, and they will. We're looking to see if it's possible to have your name recorded. If you want to, we'll move forward on it in that direction. So I'm very pleased to turn the microphone over to Mark for the next little while. We're going to see how this works because again, it's difficult to manage it this way, but we're doing our very best. Love all of you guys out there. Mark, why don't you take it away? And I believe Minister LaPlante is next with the Central Registry Office, but you can go ahead and introduce her, and we can do our best moving forward.
Okay. Good morning, Manitoba. It's raining here in Ottawa today. Yeah, next on our list, we got Central Registry Office, Minister Leah LaPlante. The floor is yours.
Central Registry Office, Data Management. The 2019-2020 fiscal year was a very exciting one for the Central Registry Office, as we were able to successfully address a variety of challenges we faced in our operations. The most significant of these challenges was a technical issue in June 2019, which initiated the redevelopment of our internal database. In June 2019, the CRO hired a database development manager to lead the redevelopment project, and a new data management system was launched in October 2019. The enhancement of this new system gives the staff in the CRO a better capability to process citizenship and harvester card requests in a timely manner, while protecting the diligence of our acceptance process. The new data management system has addressed several ongoing issues from the previous database and has provided us the ability to internally include harvester information as part of a citizen's profile. The CRO experienced some processing challenges during this time, while our database system underwent these necessary improvements. We would like to thank all our Métis citizens for your support and patience while we conducted this work with the intention to make our application process as easy as possible. Another recurring challenge the CRO experienced with our previous database was the frequency we were able to produce adult, youth, and harvester cards. The CRO has been able to introduce new internal processes to reduce the time it takes to print and reprint cards. The CRO now sends cards for print on a bi-weekly basis, and the errors in our card printing have also been substantially reduced with our upgraded system. As we were just starting to get our new system implemented and running efficiently, we encountered March of 2020 when we saw the beginning of COVID-19 in Manitoba. As everyone was greatly impacted by COVID-19, the CRO department operations were also considerably impacted by it. Many people were required to work from home, and there was so much uncertainty around COVID-19 at this early time, the CRO was required to reevaluate our technical operations once more. Although this has been an extremely challenging time for all of us, I am happy to report that the CRO has done a lot of great work to keep operations moving, and I am very excited about some new updates I will have for this year. In the 2019-2020 fiscal year, the CRO approved a total of 3,604 new citizenship cards and approved a total of 2,113 new Métis harvester identification cards. To date, the CRO has issued a total of 36,373 citizenship cards and 18,217 harvester cards out of province citizenship applications. Given the traditional practice of mobility for Métis people and the history of the Métis Nation being forced to flee from our homeland, many Métis people who have ancestral connections to Manitoba now live outside of the province. In response to this, the Central Registry Office has been processing out-of-province citizenship cards, and this new option for our kin who have moved away from the historical Métis homeland has had a very positive response. The Central Registry Office has received over 1,500 applications to date for MMF citizenship cards from Métis people who live outside of Manitoba, and the number of applications continues to grow on a daily basis. Mobile Citizenship Unit. The Mobile Citizenship Unit had another busy and successful year during the 2019-2020 fiscal. The Mobile Citizenship Unit traveled across Manitoba to visit a variety of communities to serve Métis citizens and included its first trip to the annual St. Madeleine Days. We have been focused on traveling to rural communities around Manitoba to provide services to citizens who might not have the ability to travel to their closest regional office. We have received a substantial amount of positive feedback from Métis citizens as the mobile office gives the MMF the ability to bring the office directly to citizens, even within rural and more remote communities. The Central Registry Office would like to encourage MMF locals to utilize the presence of the mobile office during local meetings, events, or citizenship/harvester drives. If your local would like to have the MMF mobile office attend a meeting or event, please contact your regional office for more information.
I'm going to open it up for any questions. It's fantastic that we've got 36,373. And I got to let the assembly know that I have put in my application and two for my daughters to join as one of the out-of-province citizens. So I'm really looking forward to going through that process. But I don't see any questions here. Maybe I can open it up for a motion to accept the report. Okay.
Move to accept Leah's report.
Joan Church, thank you. Is there a seconder?
Laura Forsyth, Winnipeg Region.
Laura, good to see you. Any
Seconded.
discussion? Oh, you got Jacqueline? Jacqueline has her hand up. Can we unmute her?
Sorry, I had put it up to participate in the motion. It's quite all right.
Oh, okay. So if there's no other discussion on the motion, I'm going to ask the technical team to put the voting. There it is. Motion, Central Registry Office. And the motion is to accept the Central Registry Office report as presented by Minister Leah LaPlante. And I'll have people vote now. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, if everybody submit their vote. And I'm just going to go to the Teams thing here to see what the vote was. I'm talking to our technical people through another Teams thing. It's just like Zoom, but different. So if they can just give me the vote count. With the old-fashioned way by telephone. Hello? Hang on. Okay. Just in case you were wondering whether or not your president was paying attention, he's just given me the instructions himself that this was carried unanimously. And now I'm going to turn to Leah LaPlante, Minister LaPlante, to go to her next report, which is on natural resources.
Hello, everyone. I am Leah LaPlante, your minister responsible for natural resources with your Métis government, the Manitoba Métis Federation. I want to first express my gratitude on behalf of the Southwest Region citizens and staff to President Chartrand and my fellow cabinet colleagues for their continued hard work and focus, ensuring that the youth, families, and elders of the Manitoba Métis community are safe and healthy through this COVID-19 pandemic. I want them to know it is appreciated far beyond this simple thank you. And to all MMF staff, regionally and at head office, thank you for all the hard work you put in daily and your unwavering commitment to find answers to the problems we are currently facing. Know that this is recognized as well and greatly appreciated. The MMF's natural resources portfolio, housed within the MMF's Energy, Infrastructure and Resource Management Department, is centered around the Métis laws of the harvest and our constitutionally protected Section 35 rights. Through the years, your Métis government has implemented natural resources related programs and initiatives, not only to assist and support families in our community, but also we work to protect the lands, waters, and resources of Manitoba. Delegates to the 2018 MMF AGA voted unanimously in favor of a resolution to defend Métis harvesting rights in GHAs bordering the RMHA, including the Grass River region, GHA 5, 7, and 7A, and the Manitoba region, GHA 26, and the portion of GHA 17A outside of the Pimatoda traditional land use planning area, blood vein registered trapline. The MMF has taken the necessary steps to protect Métis harvesters within the RMHA and expansion GHAs, but unfortunately, despite the MMF's best efforts, the provincial government continues to ignore both Canada's Constitution protecting Métis harvesting rights, as well as the Crown's commitments in the 2012 MMF Manitoba Harvesting Agreement. Delegates to the 2019 MMF AGA voted unanimously for the MMF to consider providing legal support to Métis harvesters who exercise their constitutionally protected rights in the areas outside of the RMHA, including GHAs 2A, 4, 21, 21A, and the upper and lower Nelson River systems and Churchill region. The MMF hopes to expand the RMHA to include the entire province of Manitoba. The MMF is working internally to complete the research required to move forward. As said just previously, the provincial government continues to ignore Canada's Constitution protecting Métis harvesting rights and continues to charge Métis harvesters who exercise their constitutionally protected right to harvest. A Métis harvester must follow the laws of public safety, must adhere to Métis laws of the harvest, the revised 3rd edition, and also must hold a validated MMF harvester card with the current year's CTF sticker. Following these requirements, in the case of a wrongful harvesting charge, harvesters may contact the MMF's Energy, Infrastructure, and Resource Management Department. Once contacted, the MMF will gather harvesting charge information and will determine the necessary steps required to decide whether support and legal assistance can be provided. The MMF reminds all harvesters that they are taking a risk while harvesting in RMHA expansion, GHAs, as well as areas outside of the RMHA. The MMF will continue to support Métis harvesters who have been charged by the Manitoba government while exercising their Métis right to harvest. Due to recurring issues with our Métis harvesters hunting on private property with verbal permission only, a permission slip must now be used to obtain written permission from private landowners. The permission slip will reduce the chance of harvesters being faced with a hearsay situation if the landowner decides to revoke permission after the fact. Be aware that verbal permission is no longer acceptable and that it is the responsibility of the harvester to understand where you are harvesting. This includes obtaining Crown land maps to ensure that you understand what is Crown land and what land is private property. For example, if you shoot and wound an animal on Crown land and it then runs onto private property, you must have permission from that landowner to retrieve the animal. Written permission from private landowners supports our right to harvest on private property when approached by a conservation officer. Permission slips are available at the MMF Home Office, regional offices, and on the MMF website. As a reminder, Métis harvesters must validate their Métis harvester card by purchasing the current year's CTF sticker on or after April 1st, but before you harvest for the 2021-2022 harvesting year. In addition, harvesters are required to complete the mandatory harvesting survey prior to receiving a new CTF sticker and big game tags. The survey is important to help us manage our resources. We monitor harvesting activity and we increase conservation efforts throughout the province. The MMF is currently in the process of developing an online harvesting survey that will decrease human input error and improve the overall harvesting reporting system. The online survey is scheduled to go live for the 2021-2022 harvesting year. The online survey will be easy to use, faster, reduces human error, and includes accurate harvesting data. Following consultations with the Manitoba Métis community regarding night hunting, the MMF submitted a report to the provincial government and passed 2 resolutions at the 2017 AGA. First, a complete prohibition on dangerous spotlighting throughout Manitoba, and second, prohibition of night hunting within Agro-Manitoba from dusk to dawn, with continued night hunting and stationary spotlighting in non-Agro-Manitoba when away from settlements and local populations. On February 9th, 2018, the MMF Cabinet passed the MMF Night Hunting and Night Lighting Agro-Zone Boundary Resolution, providing policy specifying Métis night hunting law in Manitoba for Métis harvesters. All information regarding night hunting can be found on the MMF website. The MMF and Parks Canada are currently working to expand Parks Canada's Indigenous Open Door program to allow free entry for citizens of the Manitoba Métis community into Parks Canada owned and operated national historic sites and national parks throughout the Métis Nation. While discussions are currently ongoing, Parks Canada has agreed that Manitoba Métis citizens will gain free entry to Riding Mountain National Park with showing their MMF citizenship card and/or their Métis harvester card. The Indigenous Open Doors program allows free entry. However, other fees for attractions and services, including tours, workshops, and special programming, or any other fees associated with the site, do still apply and must be paid at the Visitor Center. The MMF has taken part in the National Boreal Caribou Knowledge Consortium since its beginning in 2018. The NBCKC brings together a number of participants with knowledge relating to and experience working with boreal caribou, including federal and provincial governments, academic institutions, industry, non-governmental organizations, and Indigenous governments and representatives. The NBCKC has developed a number of working groups, which the MMF has been actively involved in, including the Indigenous Knowledge Circle, the Monitoring Working Group, and the Habitat Restoration Working Group. The NBCKC has provided us with the opportunity to learn about caribou conservation projects across the country, to explore partnerships and ensure that the voice, concerns, and views of the Manitoba Métis community are included in caribou conservation work. Yearly, the MMF holds a caribou workshop in northern Manitoba to collect valuable information from the Manitoba Métis community pertaining to caribou. The MMF has heard concerns for diminishing caribou populations across the province and the much needed support for immediate conservation efforts to ensure species survival. The MMF has thus proposed a caribou monitoring and research project using motion-activated monitoring cameras installed throughout critical caribou wintering habitat. Moving forward, the MMF will continue working with the NBCKC to ensure that the Manitoba Métis community is well represented and hopes to begin work on the caribou monitoring project in 2020-2021 as a step towards protecting caribou here in Manitoba. In 2011, the provincial government implemented moose harvesting closures in the Duck and Porcupine Mountains, GHAs 13, 13A, 18, 18A, 18B, and 18C, without meaningful or adequate consultation with the Manitoba Métis community. The MMF, in response to conservation concerns highlighted by the Manitoba Métis community, initiated a voluntary closure of moose harvesting in the above-noted GHAs as an exercise of stewardship and self-government rights. The Manitoba Métis community has not been meaningfully consulted or engaged with regard to moose management decisions, including ongoing conservation closures or any proposed changes since the closures were put in place. As the minister responsible for natural resources, meaningful consultation regarding the management of Manitoba's forests remains a constant priority. Forestry operations in the province trigger continuous consultation as these projects directly impact the rights, claims, interests, and traditional harvesting activities of the Manitoba Métis community. Forestry projects have a common theme of proposed timber harvesting, access development, access control, forest renewal activities, and road development and decommissioning. Consultations with the Crown regarding forestry operations allows the MMF to identify impacts to Métis harvesting rights and provides recommendations and outlines accommodations to mitigate the effects of these operations on the rights, claims, and interests of our citizens. This year, the MMF has entered Crown consultations with the province of Manitoba on a variety of forest operating plans to ensure the impacts of these management plans are minimized and opportunities to provide accommodation and mitigation strategies are explored. The forestry management plans for which Crown consultations have been triggered by the provincial government are as follows: NFMC 2019-2020 Operating Plan, 2020 to 2025 Timber Sale Plan, Louisiana Pacific and Mountain Quota Holders Association 2020-2022 Operating Plans, and Louisiana Pacific's 20-year Forest Management Plan. Creating and further stimulating local economies remains a constant goal of the MMF. The MMF's Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management Department is working with Manitoba to finalize the permitting process associated with a community award to harvest approximately 400 cords of jack pine near Birch River, Manitoba. The wood harvested at this location will be used for the Elders Firewood Program. This traditional Métis economy will also train and employ Métis citizens to harvest timber at the site. The MMF is currently working to identify Métis timber quota holders in each region. The MMF will work with the Métis quota holders to harvest timber, explore economic development opportunities, and build capacity within the Manitoba Métis community. As the minister responsible for natural resources, the establishment of Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas, or IPCAs, hold immense importance in preserving Métis culture, building Métis capacity through environmental monitoring and on-the-land education, and advancing economic development within our Manitoba Métis community. IPCAs are a federal investment to achieve Canada's Target 1 challenge, which is a commitment by the Government of Canada to conserving 25% of Canada's land and 25% of its oceans by 2025. Canada's pathway to Target 1 is guided by an internationally agreed upon target, which strives to protect and conserve Canada's land and inland water. Target 1 is essential in protecting and improving Canada's biodiversity and will result in new hectares being conserved. IPCAs involve long-term commitment to the conservation of lands and waters for future generations and ensure Indigenous governments and its citizens hold a primary role in protecting and conserving ecosystems through Indigenous laws, governance, and knowledge systems. The work. The MMF is working toward establishing 2 IPCAs, or Métis Protected and Conserved Areas. The first is in the Kettle Hills Blueberry Patch, located within the MMF's Northwest and the PA regions, and the other is located in the area between Caribou River Provincial Park within the MMF's Thompson region. The MMF conducted an in-depth literature review of existing protected areas in Canada that have had Métis, First Nation, or Inuit involvement at the decision-making level. This review pulled from various online sources, reports, articles, protected area websites, and our own Métis traditional land use and occupancy data. The literature review allowed for a summary of various protected areas to be placed on a governance spectrum of decision-making power and authority. The summary helps to inform the MMF on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats associated with each type of governance structure and the potential to learn from strategies undertaken by other protected area initiatives. This review aids in highlighting important considerations regarding what mechanism best protects the rights, interests, and cultural values of the Manitoba Métis community. The vision. Through consultation and community engagement with the Manitoba Métis community, the MMF hopes to conserve and protect Canada's wildlife and habitat while ensuring Métis citizens are engaged in conservation. Our goals with the creation of both IPCAs include applying traditional Métis values, laws, and knowledge systems to conservation practices, create local Métis economies that allow for economic development and capacity building within the Manitoba Métis community, establish long-lasting, meaningful, and collaborative relationships with like-minded partners to amplify Métis-led conservation initiatives, bridge the generational divide between historical and contemporary Métis practices, along with Métis elders and youth, and finally, to reconnect to the land, heal the land, and heal the Métis community's connection to the land by achieving protection for these areas for generations to come. Thank you. In closing, I would again like to thank President Chartrand and the MMF Cabinet for their hard work and tireless dedication to their portfolios. If you want to learn more about the MMF's Métis protected and conserved areas, please complete the IPCA survey located on the MMF website. And if you have any questions related to the natural resources portfolio, please contact the MMF's Energy Infrastructure and Resource Management Department in Winnipeg. I want to thank all Métis citizens for believing in us to lead you and to be your voice through this global pandemic. The MMF is dedicated to protecting Métis harvesters and our constitutionally protected right to harvest. As we continue to move forward through COVID-19, please continue to follow social distancing rules, wear masks in public areas, and abide by self-isolation protocol if you are feeling unwell. Thank you. Please stay safe and take care.
LaPlante, and a very wide-ranging report, lots of activity. I'm just going to open the floor for a motion to accept the report as presented. I think I've got Peter Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Mark. I would make that motion, but I do also have just a quick recommendation to the Minister of Natural Resources, just on behalf of my area and my region. We did the moose harvest here last fall, and in speaking with some of the harvesters that were lucky enough to go out and harvest the moose for themselves and the community, they expressed concern that they would like to possibly have that harvest moved to an earlier date where they'd be able to go out and actually call moose and just get a better hunt, taking out some of the youth as well to really share that cultural aspect and that they want to pass on. So I just want to put that out there to possibly consider moving that draw date up a little bit sooner if that is a direction that the MMF decides to go again this fall. Thank you, Mark, and I'll move to accept Minister Mayor's report.
Okay. Gelida Lajimodier. You're on mute, Gelida. Yeah, Gelida, you're still on mute. Is that our end? Okay. Someone on our technical team. Gelida Lajimodier needs to be unmuted. Oh, she is unmuted, but there's something. Gelida, we're going to come back to you just in a minute. We've got a couple of speakers. We'll figure out what the problem is. We have Shirley Langen.
Well, I was just going to second the motion. But,
okay. Okay, we'll take that as a second. While we're sorting out Gelida there, Minister LaPlante, do you want to respond to Peter Fleming's comment about moving that moose season up? Is Minister LaPlante, are you on? Let's go back to Gelida, see if we can get her go to Gelida and see if we can get her unmuted. There, her unmute button's off. Gelida? Is your mute button on your computer? Gonna have to learn to talk with our hands again.
Sorry for
Go ahead,
for
Will.
interrupting. My apologies, Mark. President Chartrand has a comment he would like to answer this question as well. So he's in his office, so we're going to throw
And
the
we'll figure out the problem.
President Chartrand.
You're on, David.
No, they just unmuted me. So you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much. I know what July is going to be asking about the north, so I probably can answer the questions I see. Pickett and A sitting there, so I know what the hell they're going to be asking. So let me say this. First on PJ's question, I want to explain what PJ is referencing. As you all know, now for going over 5 years, going to 6 probably, or 7, the ducks and the porcupines have been closed based on a concern that the moose population was depleting. Now, we, of course, supported this at the Assembly. We actually put a resolution in to ban harvesting in the ducks and the porcupines for up to 5 years is what we did. And so we started discussing the province that it's time, based on the population, it's time that we hear there was 4,000 and something moose in the population of the 2 mountains. And they said there was only 3,000, and I forgot the exact number, that were still in the ducks and the porcupines, and they wanted that population to grow. Now, so there's still a lot of moose. It's not there's an extinction of moose happening here. Let's understand that. But what has happened, of course, is that the province under Pallister, as you're fully aware, went to sport associations, hunting associations, made some speeches about rights, made speeches about spotlighting. In fact, contradicted our spotlighting policy that we established as our people after consultations for probably nearly going on 2 years. When we did these consultations, we asked our people, how do we address, for example, spotlighting? And our people ruled clearly that the spotlighting will not be allowed by the Métis in the Métis law from the Pas south. Anything in the north where there's no farms or families or in communities, you can then spotlight because people would call moose in the night and they would be able to harvest that way. So, but what then happened, the province contradicted us and said, yeah, we'll let the Métis spotlight in the south, but they got to come and ask us permission. Now, I'm very proud of our people. They actually stuck with our law and respected our law, respected our elders and the guidance of so many thousands of people participated in the consultation. Now, what happens now after this is Pallister wanted more control, of course, on the harvesting. So on the 6th year, not last year, the year before, he sent out a message that we can actually harvest, his government, that we can harvest, we can take 20 moose as the Métis. The First Nations could take 20 and the non-Indigenous could take 20. So ourselves and the chiefs took the same position saying, wait a second, you're not going to negotiate our rights away here. If the only time that the chance of non-Indigenous people to trump us or to be equal to us does not only, in fact, the law is this so everybody knows. If there's a chance of extinction of any wildlife that you use for sustenance, the Indigenous people are the last people to have the right to continue to harvest until that chance of extinction is coming to a dangerous position, then you all close it. But the Indigenous people are the last, not non-Indigenous. So he tried to push his way there because I guess he made a promise to the sporting associations out there that what they were going to do. Then, so it was too late in the year, as PJ is referencing, and I'll go back to his comment. So the next year, he did the same thing again. He said, if you give the non-Indigenous the same as you, then we'll let you hunt. And we said, no, you don't own the Constitution, nor do you control, nor you have the right to break the law. That's been established by the Constitution and the courts of this country. So we issued our own. And he said, if you all recall, he's going to charge our people. If they go out there and harvest, we're going to charge them. And of course, they want to fearmonger you to say to you that they'll take your vehicle, they'll take your gun, they'll take whatever, your quad, etc., right? Our people were brave, and they knew the MMF had their back. And so you saw that in the annual budget by MNP and by Minister Campbell. We have, I think, close to $1 million or more in that fund to protect our people if we have to go to court. So we know we can protect our people with lawyers now, not like before. So he didn't charge nobody. I want to commend those harvesters that went out. I want to apologize to because it was so late, because we were trying to negotiate a process and respectful process with the province, but they try to play hardball with us and the chiefs. And so we issued 26 licenses for our harvesters on a group of 4. They had to share them, only could take one. They had to share that amongst themselves and the community. And then the First Nations were going to take 34, but how they proceed, they don't have laws like us. So their system is yet to be developed, how they're going to make that adjudication on their side. But so I want to explain all that because it's very important to recognize. And as I said, he threatened to sue, to charge. And when I talked to many of the harvesters that were out there, they never saw a game warden, or what do you call them, the conservation officer, anywhere. So they did not charge us. And we will, and I'll take your recommendation strongly. PJ will be better prepared this year, because last year we reacted based on time frame that was given to us, because we tried to get the province to respect our rights and to respect the Constitution of this country and the law. And they, of course, wouldn't. They wanted to show that we're the bad guys and they're fighting for the non-Indigenous people. That's exactly what he wanted to play out. So we will stand firm on that. We will issue harvesting licenses. We will definitely do it in a different format, maybe, because even getting 4 people, they need to understand this. 4 people going, they got to take time off work. They got to coordinate their time. It's not that easy to get that structure in place. So the minister will work on it throughout the summer, and we definitely will have a very well scheduled plan. But just to show you what we're doing one step more, we've issued a count of the moose and the 2 ducks and the porcupines. It's going to cost over $200,000 to do, but we are going to count them ourselves. And that's been issued already, I believe, and underway. And I can't wait the result to see what the total population of the moose is in those 2 mountains. Because we know at the edge of the mountains and towards Saskatchewan, they're walking around the fields everywhere. And, you know, they're actually walking down the cities of Regina. So there's so much moose out there. So they're either coming out of the mountains, moving that way also. So, but as I said, we're going to do a proper count, and we will definitely look at that changing of the zone, because everybody I know I'm a hunter all my life, loves to go out and the moose are calling, because that just has your heart pumping when you hear that moose coming. And for PJ, well, we know his daughter does all the hunting over there, but aside from that, we will definitely, it's a good recommendation. We will look at it, but I wanted people to understand that we were crunched with time, but we also want to make a stand that we are not going to sell our rights to anybody, including this premier. Now for Thompson, I know what July and them are asking. What about us? We believe, I have already had a dialogue with the minister. We believe that the people of the North and the Métis citizens have the same right as the South. In fact, that is the deal we made with the previous government, the NDP, that the Métis can still hunt in the South, in the North, equal to us with our laws. The only difference is they want to keep a record of it through the buying of a license, but they were going to reimburse you all the money you spent. You wouldn't spend a dime. So we indicated to our region also, we would pay for those licenses. All they wanted, the previous government wanted, is a record of how many people are harvesting out there. So we agreed to that, but they said that would not in any way infringe on the rights of our people. Excuse me, that the rights were the same. So from that perspective, this government, since it's taken over, has not had one meeting about that. We've already echoed in our cabinet that we will issue clearly that the North should start to harvest come this fall, and that we will protect them when they go to court, and that they have the same rights. And I want to challenge this government, because I believe the rights are there all the way to Churchill, and we can prove it in court. And we got the resources and the expertise to do it. So I hope that was your question. Excuse me, Cecil and Julida. So I know that's what probably where you're leading to. I know if Cecil's sitting there, he's asking that question. And for fishing, 1 net is what we're issuing, and we're not changing that position. Our harvesters and our elders told us very clearly, and our fishers have told us very clearly, we got to be conservation minded, and that's going to be the same position in the North as it in the South. So I think that would answer both questions, Mark, and that's July had something outside of that range, but typically that's the north, and they have a right to ask that question. It's a very important question, but they've always had that right. And so that's something we never, it's right in agreement. And just the government, however, does not want to sign it. It doesn't want to transfer. We're supposed to go way past Cranberry already. We should have been into Churchill already. And this government does not, in fact, ended all meetings. So we'll just fight them in court now if they want to charge our people in the north.
Yeah, thank you, President Chartrand. We've got two other speakers before we go to a vote. Peter Fleming, back to you.
Thank you, Mark. I want to apologize to Minister Mayor and Minister LaPlante. I had called Minister LaPlante, Minister Mayor. So in that motion, it's to accept Minister LaPlante's report. And I'd just like to reply to David. Thank you very much. As a citizen of the MMF and as a local executive, I appreciate all that you do, all that the MMF does to try and mitigate and work with the governments, whether they be provincial or federal, on behalf of the Métis. But there are times when we just have to stand up and put our foot down and draw that line in the sand. And I appreciate all that we and your government do for the people and to try and make the coherence and everyone work together in the province. So thank you again.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for motion. Minister Janai, did you have a comment? He had his hand up. Okay. He's not on the screen right now. Okay. Well, with that, I'm going to put this, I'm going to ask our technical team to put the voting procedure up. And just all those in favor, opposed, abstained. And while I wait for this, I'm just going to clarify something I said. We're waiting. We've got a bunch of technical issues here. And while we were waiting for the confirmation, President Chartrand used one of these old technologies, the telephone, to let me know what the vote was on the last motion. And I think it made it sound like he said it was unanimous. And I guess Will's right. My jokes aren't that good, but just to clarify that he conveyed to me what the vote results were. So I'm just going to go to the technical team now and just see exactly what is the outcome of this vote. Very important area. The motion's carried. The motion's carried. And I think what we should do at this point, because we're going to try and iron out some of these technical things. And so we're going to take a 5-minute break. So that would bring us back at 11:08. So a quick 5-minute break. Thanks everybody for your patience.
The York boat is an important part of Canadian history with a special connection to the Métis people. The boats were named after the Hudson's Bay Company's York factory and became their main mode of freight transportation. They were built with local wood and iron forged by local blacksmiths. The first York boats were crafted in the 1740s and used by Métis and voyageurs during the fur trade because of their ability to carry 2 to 3 times more cargo than the birch bark canoe. York boats were used to travel on the lakes and rivers from the Hudson's Bay Company York Post to reach inland trading posts. It was stronger and safer than other boats and able to withstand ice and storms. In the 1880s, the York boats were slowly replaced by the steamship on the larger lakes and rivers, and the last used boat was constructed in 1920. The York boat played an important role in expanding the trade industry within Manitoba. The Red River cart was born along the river from which it received its name. It was used on the prairies during the settlement of the West. The carts helped to commercialize the buffalo hunt. Until its inception, furs had to be transported using York boats and were restricted to waterways. The two-wheeled cart is made entirely out of wood and strung together with leather, which made repairs easy on their trips. The axles were ungreased to prevent a gritty dust buildup that would immobilize the cart. This resulted in a high-pitched squeal that meant the cart's arrival could be heard from miles away. Armand Jerome is a Métis craftsman who taught himself how to build authentic Red River carts. One of his carts is on display at the Juno Beach Museum in France. First built in 1801, the Red River cart has become a symbol of the Métis people for its practicality and ingenuity.
Excellent. Wow. Thanks very much. One of my favorite people in the world is Armin Jerome, and I enjoy spending time with him and his wife Kelly. And they show me all of the work. Their little workshop where they're making those Red River carts is phenomenal. And Armand is so precise when he's making those cuts. Like if it's out by a 1/16 of an inch, then he starts all over again. It has to be perfect, which is why he's the artisan that he is. So kudos to Armand, kudos to our communications team for the Métis Minutes. I know there's many more of those coming down the pipe in the not too distant future. Before we go on to our next item on the agenda, which is early learning and childcare from Minister Francis Chartrand, President Chartrand would like to say a few words here at this point. So I'm going to flip the microphone and the camera over to our president, David Chartrand.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I think I'm on now. Am I? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, because it kept on going back and forth. I don't know every time what are you eating there, Ronald? Poirier, what are you eating over there, munching away? I can see you. Anyways, so yeah, you get to see all these people. They don't even realize you're watching them. Look at Ellen Thomas, looking beautiful as usual. Anyways, let me say this. I just got a brief. The province did not allow us to count this year. They wouldn't allow the program. It's the same company they use, we would use. The company they hired to count the most in 1920 saying is that if we tried to count them now, we'll disturb the moose. So it costs us a lot of money. I don't know why they would prevent us from doing it, because I think it's the right approach for us to make better decisions as our harvesting regime in our government. But they wrote us a letter saying they're not allowing, and of course the company won't go up because they might get sued by the government. So, but it definitely it's a good example again where the province, instead of doing the right thing, will do the opposite ththing. So they don't let us go up there to count. Well, imagine they try to charge us after the fact. You know how fast our lawyers are going to use this. So if they're listening, be prepared. You keep on because of your unbelievable policies that seem to be so against Indigenous rights. It'll be, in fact, great evidence that we'll be bring forward to the court. So we will be issuing licenses this year. You are going to hunt in the ducks and the porcupines, and we'll be setting that up after further consultations with our people. So, and we'll make sure our people get out there. Okay, again, that I just got briefed on that part that they said no, PJ, we can't go out and count in the area, which it would have been giving us great evidence to make our own plans. What makes sense, what doesn't make sense, how determining our population, etc., what we should take, and to bid conservation as our constitution of harvesting rules and bylaws say very clearly, conservation is number one. Anyway, so that's my point to share with you on that issue. So thank you very much, Leah, for your report. Leah is the minister. She's been doing a superb job. We also want to count in the Turtle Mountains because that's also closed. And we want to make sure that we can actually get a proper number in that area. So if they didn't count there, maybe next year we'll look at the Turtle Mountains. We are still going to push next year, because you count in the winter, that's when you see them. So we'll plan next year to look at counting there. And then we'll have to fight it out maybe with them. They don't allow us to send the same helicopters they send that we can send to count. So anyways, that's further information I share with you. Holy man, Laura, is that cup big enough or what?
Thanks very much, President Chartrand. Much appreciated. Thanks very much for all the insight. And, it's one of the things that's really great to have the ability to go back and forth and have these information brought to us. And that's what this AGA is all about, is communication, give and take from the citizens, and an evaluation of what we're doing for our citizens. Before we go into the next department report, just a couple of housekeeping things. Everyone, I've announced it a couple of times now, the Probe Research Survey that has been online. We've sent you links. There's other ways to get at it as well. The phone numbers, if you have not received the survey and you are a registered delegate, we ask you to call 204-560-3902. And one of the things that we talked about with regards to the voting this morning is that in some locations there's a few people in a room, obviously social distancing, but with only one computer. So it's harder for them to get to do the surveys. So to accommodate that and some of our other registered delegates, we would like to make sure that you get in touch with us so that you have the ability to fill out the survey. And we actually have people standing by to go through it with you on the phone if that's your preference as well. Obviously, we need to make sure that you are a registered delegate because that's what the survey is targeting. But after that, then we will walk through that. We have, I think, 4 or 5 folks waiting on the phone to talk to you about that. So just wanted to make sure that you know that the cutoff is for prizes. So you have to have your survey done by 4:00 p.m. this afternoon in order to be eligible for the prizes that we talked about. The winners will be announced at 4:30. It will be Probe Research who does those draws independently, and Probe Research who will send the prizes to each winner directly, just so that everybody feels confident in the makeup and the design of the survey. So we're going to move to the next item on our agenda. As I said before, we have Minister Frances Chartrand, and she is the minister responsible for early learning and childcare. And this is her video report for that portfolio.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start off by thanking our elder for our opening prayer today. I'd also like to acknowledge all our elders across our great province for their continued support, their commitment, and dedication to the Métis Nation. Your Métis government believes that all Métis children must have the opportunity to high-level early learning programming, setting our children up for a future filled with opportunities and success. As we continue to build our early learning childcare department, our staff will continue to work on feasibility studies, prioritizing early learning and childcare needs across the province of Manitoba. We aim to promote, empower, and strengthen Métis culture in Manitoba's communities. Our Métis children and families programming and curriculum include culture, language, values, and traditions. For the past 25 years, the federal government funded Aboriginal Head Starts across the province of Manitoba. Our Métis communities were left out. For the first time in history, the Métis government has direct financial supports from our partners, the federal government. We will begin building our Métis-specific programming and supports for our Métis children and families across the province of Manitoba. The initial step the early learning childcare team have is
thanks. My apologies, Minister. That gremlin came back, the sound gremlin. He eats sound here. So we're just going to restart the video here shortly, and we're going to get the sound bug worked out here. How are we doing, gentlemen?
Everyone, I would like to start off by thanking our elder for our opening prayer today. I'd also like to acknowledge all our elders across our great province for their continued support, their commitment, and dedication to the Métis Nation. Your Métis government believes that all Métis children must have the opportunity to high-level early learning programming, setting our children up for a future filled with opportunities and success. As we continue to build our early learning childcare department, our staff will continue to work on feasibility studies, prioritizing early learning and childcare needs across the province of Manitoba. We aim to promote, empower, and strengthen Métis culture in Manitoba's communities. Our Métis children and families programming and curriculum include culture, language, values, and traditions. For the past 25 years, the federal government funded Aboriginal Head Starts across the province of Manitoba. Our Métis communities were left out. For the first time in history, the Métis government has direct financial supports from our partners, the federal government. We will begin building our Métis-specific programming and supports for our Métis children and families across the province of Manitoba. The initial step the early learning childcare team have is to, when reviewing a childcare center location, is to conduct a feasibility study. The process creates an accurate picture of the childcare needs within that community and the surrounding area. A report is written to reflect the feasibility study's findings, which can then be presented to the specific region, allowing them to determine their next steps. The report takes into consideration our current population, the projected population growth, the demographics of the population, the desire from the community for more childcare spaces, for childcare programming, for early learning programming, desire from the community for culture-specific curriculum, the size of the childcare center suitable for the current and projected population of 0 to 6 age children, the operational costs associated with this size of center. The ELCC team is currently engaging with citizens on their next feasibility report. If you see any posts or receive any emails with the survey link, we ask that you please participate in order for your voice to be heard and taken into consideration regarding the childcare needs in your community. The ELCC department has built a strong foundation for ongoing collaborative work within our regions to achieve of a shared path forward. We look forward to implementing Métis-specific curriculum to promote and inspire children, youth, elders, and families in the community. Each childcare center will have access to early learning childcare department's guidance and recommendation for their childcare center's day-to-day operations. Furthermore, each site will have access to all departments and affiliates to partner and share programming and training opportunities that the Métis government has for you. Our partnerships within the communities have resulted in 2 operational centers, Mitchell Children's Place, a before and after school program situated at Whitmore School, allowing a safe place for children and the opportunities for parents to seek employment without the restrictions of school operating hours. In partnership with the Albert Chartrand Friendship Center, we house the Abenouji Aboriginal Head Start site in the small Métis community of Duck Bay. Today, we are expanding and building 2 daycares. One daycare in the city of Sunshine Dauphin, which will be an expansion to Métis Children's Place, and our second site will be in the small Métis community of Saint Eustache. We have also partnered with Louisville Vocational College and are presently facilitating an early learning childhood 2 diploma program in the city of Dauphin at the Métis Community Center. Students enrolled in this program will be a priority for employment opportunities in each of our daycares. Typically, it'll take about 18 months to 2 years for this program to run. So how it's going to work is when we start building a daycare or an early learning childcare space in your region, we will be running a program simultaneously. So we're going to prepare to build the staff that will be working in your daycare. So that's one of our priorities, to make sure that we build our economy as we move forward in providing early learning and childcare for all our Métis children across the province of Manitoba. In each of our centers, we will have parenting programs, we will have community outreach, we will also have land-based programming. We want to make sure that each of our centers, that we continue with our Métis programming, Métis curriculum, Métis language and traditions. We want to ensure that our traditions and culture live on. We will have parental involvement. Our elders will be a big part of our programming. We want to make sure that we do not forget any of our children, our elders, and our families and our communities when working at each of the sites. This past year has been very hard for all of the citizens across the province of Manitoba and around the world. So we want to focus on closing barriers. We want to focus on making sure we have programming and supports for our children. all across the province of Manitoba, whether you live in Churchill, or if you live in the community of Duck Bay, you live in the Métis community of St. Laurent or in Winnipeg. We want to build and make these programming last to make sure that we have programming available for all our children, our elders, and our families. So we're also going to focus on economic development, and we're going to build our communities. So COVID-19 will not be a barrier for the Métis citizens across the province of Manitoba. In closing, I would like to thank our elders for their wisdom and guidance, our youth for their willingness to learn, President Chartrand and Cabinet for their continued support and their leadership. I'd also like to thank our staff for their hard work, their commitment, ensuring we have the #1 programs and services all across the province of Manitoba. I believe this program will allow our children to have the best skills, and we all know one day these children will be our leaders for tomorrow. One day these children will be sitting where I'm sitting today, and they will be the Minister of Early Learning and Childcare. We look forward to working with one child at a time, building our families, building our communities, which in turn will strengthen the Métis Nation. I promise you today, we will make a difference across this great province that Louis Riel built. Thank you very much.
Excellent report. Thank you very much, Minister Chartrand, for all the hard work you're doing. And, you know, it's obvious that as Minister for this portfolio, you have hit the ground running, and there's a lot of activity happening in communities right across the province. And I know that you're not done yet. There will be a lot more exciting news happening coming out of this portfolio. So very much appreciated. So we have time now for discussion and motion to accept Minister Francis Chartrand's report on early learning and childcare. And I see a few hands up there. So I see Jacqueline Chartrand is first. Jacqueline.
Thank you. I would just like to know what involvement Infinity Women's Secretariat has. It lists on the active builds, involvement of women in Infinity Women's Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Minister Chartrand, would you like to answer this question?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and right now we're working with Infinity Women. They're our partners. They're building, we're going to start building a daycare on down North Main, closer to Selkirk, Manitoba. Infinity Women will oversee the build and make sure that we have programs specific to Métis citizens, Métis families, and Métis humans in the city of Winnipeg. Minister Campbell, Infinity Women's Secretariat spokesperson, also sits on our ELCC committee, and she assists us with a lot of our partnerships. She's also working with daycare in the city of Winnipeg. It's called Little Stars Daycare. It's right on Selkirk Avenue. And we are in construction on that daycare, so we're partnering with them. We also have a partnership in the in the town of Thompson. Well, I think it's a city in Thompson, Manitoba, where we're partnering with KAO. It's a daycare that derived from KTC, which is now UCN. So we have a partnership, and we're working in Thompson. So Infinity Woman, their hands are all over, and we're making sure that we build our daycares. Must we always forget that we must always remember that the women are the backbone of the Métis Nation. So we have to ensure that we have quality childcare for all our Métis mothers across the province of Manitoba.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, and Minister Chartrand for the question and the answer. Jeanette Brown Porter, your question next.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You bet.
No, I was just going to make a motion to accept Minister Chartrand's portfolio.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. We are looking for, or Jeanette, sorry, Jeanette. I have Candace Bercier has her hand up next. So we'll look for a seconder or a question.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I move to second Vice President Chartrand's motion, or
No problem. Thanks, Candace.
you know what I mean.
And so we have a motion on the floor to accept the minister's report as presented. I have Andrea Clark has her hand up.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to ask a question to Minister. I'm part of Lorette Local, and we did have a survey done. I noticed our name on your presentation. I'm just wondering where we can find information, if that, you know, if it will be going forward, or if there's more information we can gather on that, who we would speak to, or if you even know now.
Excellent. Good question, Andrea. Minister Chartrand, can you
Thanks for the
handle this question?
Thanks for the
Please go ahead.
question. Can you hear me?
The question is,
I heard her.
there was a survey done in Lorette, and just seeing where it's at.
Can they hear me? So what we did was we did feasibility studies in 3 areas of the Southeast region. And we did one in Lorette, we did one in St. Malo, and we did one in St. Anne's. So we're just finalizing all of our feasibility studies. We did a preliminary presentation to your VP and your board of directors. So we're going live with all of our information. So you could find it on our website. And we could also do a presentation at your next meeting with the Lorette Local. So that's how we determined how we do daycares and childcare spots all across the province. And in our October annual General Assembly, we will have all written reports set out, and we'll make sure that everyone gets a copy of them. And just for your information, we're also working on private home daycares. So we're coming up with a new venue that in some of the smaller Métis communities where we don't have enough need for daycare, but we still have need. What we're doing is we're going to start working on a new plan with our COVID-19 emergency funds where we could have private home daycares. This way we're building and making sure that the economy is growing in our smaller communities. We're making sure that we have daycare spaces, whether it be 3 or whether it be 5. So we're looking at some of those venues, and we're moving forward every day. We must always remember this is the first time in history that we have any money for early learning and childcare. So this is a great opportunity for us to move forward to make sure that we have childcare spots in early learning across the province.
Great. Thank you very much, Minister, and thanks, Andrea, for the question. I see no further hands up, so I'm going to look for someone to put the poll up. And the motion is to accept Minister Chartrand's report on early learning and childcare as presented. So all in favor, opposed, abstaining. And while we are doing that, just wanted to let everybody know that the resolutions are closed now, and at 11:30, and it's already past that, the resolutions committee will be meeting in their breakout room to go over what was submitted. And don't forget about the probe survey. It is everybody who participates this weekend as a registered delegate will get the $50, and you will be put in a draw for $500. So, the voting is finished, and we have the motion is carried. So it is carried unanimously. So just a quick thought, though, that I wanted to raise up here. So there was a couple of abstentions. Abstentions don't count towards no's. They still will allow the vote to be unanimous. So, but when we're live, I normally ask if those who abstain wanted their names recorded. So I'm just going to put that out there. If the people who are abstaining want your names recorded, that's quite easily doable. So I just wanted to make sure that information was available to you. So thank you very much, Minister Chartrand. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Minister Frances Chartrand again. She is also the Minister of Health and Wellness, and she is going to give us an update in her video report on that department, the Health and Wellness Department. So we're going to move the video over to Minister Chartrand's report on health and wellness.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank our elder for our opening prayer. I believe their words always help us to be respectful of each other and to reflect on what we continue to learn today and every day. Your Health and Wellness Department was established in 2005, but the province of Manitoba did not see any value in our research and programming, and all our funding was cut in 2015. Your Métis government knows the importance of research and programming, and we found administration dollars within to continue to build our department. The Health and Wellness Department's main objective is to close the gap of health status for Métis families and communities. One way we are working to close the gap is to help our elders and seniors. In 2017, our Métis government developed its first ever Métis Health Benefits Prescription Drug Program. We all know our seniors and elders are helping raise their grandchildren, helping their family members with day-to-day financial responsibilities. Our prescription drug program is designed so Métis seniors and elders can do that and not worry about paying for their medical prescriptions. To qualify for this program, you will need your Métis citizenship card. You will have to be 65 years and older, and your income has to be less than $25,000 net per year. We utilize our Mito pharmacy, and they will deliver your prescriptions across our great province. We have approximately 1,000 seniors and elders that are benefiting from the program. If you have any questions or want to apply, please contact your regional office. We heard your concerns regarding the postal service and delivery service, so we came up with a plan that will alleviate your stress. We are building another pharmacy in the city of Dauphin, the center of our province. I believe this will alleviate the extra stress for our elders and seniors, and we will continue to provide top-notch services for you and your families. We are also working on lowering the age of our program to 55 years old, with the same restrictions as $25,000 and lower. In consultation with you, our citizens, we will continue to build our programming that meets your needs. Our second health benefit program is our Métis Eyeglass program. This unique program delivers vision care services, which includes managing healthy eye care, eye examination, and prescription eyeglasses. The requirement for this program are similar as the prescription drug program. However, due to COVID-19 pandemic, our optometrists are not traveling beyond the city limits. I am positive as soon as the pandemic is under control, the optometrists will be traveling to your region. We also continue to spearhead research projects that will be used to determine programming. The research we are presently working on include, however, are not limited to understanding the opioid crisis in Manitoba, Métis-specific cancer strategy, tobacco reduction strategy, and cannabis and mental health. Citizens and communities have all been touched by the opioid crisis, cancer, and the effects we receive from tobacco and cannabis use. We know how it continues to affect our children, our families, and our mental health. Key messages will be taken from our citizens, and staff will utilize this information to build our programs and services. Only you, our Métis citizens, can tell us what your needs are at the local level. We will continue to build programming for you. One of the research projects that is close to my heart is our youth-generated health messages. The study involves our youth and elders from the Southwest and the Northwest region. The benefits of this research project is to include the development of health messages by our youth, the promotion of our culture and traditional knowledge, building relationships with our youth and elders, promotion of leadership amongst our youth. Our Four Seasons camp is held in both regions, and we all know our youth are our future leaders. So we continue to plan programming and build around their needs. In closing, our department will continue to work and build on health wellness programming and services. I would like to acknowledge and thank our elders for their wisdom and guidance, our youth for their willingness to learn, President Chartrand and Cabinet for their continued support, dedication, their commitment, and leadership. Our staff for always being at the forefront, helping our citizens, and to you, our Métis citizens. It's an honor to work for you and with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much again, President Chartrand. She is one of the busiest ministers we have here at the Manitoba Métis Federation, obviously co-chairing the COVID response committee, as well as these two departments that are really becoming an integral part of everything we do here, early learning, childcare, and health and wellness. And she's doing an excellent job in organizing these because they are the heart and soul of who of protecting who we are, not just Métis citizens, but our families and communities as well. So thank you very much, Minister Chartrand. So I'm looking to see if we can have a mover and seconder and or discussion. Joan Church has her hand up first.
Good morning. Good morning, Fran. My question, you were speaking about the eyeglasses program and somebody come and knocked on my door and I missed part of what you said. I want to know about the eyeglass program, and there's that $25,000 threshold. Is there some way of like, am I still able to apply? Like, or to qualify?
So Joan, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the city of Winnipeg, we have a partnership with Prairie Eye Care. So if you have your citizenship card and you go into Prairie Eye Care into the city of Winnipeg, they have three locations: St. Vital, Northgate, and I believe Polo Park. But I'll check on that for sure. Your glasses will be $150. So this is a company that we formed a partnership with. So we just started our partnership before COVID hit. So as soon as COVID restrictions lift, what we're going to do is we're going to try and work with all the vice presidents across the province, and we're going to go to their offices and we're going to set up a clinic where all our citizens, whether you're 21, whether you're 55, that you can apply for glasses with that company. And as we build along and we have our 5-year and 10-year strategic plans, these programs and services will be for all citizens across the province of Manitoba.
Okay, so
yes, you can apply.
So what I'm hearing is if I'm making over 25,000 a year, I would pay $150 for my glasses.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what you're hearing.
Okay, good, thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to move Minister Chartrand's report.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover to accept. Our next hand up in the air is Jason Lasician.
Yeah, I'd like to add a comment there. There's something that was missed in the addictions part there with the opioid. Alcoholism was a big thing in our culture and that, and we gotta kind of put that into aspect of our
Addiction
management. And with this COVID, I know it probably took a jump, and we have to look out for people in this situation and help them out. I do second the motion, but I think that's something that should be added into the report, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, we are looking at it. We're looking about, we look at addictions and we look at wellness. We look at opioid drugs. We're working with, we got funding from the federal government to do an opioid research. So we're going to come down to your communities. And when we come down to your communities, we'll make sure the staff contact you, because we're going to do surveys and we're going to find out what resources and what supports you want in your communities. Only the citizens across the province can tell us what they want and what they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Chartrand, and thank you, Jason. I have a few more questions. I have someone from the Northwest region. That's Fran. She already raised her hand. Barbara Bruce.
Okay, thank you, Minister Chartrand, for your report. I can't see her now. I don't know why. Oh, there she is. I wanted to ask Minister, you mentioned some camps for youth, and it's in the Northwest and Southwest. And I've heard about your camps, and it's been, I even want to go to the camp. But I'd like it if the Métis government could think about camps for all the regions for youth, because it's so necessary. Some of our kids don't know their identity, they don't know their culture. And from what I hear from your camps, they just, they're so good and excellent. So just a gentle reminder, maybe to include other regions in regards to that. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Thank you. So as you heard President Chartrand's State of the Métis Nation address, we're going to start working on land-based programming in camps right across the province of Manitoba. I believe we're investing $1 million to make sure that these camps are situated all across the province of Manitoba. And with our camps that we have in Northwest and Southwest, it's a partnership we built with the University of Manitoba where we received extra funding. So now with the national identity conference that we attended last weekend, we see that the need is out there. So we're working with all the vice presidents across the province, and Minister Janai will make sure that these camps are available all across the province of Manitoba.
Excellent. Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Barbara. I have Roger Smith is next.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Roger.
Okay, no, mine, just a quick question on this 65 plus for the drug health and wellness program. That 25,000 net, is that per person or is that as a couple? Like for myself and Mona, we're both in the same household. We're both past that age, I guess, pretty much. Like, so does that income include us together or is it just me, myself? Just a quick question, thanks.
So how it works, Mr. Smith, is it's an individual person, an individual application. So it's 25,000 net, not gross. So it'll go by your pharmacare deductible and our staff can walk you through the whole process. So good news for the Métis citizens across the province of Manitoba. Effective April 1st, we're gonna lower the age to 55 years. So on April 1st, as soon as you get your pharmacare deductible, can you please contact your regional office and work with your Métis Community Liaison Department worker, and she will assist you with your intake. And if you need any help or any forms or anything regarding income tax supplement, please contact your Métis Community Liaison worker. I want to give a shout out to Minister Andrew Carrier and his team. They're at the local level ensuring that we have programs and services to help all of our elders and citizens across the province. And people may think it's income tax is just like a little service. It's a big service when you're living on limited income. Because if you go to H&R Block to do your income tax, it'll cost you anywhere from $100 to $300. So if you come to our office, our staff are available to assist you and ensure that your income tax are done.
Thank you very much for the question, Roger, and for the response, Minister. And I have Shirley Langan as our last hand up. Can we go to Shirley?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You betcha.
Yes. Okay. Minister Chartrand, I really want to commend you for all of your hard work and dedication, you know, for your health portfolio. This is so, so important because a lot of our people fall through the cracks. I just wanted to also add that perhaps even to have mentors who have gone through cancer, or perhaps a family member has gone through cancer, and sometimes it's if somebody has did the walk, they're so able to help others. I know that's something that I'd be willing to assist with. And I just want to make a comment about the daycares. That is so refreshing because there is so much discrimination that still exists within the system. And I wish there was this when my boys were young, because and there's also like a lot of kids that enter the school system or even prior, who were born with disabilities through no fault of their own. And I think having our own daycares would make the world a difference. Secondly, is so far as the eye care and the meds, that's really great. I was just wondering, is there one cost for eye testing as well, or does it depend on your income so far as the eye testing? Thank you, Fran. Minister Shortran.
Thank you very much. So when you go in, I believe with Prairie Eye Care, there's one testing. Because when you go for eye testing across the province of Manitoba, it's not regulated. So for example, some of our elders are doing their eye testing in Swan River, and they could pay anywhere from $100 to $300. Then you could go for eye testing up north, and it could be $400. So we're trying to look at how we can regulate and how we could assist that. If you're 65 and over, we'll assist you up if you make less than 25,000 net. And now April 1st, it'll be 55 and under. So there was also a lot of concerns regarding the daycares, the pharmacies. So what we're working on is great news in the city of Dauphin. We're going to be opening our second pharmacy. So we're expanding because a lot of our elders are concerned about getting their medication, making sure it's arriving on time. And you don't know right now with COVID-19 and all the problems that we're having with the mail system. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we're going to expand and put a pharmacy right in center of the province in Manitoba. And because we believe in economic development and building, ensuring that all the money that we do make goes back into our programming. So we're also even moving into Saskatchewan, where we're going to build a pharmacy in the town of Yorkton. So all the money that we generate from our bills goes back into programming for you, our citizens across the province. We're also working with the federal government. I want to thank Al and his team, because we're also looking at negotiating the health legislation. So that will take a major effect for all of us across the province of Manitoba. So when we have our annual assembly in October, I'll make sure that we have a full report, and we'll have all the information and what it means to the Metis citizens across the province of Manitoba. Thank you very much, Shirley. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much, Shirley and Minister Chartrand. I have one last hand up, and then I'm going to go to the next report, which is energy and infrastructure for Minister Jack Park. But in the meantime, we're going to ask Doreen Gallagher to ask her question.
Good morning. I'd like to thank everybody out there, but I just have one quick question. You had said that there's a company in Winnipeg that's got 3 locations that you can get your eyeglasses from. Can you state that company again so I can write it down?
Prairie Eye Care.
Prairie, P-R-A-I-R. Perfect. Thank you very much.
So we want to make sure that you guys will tell us what your needs are. So we'll be doing a survey when we get to see each other face to face. And then you guys will tell us what kind of programs and what kind of services you need. And I always say, if you live in Winnipeg, you live in Churchill, or you live in Dauphin, we want to make sure you get the same kind of programs and services for all Métis citizens across the province. Thank you guys for supporting me and making me your Minister of Health.
Thank you again. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you very much to Minister Chartrand. We're going to go to the poll now for the motion, which we have a mover and seconder for, to accept the report on health and wellness as presented by Minister Francis Chartrand. And while we're waiting for this, I just wanted to once again say what an awesome time that we had last night with The Beat Goes On, the special annual General Assembly edition of The Beat Goes On. We had some amazing artists, musicians, singers, dancers, just a really good sample of our Métis culture, which is so alive and vibrant here in the heart and soul of the Métis Nation in Red River. And we have a vote, and it looks, it is carried unanimously. I can't read that far. One, okay, one opposed. And again, if if there's those abstentions and opposition, if you would like to have your name recorded, you can send that in as well. But that motion was overwhelmingly supported. So thanks very much to Minister Chartrand for both your reports. Very much appreciated. We're going to keep moving here today. As I think I suggested earlier, we're going to shorten up lunch since you're all, not all, but a lot of you are in your kitchens, and you can just grab whatever you had made for lunch, but we want to try to keep this moving along as much as possible. So our next presenter is Minister Jack Park, and he is the minister responsible for energy and infrastructure, and he has a video which we're going to run now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2020 Manitoba Métis Federation Annual General Assembly, done virtually this year for the first, and we're quite proud to bring it to you live and in person. So my name is Jack Park. I'm the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, and energy and infrastructure is focused on a number of industry sectors, including natural gas and oil pipelines, hydro transmission and generation, nuclear energy, and major infrastructure projects such as roads and water diversion projects. The IAMC was created to provide ongoing monitoring and engagement throughout the life cycle of the project. Your Métis government has successfully negotiated a number of agreements that have in turn led to successful working relationships with proponents who recognize and respect the role of the Métis government and the rights of our Métis citizens. Manitoba Hydro is in the midst of constructing or proposing to construct a variety of projects across Manitoba, including the transmission line to Minnesota, the Safetel complex, and the Bertle line from St. Lazare to the Saskatchewan border. The images on this slide are from the on-site monitoring of these projects and are examples of the level of disrespect the provincial government shows to our citizens and their heritage resources. Manitoba Infrastructure is proposing to construct P6, an all-season road linking Manto CP Cree Nation, Benopany Cree Nation, and Gauze Lake First Nation, and the Lake Manitoba Lake St. Martin Outlet Channels project. Canadian Premium Sand Incorporated has been approved to construct the Wanapago Silica Sand project near Manicatogan. The proposed project has a projected life of more than 50 years and includes an open pit silica sand mine, a silica sand processing facility, 6-kilometer access road, 6-kilometer power line, and progressive annual site reclamation. To date, Manitoba has not consulted with your Métis government on any of these projects. The MMF has filed an appeal to the Environment Act license on MMTP and the Silica Sand project, and will file a judicial review of the decisions made on the Outlet Channels project if Manitoba continues to disrespect the rights of our citizens. Your Métis government is proud to report that our Métis monitoring program has participated in the monitoring of Enbridge's Line 3 project, the decommissioning of Canadian Nuclear Laboratories nuclear reactor in Pinawa, Manitoba Hydro's MMTP and Bertle transmission projects, and the site of CN's oil spill at St. Lazare. I encourage you to review the material in the Energy and Infrastructure section of your AGA book. The E&I department has been very busy over the past 12 months and has been working diligently on a variety of projects across Manitoba. We have participated in environmental assessments, regulatory processes, consultation and engagement meetings, and monitoring opportunities so that the Métis-specific information perspectives are integrated into proposed projects and our rights, claims, and interests are protected. Our department has also worked with Canada to improve federal legislation and ensure that Métis-specific concerns and priorities are not only considered, but reflected in the legislation itself. If you have any questions, concerns, or comments, please feel free to follow up directly with the Director of the Department, Marcy Riel. In closing, I want to thank you all for your continued support the supportive cabinet and the direction that is given to me as a minister responsible for this file. I'm also proud to report that as comes with this file is that I'm the chairman of Metis N4 Construction, and we too are quite busy, as you'll hear throughout the AGA. So everybody, please take care, protect one another, and ensure that you conquer this virus like the rest of us are doing. So once again, thank you very much for your continued support.
Thank you very much, Minister Park. We're going to look for a mover and seconder for the motion here. Any discussion on Minister Park's report? I want to apologize for the sound gremlin that still keeps coming after us here. Just a second here. I can't hear when people are talking. Okay. We are going to look for, we got some hands up for Minister Park's report. Again, I apologize for the sound. We're working on that as well. That's going to be something we're going to be doing after when we take our lunch break. To be quite honest, you know, when I was growing up, I learned how to trap from my dad. And when I was just a little kid, I set snares for rabbits. And honestly, at lunchtime, I'm going to go down to Cabela's, get some snare wire, and we're going to set these gremlin traps for that sound gremlin who's in here, because it's a little disconcerting when I know that our citizens are really interested in what's going on with what our ministers have been doing for the last year and a bit. And we want to make sure that you have every opportunity to be able to listen and hear. And if I'm going out of line a little bit, I think it would be important that we could take every minister's report and have those available online as well on our website. So that'll be something I will discuss with our technical team on that, so that people can make sure that they, you know, everyone has interests on different things. Some are very interested in child and family, some are interested in housing, some are interested in employment and training. We want to make sure that you have access to those reports, what your government is doing for you night and day. So with that, I'm going to turn to Joan Church, who has her hand up first.
Yes, I would like to move to accept Minister Park's report.
Thank you very much, Joan. And then I have Shirley Langen has her hand up next.
Excellent report, Minister Park, and I'll move to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan and Shirley. Thank you, Joan and Shirley. You guys are very quick off the hop here with raising your hands. I like it. So if we have I don't see any more discussion on this report. So what I'm going to look for now is the poll to have the motion on the floor, which is to accept Minister Jack Park's report as presented on energy and infrastructure. All in favor, all opposed, all abstaining. I think we're getting the hang of it, more or less. Test, test, test. Can you hear me in the virtual world?
Yeah. Yep, I can
Not
hear
just
you.
in this room. Can you hear me at home? They can hear me? Excellent, right on. So how are we doing? I need somebody to carry it over to me so I can see. Yeah. My glasses, I'm going to need to, I'm not 55 yet, but I'm going to need some sunglasses, or I'm going to need some eyeglasses pretty soon too. And when I do, I'm going to be talking to Minister Francis Chartrand. Obviously, that's a big need in the Métis community when your chair can't even read from 10 feet away. So that motion was passed unanimously. Thank you very much for that. And we will, we're going to turn to, this is not on the agenda, but I think it's really, really important for us to understand some of the things that the MMF is doing to make not just the Métis Nation a better place, not just Manitoba, and not just Canada, but making the world a better place. And I would like to ask President Chartrand to introduce a video right now on some of the important things that we're doing to help fellow Indigenous peoples across the globe. So President Chartrand, the microphone is yours. Keep on. So after the president makes the introduction of the video, we're going to have one last report. And that report, before we go to lunch, that report will be from Minister Denise Thomas on engagement and consultation. And then, as I said, we're going to have a short break for lunch, be 20 minutes, and then we'll move into the rest of the agenda. President Chartrand. Oh my gosh.
Hey. How do you think about that, huh? There you go. That's what it's supposed to be wearing. This is my hunting cap when I go out there. Smile, Andrea. You look like you're wondering what the hell just shocked you. Anyways, this is actually, I think Will's father made this, and it's been in my office for at least over 10 years. So I thought I'd put a little laughter into your mind. I know we apologize again for losing the audience. There's all these computers you wouldn't believe inside here. There's whatever they're doing, they're running back and forth because they got to adjust the sound on each speaker, going back from the TV world back at the people here. And that's, I heard Will make his best speech ever. I never heard a word he said. So, so I think it's good to see that our technical team is trying. Their president's getting grouchy in his office. I can't hear a word either. So, but they're jumping back and forth here, trying to figure out how to readjust the volume every time, because sometimes you hear the peak go right up and then come right down. So I hope you heard. I heard Shirley say that's the best presentation I ever heard for Jack Park also, and I didn't hear a word Jack Park said. So, but he does have a very busy file. He has definitely invested a lot of his energy and time and making N4, in fact, is very fortunate to the amount of money that N4 has made for us throughout the time. Also, I want to thank Minister Chartrand for her presentation on health. I just want to remind all our listeners, you heard me speak on this. We are opening our second pharmacy, but I need your support. I need you as the locals to push your people to come to our pharmacy. But I'll tell you why. All of this free medication, we're going down to 55 HUP from 55 older, starting April 1st. And our goal, of course, is to try to provide the optical services, all of the rest, all that revenue we're earning from the pharmacy is going to that. We're not taking a penny here at the Federation. But if I don't get enough customers, then I have less revenue. And then people say, like Joan said, or can't remember her name there. She was on there. She just asked a question, location, spelling the name, and of the Prairie location. But when you look at it from that side, that revenue is not coming from the government of Manitoba, the government of Canada. It's coming directly from your own business ventures. So this pharmacy is yours. And every time you take a prescription from there, every penny earned is going to go back to programs. So when the minister is expressing this to you, 55 up, she's actually trying to give you a heads up, support the pharmacy. We have the same prescriptions as shoppers, anybody else. Generic drugs is where the money is. Same name, just a different piece of paper on it. But at the same time, it's an identical drug in those bottles. So we need you to keep on supporting it so we can expand our programs further. Like when Roger asked, is it 25,000 net for an individual? Yes, it is, Roger. So because we want to make sure we're not going to try to set it up in a way where we can't get to you. We're trying to get to you and service you and then provide it for free. So from that standpoint, I again heard you. The more that come to the pharmacy, the more revenue we make, the more programs we can put out for you and make sure we get them. If glasses are $150, eventually maybe it'll be less, maybe it'll be $50, maybe it'll be free, because we'll make enough revenue to start covering those aspects. And Jason, to your question, we already bought buildings. We are looking at rehabilitation and a drug assistance program where we can actually start doing a treatment facility for our citizens. Because if you wait for AFM and all the other programs, there's sometimes a year or 2 year waiting or 3 years. You can't even get in. So we're trying to start our own programs now. We bought several buildings already. We bought some massive chunks of lands with buildings we're on. So we're renovating them right now, and we're looking at the shelters. We're looking at these again are not funded right now by anybody, just us. We're buying the capitalization and we're pushing programs to Canada right now. But at the end of the day, we are planning to open a drug and treatment facility so our people have a place to go and their families can count on their government to be there when they need them most. And if people want to talk about, you don't know what you're talking about, Chartrand, I know what I'm talking about. My family went through it, and I'm still going through it with my son. And so it's a challenge for everybody. And I know how hard it is for a family. And even with all my affluent power and everything, I can't do nothing. When my son is in that state, he gets caught up in that world. I'm scared there's gonna be a knock on my door one day and the police officer is gonna tell me my son is no longer alive. So it's a challenge, my friends, and that's why we're pushing this hard. And yes, you can say, well, Chartrand, you got a job, you can get it done. No, my son has you have to want to change before it works. If you don't want to change, I don't care what treatment facility you go to or where you go, it ain't gonna work. You have to want to change. And so that's what we're doing right now. So I'm happy that Jason asked that question, but I really want to push this agenda on the health file. Now, one of the things that we've been doing, of course, from an economic standpoint, is we're investing our plans for the future. We know that there are opportunities and the world is small. And so we've been going to Colombia now for several years, working with the indigenous people of Colombia. And we've been investing in partnership with Colombia and showing them that the Métis Nation here and our economic engines and our challenges and some of the stuff they're doing are similar in challenge. But their commodities that they have, whereas the coffee, the panela, we're actually exploring the panela right now. And just where people say, what the hell's panela? Like I would be the same thing if I were you, if they didn't tell me what it was. I would say, what the hell's panela? Well, panela is actually natural sugar. It's made right from their own hands. And it's all made in the villages. And the indigenous people make the panela. So we're studying right now to see how that particular product, which is sugar, of course, not done with all of the white sugar you would get and all the other ingredients put into this process. This is pure sugar made directly from the indigenous people. So we're doing a study. We're probably going to work with Red River College, and we're going to set up the benefits for those with diabetes and so forth. Is panela better? And if panela is better, then we're looking at buying a vast amount of that product and bringing it into Manitoba and then getting it to our people and possibly for free. We'll put it into our people's houses so people can start using that new product. So we're also looking at the coffee and different, you wouldn't believe their products. The products they have there when it comes to vegetables and other particular ingredients that you would use on a daily basis, phenomenal, because they have perfect land base for growing. What they don't have is a marketing sales. So we're working with them to start a partnership and create maybe a cooperation where we work together, bring their product in, sell it for them, and then we, of course, make revenue. They make revenue, but we bring a good product home to us. For example, even the sachets we're doing, we'd hope we'd start making sachets here with our own communities, start buying from our own villages. But over there, because basically they cost, they're on their own. And it's not like in our country where you can have some supports to come your way. In that country, you either sell a product, make a product, or go on a corner streets to sell your products to make pennies on a dollar to try to get funding into buy food for your family. They actually will make sachets for us, and an unbelievable quality of sachets. We just bought some from them, which we will probably would have been given to everybody here, but we'll be having them at the assembly come October. So I want to share a video with you. As most of you know, we brought them into our assembly. They came and gave us great support. They showed us their culture, their dance. And I don't know if a lot of you will remember that were there. They did kind of a square dance type dance. You remember that, Jacqueline? It was really different. It was really unique. And you watch them. Then they had the kind of the First Nation kind of movements in their, and then the animals in their dance and honor to the animals. So it was quite fascinating to watch them. And so, but they're definitely hard working people. And I believe the opportunity for economically is strong. So we've been investing in supporting with them. We supported them on tourism. They're trying to get, they're very much into the environment and they wanted to promote tourism. But when you went to their villages, their washrooms, they had 2 washrooms for male and female. They were just in shambles. Like it just, I said, nobody's going to want to come here if they see this. Think of a bus tour. How are you going to get businesses for you? So they're asking us to help them, which we are doing. And we help build some washrooms for them. And then now they're marketing their tourism. But from there, the next step was, well, okay, how can we work further on developing that relationship? So that's when we started looking at the product base now. And I had them coming right from the Amazon jungles and so forth, bringing all their different variety of products. And I'll show you the, I got #1 sash because I'm lucky I'm the president, but just for people to see, this is the quality that's coming from them. And we're saving a lot of money. There's no disrespect to anybody else. We're saving a lot of money getting the product directly, but we created about 60 jobs just to get this these sashes into our province. But what I see of great value is how they're recognizing the Métis Nation. In fact, over there, they see me as a very, very important man. Maybe they don't see me that way in Canada, but I tell you over there, even the president of Colombia met me at the airport, and we had a very good discussion and potential opportunity of how the Métis Nation can partner economically with indigenous people of Colombia. So, and I know Colombia is known before drug, cocaine, right? Well, most of that has been pushed completely out. It's only by Venezuela in that particular place right now. So there's a lot of economic engines. They're like us 50 years ago, 70 years ago, 80 years ago. We're struggling and trying to make ends meet. And we're still struggling today, but not as bad as they are today. But I want to show you how appreciative they are to you, to our community, to our families. And because we knew when COVID hit them, they had nowhere to go because most of their money they're made in the corner streets selling their product. When it shut down, where did they get their money? And so how do they feed themselves? They hunt a lot, and there's a big villages, trust me, and they live in their mud huts, a lot of them. But they live in their villages and support each other. So what we did is we sent them supplies. We got some orders from China. We sent them some masks, some hand sanitizers, and some other products to help them during this challenging time. But we also sent them money to buy food. And they went to the villages, and I want to show you their appreciation so you can feel it yourself, as I did on your behalf as a leader, to show who we are, how kind we are, how hardworking we are, but that we're a generous people and a caring people. So we sent that to Colombia. This is also going to continue to build our relationship and the future of our trade and economic development with them. So enjoy this video. It's all in their language, of course, they speak, but you'll see written down in the bottom of the screen, and you can read what their appreciation is, but you'll see how thankful they are. And you'll see one which is called, in fact, he's the spiritual leader, Mamos is the name. And just so you'll remember, if I told you the story, to become a Mamos, the spiritual leader, you're taken at birth. You're taken as a child right at birth. Your parents are there, but they don't live with you. They live next door to you in the hut. And they come to feed you, take care of you, but you stay amongst the other elders, the spiritual leaders. And you'll not go out of your hut in a daytime for 12 years. They teach you the stars. You learn everything about the stars. The stars are just like if you ever watch those movies, it is real. The stars are very pivotal to leading how they think and how they think about the environment and the world. And so a child, to reach that spiritual level of the leader of the community, you stay in that hut for, I don't know what it does, the damage to your eyes or not, but you do not go out in the daytime for 12 years. Until your 12th birthday, then you start to go out in the daytime. But at night, you're taught all about the stars. And so it's amazing you listen to how they have progressed as a people. But I guarantee you one thing, they're just like us, hard working people. So I hope you enjoyed the video. But again, it's on compliments of your government and helping out somebody else in need. And it sends a powerful message of what kindness can do. And you'll hear the Mamo say this, and then you remember this very clearly, what he says. He says, the cure to the virus of COVID is kindness. That's the cure, he said. So play it out, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it doesn't cut off, and because the volume doesn't really matter because they don't speak English, but there'll be translators in the bottom there. Okay, I hope you enjoyed it.
Con muchísima emoción reportamos este primer embarque de alimentos y productos de aseo con destino a Pueblo Bello en el Cesar y la comunidad de Los Pastos en Nariño, fruto del estrecho vínculo de amistad y hermandad con la comunidad Metis de Canadá. Padres, hijos y abuelos del mundo han estrechado sus brazos de fraternidad, que hoy se convirtieron en brazos fuertes de solidaridad. Con cientos de ayuda mitigaremos grandes necesidades.
Agradecer de manera muy especial a David Chaltrán, a nuestro hermano indígena y a toda su organización del pueblo Metis, Manitoba, Canadá, a Alejandro Gómez como representante de AIDE, a Eric, que ha sido un apoyo también incondicional, y hemos logrado algunos apoyos importantes. El primero de ellos es un intercambio cultural que se pudo hacer con el Cabildo Quillacinga, de donde estamos ahorita, en cabeza del Taita de Frena Chicanoy. Ojalá sigamos estrechando esos lazos de hermandad y haciendo convenios que van a beneficiar a los dos pueblos hermanos indígenas.
Mi nombre es José Frena Chicanoy, gobernador de la comunidad indígena de Ogonuco, pueblo Quillacinga. Yo pienso que en esto tiene que haber una buena articulación, una buena gestión, y en eso pues agradecerle, ¿no? a Germán y a Alejandro y a todos los que han hecho posible que nos llegue esta ayuda. Y de hecho pues nosotros también mandarle ese agradecimiento al presidente David y a toda su comunidad, a todo su pueblo Metis de Canadá y a todos los pueblos de la parte norte de este continente.
Desde la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, Colombia, del corazón del mundo, en este día 10 de mayo, desde el 2020, desde aquí, queremos dar toda nuestra gratitud al presidente David Chartrán del pueblo o la comunidad de Manitoba, pero también a toda la cadena que se ha unido en un lazo de solidaridad para ayudar a nuestra comunidad indígena, arhuaca, productores en la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. Desde aquí les mandamos toda nuestra gratitud. Le mandamos rayos de amor, esferas fluorescentes de luz para todo el pueblo Manitoba. Este pueblo está muy agradecido por esa solidaridad, por esa bondad que en sí mismo ya es una vacuna o es una especie de antivirus a todos los males que aquejan a la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
En nombre de nosotras las mujeres indígenas arhuacas de Seinecu, el Pueblo Bello, Nausima, Queyelba y la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, queremos agradecer con todo el corazón a nuestros hermanos indígenas Metis del pueblo de los Manitobas de Canadá por sus ayudas humanitarias que nos están brindando, ya sea de aseo y también ayudas alimentarias. A NC Development también queremos agradecerle por ser tan solidarios con nosotros y ayudarnos en estos tiempos tan difíciles de pandemia y ayudar a que nosotros pensemos que todo esto se puede superar y cada vez podemos salir más adelante. Y si nos echamos hacia atrás sería para coger más impulso. Les queremos dar los más sinceros agradecimientos a ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a las visitas del presidente David Chartrán a Colombia y su equipo asesor, tendremos también lazos de solidaridad para atender las necesidades con material biomédico. Gracias al equipo de Ancestral and Development y de las comunidades, hemos logrado desarrollar vínculos reales de hermandad.
I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Shake your head if you can hear me, because this sound system has been going crazy. So that is a testament to the work that the Métis government's doing. As I said, not only are we helping here, whether it's putting $1 million to cancer care, now putting $1 million to helping lost and indigenous murdered women, boys, and girls. So it shows you that the Federation has really gone to another level in its support of helping those that need us. So, but this is going to be, I think, for me, much bigger and broader. I look at the economic opportunity that exists between us and the indigenous people of Colombia. They've actually got now in their own government a legislation that allows the indigenous people to allow to be trading with other indigenous people in the world. So that's so big for them because that opened up everything for them that they can now trade back with us in Canada. Before it couldn't, they had to go through the government. They went through the bureaucrats of systems, and now they have now been able to lobby amongst them. And one of them, in fact, was an elected official there. He did not succeed in the last election, but he was elected by the people in that area, and somebody else is taking over. But at the end of the day, when you look at the potential opportunities, I said, we're working diligently to try to see how those products can be bought here, whether we start coffee businesses or like panela or any of the commodities they have. I think the opportunity is so powerful, and not that we want to take advantage of them. I'll make it very clear. I already told them, for example, I think they're selling their coffee for $1 or something in some places a pound. And while of course you buy that same coffee here in Canada, you're sometimes paying $14, $16. So to buy that high-end coffee. And so I said to them and try to educate them, the money you're making in that sectoral side, there's more money on the retail side. So if we can bring your product, if you can buy it from you at that lower rate, we can bring it up here and sell it at a higher rate. We both can make money. So we're looking at that possibility of partnership, but at the same time, we were there to help them when they needed somebody. They needed more than any time was during the COVID. So your government was there to help them out. And as I said, we're extending our arm. The world is small, my friends, and we need to really broaden the scope of our business empire and look at how broad we can take all of the chances of bringing new commodity of business into our own province and that actually go back to the people as we make revenue. So I hope you enjoyed it. It showed great sense of honor, pride of each of and every one of you. This is, of course, on behalf of your community, behalf of all of our citizens, and your government is working hard to keep these partnerships evolving across not only Manitoba, Canada, North America, but the world. So thank you very much, and I will let you go back to your lunch. I can't see anybody if you're eating. You're diligent people. You probably eat quietly. I think the ones that are eating is the ones that shut the camera off. They don't want nobody to see them shoving a fork of food inside their mouth. So enjoy your food for a break, and I will join you later on. So again, thank you very much. And I'm very, very proud as your leader to be creating these new partnerships and somewhere else in the world. And I look forward to that. And I hope that panel does strike to be what I think it could be. If it is, I think you're going to be very proud. And I know many people have diabetes in our community. If that panel is going to be a new form of bringing down your sugar to a level versus using white sugar or else that twin, you call it, in different forms of sugar that are already, shouldn't use the word contaminated, but there's a different name they talk when they take sugar and then they turn it into something else. I forgot what the phrase, nobody's helping me here. I don't know all these people sitting here. Nobody's sharing with me what, refined, that's the word. There, I couldn't understand what the word was. Refined sugar. This is pure sugar, like Grandpa Don's honey, pure honey. Anyway, so thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Awesome. Thanks, President Chartrand. And that was an excellent video. And I know that, sometimes there's so much going on in the Métis Federation. I don't know how President Chartrand does it. You honestly can't see from one end to the other at some points. It's so big. But that was an excellent video for us to go into lunch. So what I just wanted to have a quick explanation here. It was explained to me, and hopefully it'll make sense to some of you out in the virtual world, and others just take it for what it's worth. So we're in a room here. We've got all of our TV crew, our IT crew, our support people, and at some points there is a little bit of volume in here. We're trying to keep it down a little bit, but when there's stuff going on and needs to be discussions, conversations, the volume of the discussions, conversations rise a little bit in this room. Zoom is listening. I'm not sure if Zoom's alive or not, but apparently Zoom is listening, and it compensates by bringing the volume down. And then so it's almost like a gremlin, because we got the volume set properly, and then Zoom says, oh no, I need to do this for these guys because they need some help. Especially Adam needs help. So Zoom tries to help Adam by bringing the volume down, and then we're scrambling because it looks like there's some little gremlin going around doing that for us. So we've disabled that function. So now sound should be on. And if it's not, I'll be coming back and apologizing again, but no, I think we've got it all worked out. So we're going to go to lunch now. It's 12:34, so we're gonna take 26 minutes. 1 o'clock sharp, we're going to be going back on the agenda, and we're looking at the next item, which is Minister Denise Thomas, and she has a report, video report on her engagement and consultation portfolio. So we will look forward to that. In the meantime, everyone, enjoy your lunch, and thank you again for your patience. You guys are awesome, and all your participation is very much appreciated as well. Have a great lunch. While lunch is going on, the illustrator will be doing some work for us here. So we're going to flip it over to the illustrator, and she's going to hopefully pick on some of the people here who pick on me all the time. So I think that was Roger that I was looking at before, right? Anyways, we're looking forward to seeing what's happening. And as always, I have received a few selfies. Keep them on coming. Have a great lunch. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks.
busting bow hairs. There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you guys had a good lunch. I know that as President Chartrand said, you probably started a little early while Minister Jack Park was making his report, and but everyone, I want to say thank you to all those ministers who made their reports so far today. Minister Mayor, Minister LaPlante, Minister Chartrand, and Minister Jack Park. Really, really appreciate it. All kinds of great work that's happening across the Manitoba Métis community, and we're really, really proud of our leaders who are there, but also very proud of all of our local leaders who are online and spending the weekend with us as we do the business of the Métis government here in Manitoba. Much, much appreciated. So we're going to move on to our next item, which is Minister Denise Thomas. She is the minister responsible for engagement and consultation, which is an extremely important aspect of what we're doing here, because it opens the doors for us to be engaged on all kinds of things, whether it's economic development, the environment, harvesting rights. That's where engagement and consultation comes from, and they set the stage for us. So I would like to turn the microphone. I think we have a video report from Minister Thomas, and we'll jump to that right now.
Hello, everyone, and thank you to President Chartrand for bringing us all together virtually to meet at our annual General Assembly during these extraordinary times of COVID. I would like to take this opportunity to reassure you that consultation continues to be a top priority for our Métis government. In fact, some of you may remember at the 2007 AGA, the MMF unanimously passed Resolution 8. At that time, our citizens mandated a single window approach for all engagement and consultation notifications to be facilitated to the MMF Home Office. The Engagement and Consultation Department was established in 2013 and works to address the high volume of projects and plans that may affect our rights, interests, or claims. To ensure the MMF is being meaningfully engaged and consulted, the MMF developed the Resolution 8 framework, which must be followed by all proponents and the Crown. There are 5 phases of Resolution 8. Phase 1, notice and response. Phase 2, research and capacity. Phase 3, engagement and consultation. Phase 4, partnership and accommodation, and Phase 5, implementation. Each phase is an integral part of the entire resolution, number 8, framework, and must be successfully completed before moving into the next phase. All 5 phases are required for meaningful consultation with the community. The department works closely with all MMF departments and affiliates to provide assistance on projects with engagement and consultation. Components including community meetings, traditional land use and knowledge studies, and validation meetings. During the 2019 and 2020 fiscal year, the department met with governments and proponents on topics within the natural resources and social sectors. They also hosted and attended meetings related to an emergency fishers meeting, additions to reserves, climate change, and forestry. As you are aware, the MMF put health and safety of our community first and ceased in-person community meetings due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This pause of in-person meetings included the proponents of 2 major consultations: strengthen economic development consultation and a consultation on the implementation of Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families. The strengthen economic development consultation was planned for the MMF to hold discussions with our citizens about ways to strengthen the economic well-being of our community. The consultation on Bill C-92 is important to our citizens as the bill provides Indigenous groups with the ability to design and deliver child and family services solutions that best suit the needs of their community. Our plan is to hold these consultations virtually in 2021. Despite the pause of in-person community meetings, continuing to consult with our community is priority for your Métis government, as the work of the federal and provincial governments and proponents has not ceased. To accommodate this, the department has been working to design innovative solutions to hold community meetings in a virtual manner. Solutions include connecting with our citizens across the province of Manitoba through video and teleconference software. There are many factors to consider, and the department is looking to deliver the same community meetings standard that our citizens expect in person, virtually. In conjunction with the Minister responsible for Child and Family Services, Minister Biors, the department was able to look at the virtual possibility of hosting the Bill C-92 consultation in early 2021. It is exciting to see our ideas surrounding virtual consultation come to life. Thank you for your time today. Please enjoy the assembly and hope I will get to see you soon. And Jasmine, the director, can be reached at MMF 586-8474. Thank you.
Thank you again, Minister Denise Thomas. Much appreciated. And as I said earlier, this department is one of the most important cogs in the machine that is your Métis government to make sure that we have our say, both in consultation with other levels of government, but also, as you can see, within our Métis government. So much appreciated for the presentation by Minister Denise Thomas. So I'm going to be looking for a couple of movers and seconders for a motion that would accept Minister Thomas's report as presented. I see Southeast region, Southeast. I don't know who that is, but Southeast, you're up. Sean Nault makes the motion. Is that what I'm seeing? Yes. Okay. Sean Nault is making the motion to accept the minister's report. I see Rochelle R. is next.
I would like to second the motion.
Excellent. Thank you, Rochelle. And I have two other hands one hand left. So we have a motion on the table and discussion on that motion. Ken Lodge has his hand up. Ken just wanted a second. So thanks. Anyways, Ken, somebody got their finger on that button faster than you did. So we have to, we're going to got to get you trained to get that finger on there fast. So any other discussion on this motion? And I see no hands coming up. So I will look to the tech team to put up the poll. Again, it is a motion to accept the engagement and consultation report as presented by Minister Denise Thomas. And we'll give you a bit of time here to vote in this poll on this motion. And in the meantime, I wanted to let everyone know that where did I go here? I'm losing my train of thought. The mini AGA, again, is happening Monday and Tuesday. Unfortunately, the spots are all full, but that just tells you how popular this is going to be. There's already 90 participants in there. We have still a full schedule of reports coming down in the next for the next part of the afternoon. We're going to continue to move forward real quickly, and the motion is carried, and it is carried unanimously. So thanks very much to everyone who took part in the vote. Much appreciated. And thanks again to Minister Denise Thomas for the excellent report. So this next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reports, I am going to ask my colleague and co-chair Mark Leclerc if he will take over for those next 5 presentations. Mark Leclerc.
Thank you, co-chair. And to put you right back on the firing line or your video, we're going to hear from the Minister of Housing. That is, of course, Will Goodon.
Goodon, and I am really proud to be coming to you today as the Minister of Housing and Property Management. We're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're going to be splitting up housing report from property management, so we'll get to the properties in just a little bit. But today we're going to be talking about housing, and I'm really excited about it. Before I start, I want to say a big thank you to our elder for the prayer. Always want to say thanks to all of our elders and our Métis veterans who have taken us to where we are today so that we can see these successes that people have been working for decades and decades on. I want to say thank you to obviously my fellow cabinet members, some of the most hardworking people that I have ever worked with in my life, and people who are dedicated to serving Métis citizens. And then to say thank you to our president, David Chartrand. It goes without saying that all the work that he's done for over 20 years is becoming realized now with the successes we're seeing in all kinds of programs and our rights. You know, housing is one of those examples where we were 20 years ago and where we are today, it's a stark contrast. I also want to give a big thanks to our Métis youth. I've been thinking about how important our youth are, and I don't want to just say that as something that you know is obligatory, but the fact that our Métis youth are taking the reins and helping show the way along with our leadership is a very telling and a very good sign for the future of the Métis Nation. And last, of course, I want to say thank you to our Métis citizens here in Manitoba for your trust and support, for all of the advice that you give me, for reaching out to me on a daily basis. I can't say enough to say thank you to you. As I said before, it's a very exciting time for Métis housing in Manitoba, and it is my privilege to be able to report some of these things to you today. Hopefully there's time and availability for some questions, and we'll do our best to get back to you on those. So one of the things I want to talk about first is the 2018 Canada Métis Nation Housing Subaccord. This allowed us to move from a place where we had 3 staff originally and to where we have 15 full-time staff in the housing department, doing everything from construction, project management, policy development, service delivery, research, and I'll go through each of the programs that we're delivering and things that are coming up in the future that we hope to be able to provide to Métis citizens across Manitoba. Because we have grown so much within the past year or so, the department now has the capacity to deliver project management and commercial projects. One or a few of these great examples of housing's ability to deliver this service is examples of the Northwest region, their new office, the early learning childcare daycare centers that are being opened in right across the province in Duck Bay, Dauphin, St. Eustache, and Thompson, Winnipeg, and there's others that are being planned for the not too distant future. So as minister, I want to highlight how our department has grown over the past year, and also to give you an idea of how housing will be literally booming over the next 7 years as we continue to invest in the Métis Nation, along with our partners with the federal government. So I want to talk a little bit about affordable housing now. As we know, there was some partnerships that we had with the province in 2007 and 2013. We were able to build 26 affordable housing units across the province with this funding, and we are going to continue to move forward on property management for these units. One of the things that is very cool is the exciting news about the last year, how we officially opened our first affordable housing complex specifically for Métis seniors and elders in St. Laurent. One of the things that when we reached out to you to ask you what your priorities were in housing, you told us unequivocally that housing for seniors was very, very important. And I just wanted to tell you that it is still a very high priority for us. And it is with great pride that as Minister of Housing, along with our president, and indeed our whole cabinet was there for the ribbon cutting, that we opened the Frank Bruce Métis Seniors Complex in August last year. We have a short video that we're going to share with you in just a couple of minutes that highlight some of the moments of the opening of the complex and some of the features that are inside some of the houses that are in that complex. We're also currently planning a triplex and 2 duplexes in Portage la Prairie. These are being built as we speak. We know that this will provide affordable housing for both families and for seniors in Portage in an area where it is very, very much needed. Also, we have a housing development inside Winnipeg in the historic Métis community of St. Boniface, where our government hopes to provide housing and affordable housing rates for families in this area of Winnipeg. It will be a 6-plex, and there's a range of different sizes of apartments that are going to be in this complex. We also broke ground in Selkirk, Manitoba for 5 new houses, and we're very excited that we can contribute to the very rapid growth in this exciting community where there are many, many Métis citizens living. I want to give a little update now on something that has been successful actually beyond our wildest dreams. The First Time Home Purchase Program was launched in February 2019. And one of the goals that we wanted to achieve through this program was that head start that was promised to us when we joined Confederation. This Head Start is something that we can start building equity within our Métis families, and it is a way for people to have a safe place to call home, but also to start building their investments for the future of their families. This is administered through the Louis Riel Capital Corporation. I want to say a big thanks to all of the folks at LRCC who have really gone above and beyond to make this one of the most exciting programs that we have here at the MMF, in my humble opinion. One of the things that we, I want to make sure everybody understands is that we will provide up to $15,000 for down payment and up to $2,500 in closing costs. And so basically, if you can afford to pay rent, you're likely able to afford to pay a mortgage. And this helps you get that head start to start building your family in a safe and secure home. The program has an approval rate of 89%. It has stimulated over 190 jobs. At this date, it has provided 412 homes for Métis people, with an additional 200 who have been approved but are waiting to purchase their new home. So over 600 Métis families will be living in a new home because of this program. And to me, that is so exciting, not just on the financial level, but on the level that these families will be having a place to call their own. And it just, I know that the entire cabinet and our president feels so good about that. One of the things that we want to highlight is the fact that over $21 million has been activated towards the local economy. And it's my understanding that the spin-offs for this program is over $100 million at this time. And that can't be emphasized enough, how big of an impact this has had on the Manitoba economy. So with the success of the first-time home purchase program, the Métis government has also implemented a few changes. I wanted to highlight these. So these changes will help us, help you get more accessibility to this program. We changed the income threshold from $85,000 gross income to a $90,000 taxable net income. We are allowing for exceptions based on not owning a home in the previous 10 years. We wanted to, there are lots of circumstances where people had their name on a title, and we wanted to make sure that everyone was able to access that. We also allow an exemption for in case there was a breakdown in a family. And a separation of a couple, that people wouldn't be penalized because of that. And we also allowing the maximum purchase price to be governed by the applicant's income and the down payment relative to mortgage and debt payments. So if you haven't heard about the first-time home purchase program, I urge you to get in touch with Louis Riel Capital Corporation. You can give them a ring at 204-589-0772 or visiting their website at lrcc.mb.ca. And I know that the folks there will be extremely excited to walk you through the application process and help you get into your own home, because I know that there are hundreds of people there now, and I'm sure that they're all excited to be able to call this place a safe home for themselves. One of the other programs that has been a huge success for lots of people is our repairs program. The MMF Home Enhancement Loan Program, or MMF HELP as we are calling it, is one that we've put together in about the last year or so, and we are really excited about all the response that we've had right across the province. In 2019, the province of Manitoba canceled all their provincial repair programs. through Manitoba Housing. And this left a huge hole for lots of people, all Manitobans, in fact, because this was something that a lot of people in low incomes depended on. We have always considered home repair to be a very critical need, which is why in May of 2019, we launched the HELP program to assist homeowners make these critical repairs so that it extends the life of their home. Their homes are sustainable and safe for years to come. This is, as I said, designed as a program for low to moderate income households. It provides a one-time forgivable loan of up to $15,000 for emergency home repairs, renovations, and a few other things that would help, as I said, extend the life of the home. There is also a $5,000 repayable loan that is available through the Louis Riel Capital Corporation that is available in case there are unforeseen things happen once the repairs start underway. So along with the first-time home purchase program, the MMF Help has been one of the most successful housing programs that we have offered by your Métis government. Initially, this was a one-year pilot program, but because of its success, we have now extended it to the full next 7 years, which is how long the MMF Métis Nation Canada Housing Accord is going to be taking place. At this point in time, this program has completed over 150 repairs to homes across the province, and we will continue to be reaching out. We also had some changes that were made to the HELP program to make it more accessible. So if you had looked at the application form a few months ago and didn't feel like you would fit in, I urge you to give our housing department a call, and they can help see if you qualify at this time, because we did make a few major changes to the accessibility of the program. You can call our housing department 204-586-8474 or toll free at 1-800-665-8474. And you can request an application, and our staff will help walk you through that application. Also, you can find this application and all the program guidelines under the Housing and Property Management section of the MMF website, mmf.mb.ca. One of the things that all Manitobans have taken notice of is the amount of homelessness that is in our province. This has become a priority for a lot of people, but particularly for the Métis government here in Manitoba. We see many of our citizens who are not able to find a safe place to live. And as we know, homelessness is not necessarily sleeping out on the sidewalk. There are lots of different ways people can be homeless, and there are reasons why people may not have a safe place to sleep at night. And those are the things that we are very concerned about. We have entered into a 5-year agreement with the Government of Canada to help out with this issue of people who are not housed at this time. We also know that it is not just a housing issue, that there are health concerns, there are addiction concerns, there are employment concerns. The issue of homelessness reaches across the wide spectrum, and it's not something that just one person or one department can solve overnight, which is why we are working hard both within the MMF to form partnerships with our health department, with our employment and training department, with our child and family department, to make sure that we have a good understanding of what is happening. We will be using evidence-based practices. We are going to be working on research along with advocacy, which we are currently doing at this time. One of the major focuses that we're going to be looking at is the idea of a housing first approach. Housing first is a consumer-driven approach that provides immediate access to permanent housing for people experiencing homelessness. This does not require psychiatric treatment or sobriety as determinants for being ready for housing. We make sure that the people are safe, and then we work with them on the issues that may have led to their homelessness. It's built on 5 core principles, and these are immediate, as I said, immediate access to permanent and safe housing, consumer choice and self-determination, recovery from addictions or other mental health issues, individualized and client-driven supports, and social and community integration. Our housing department will continue to develop and implement the Reaching Home program, and we seek to expand our delivery to all MMF regions through youth aging out of care, women fleeing domestic violence, and those exiting incarceration, as well as anybody else who would be experiencing the effects of not having a safe place to call their own. So lastly, before I wrap up my report, I want to talk about a couple of initiatives that are very, very exciting. They're taking a lot of work for us to get to fruition, but I know that our president, myself, and our entire cabinet have seen the importance of these 2 initiatives, and I wanted to outline them a wee little bit. Just to provide some background, in April 2019, the Government of Canada launched what's called the Indigenous Homes Innovation Initiative. And I was honored to be asked to sit on the steering committee as well as co-chair the steering committee. But what this program was looking for was new ways of looking at housing for Indigenous communities and nations. And the MMF put forward a few proposals, 2 of which were accepted for the first phase. And I want to make sure that I get the names right here, but the first one is called the Mitchell Manor, and the second one is called the Infinity House of Hope. So with Mitchell Manor, we know that very often when our Métis citizens and families come to the city, such as Winnipeg, to access health care, they have very limited options when it comes to housing. Most families have no option but to pay for accommodations such as hotels, or to try to beg, borrow, and steal and stay at relatives if that's possible. We also know that family unity, informal care has always been a cultural core of the Métis Nation. For many, especially children, when they're away from family while receiving care in a large hospital or institution, this can be a very traumatizing experience. So I know that our president has been talking about this for quite some time, and we're very excited to be working on it. Having a safe, accessible, and culturally welcoming home away from home that provides food and shelter with minimal cost. This will allow Métis families to focus on their loved ones who are receiving treatment. So everyone has a basic understanding of what the Ronald McDonald House is all about. And so this is built off of that concept. The Mitchell Manor is going to be that home where people who need a medical treatment can stay safely, securely, and stay with their loved ones while the medical attention is being served to them. Very excited about this, and we hope that our plans can move forward quickly in 2021. The second project that I wanted to touch base on is the Infinity House of Hope. This is also through the Innovation Initiative, and what it is a residential facility that will offer support for Métis youth aging out of Child and Family Services. We are working with the Métis Child and Family Department here to make sure that their needs are incorporated into the program. So when young adults age out of care, most of their services end, as we know, and this contributes to a lot of terrible issues such as unemployment, despair, homelessness, becoming victims of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And we also know that the trauma stemming from the removal from one's family, and multiple placements can also contribute to these programs. So this is this building that we hope to build will be named the Infinity House of Hope. And it is planned to be a culturally safe urban transition home that will serve young Métis adults aging out of care. We also want to provide support to programs that will help these young adults transition, and we hope that that this desperately needed program will become a reality again in the not too distant future. So I want to take this time to say thank you to our housing department who have worked very, very hard. You know, I can't say enough about the energy and focus and all of the hard work that goes into delivering all of these programs. There are literally millions of dollars that is going out to the community, whether it's building homes or providing services or providing advocacy. We want to make sure that we are there for you. I also want to say a big thank you to all the vice presidents and the regional administrators across the province who come to me when there's issues in their region, and then we work together to find ways to solve problems, whether it's for an elder or for a young family. Those are the kind of things that I know that you need to know that the MMF team is working for you. And I am so, I feel very honored and privileged to be able to do this work for you as the Minister of Housing. It gives me a lot of satisfaction to be able to say that we can do this for you, and we will work with you. And of course, I want to say thank you to our President, David Chartrand, one more time, because without his, it seems like he works 24 hours a day sometimes, and it shows when we are able to bring what has never been here before, the types of housing funding and programs that can reach all Métis citizens across the province. So if you have questions or concerns, don't be afraid to contact our housing department, reach out to me. We'll always be there to do my best to answer your thoughts and questions, always looking for advice. And as well, if you have any ideas, whether it's pieces of property in your community, whether if there's needs in your community, get in touch with us and we'll do our best to work with you to find sustainable and financially feasible programs that, because we definitely have to, it's your taxpayers' money as well. We need to make sure that we're taking care of that the best way we can. And looking forward to working with you all in the future. Please drop me a line anytime if you have something to of concern to bring up to me. Thank you very much. Marcy, have a great day.
Well, thank you, Minister Goodon. And in the kits that you may have received here, there are fuller reports, and including the property report at page 53 of that book. And I don't think Will's going to get into the property report, but what a difference the federal government makes. You recall that it was the Trudeau government that put housing back on the table, and we signed that accord in 2018. We're in the third year of that. And we're looking forward to this next federal budget to see if they're going to accelerate some of those housing resources so that we can put even more people back to work. But an excellent report, Minister. And I've got 4 hands up on the screen, 5. And I'm just going to go from left to right. And I'm going to recognize Roger Smith.
Denise?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to accept Will's great report. What a good report, Will. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Like I said, I've got four screens or 4 hands up. John Lee, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
I was waiting
Hi,
for
is
Roger
Barb?
to talk.
Barb Lavalley.
Barb Lavalley, sir. I'd like to second the motion, and I'd just like to say to Will too, like how wonderful and exciting, and what can happen when a person does have their own home.
Okay. Now, we've got a mover and a seconder. Now there's 4 hands up, so I'll go to Roger Smith first.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, this for Will, Will Goodon. This help program that's out there, there's, like, I have my own water well and I have my own septic tank, and I'm a little more or around 1,000 feet away from a fire hydrant. Does this help program, like, is there monies to bring in, like, say, water to a house? Like the services to the house, I should say?
Minister Goodon?
Thanks. Thanks very much, Roger. I appreciate the question. And absolutely, I don't think that there would be too much that would be out of bounds. And that sounds like an issue that we can look after with the emergency repairs program. You know, there's one of the things that we have always said about the HELP program is that it is there to help extend the life of your home, so that you or your family or whoever, whichever Métis citizen or family is in a home, we want to do these things that will extend the life of the family, so, or extend the life of the house, so that you can live in it for an extra 10 years, so that you can have you know, something to pass on to your children as equity, as our president has always said, that economic head start that we were missing. So this is an issue I think that should not be a problem at all. And if there is any glitches that happen when you make an application like that, well, let's have a discussion with that, and I'll make sure that we have the right information for everyone, but I don't see that being a problem.
Okay, thanks for the help on the roofing that I did anyway, through the MMF help program. It was great. You guys came through 100%. Thank you very much. But I do have one other little thing. Can you apply more than once to this program? Like I said, I did the roof. Now, can I go and reapply to do my water system, for example?
So I am going to have to pull that up, and I'm going to ask my housing staff to send me a text to make sure that I get this one right, because I'm going to say that there are hundreds of applications that have been out there on this program. One, you know, the first time home buyers program is probably the most active, but the next one that's right behind it that people are really moving forward with is the repairs program. And of course, we would like to get to as many homes as possible before we went back and repair the ones that we've already invested in. So, but I'm going to, if I don't have that answer in the next little while, I'll send you a text and clarify that for you. But that's a good question. I would assume that we're looking at going through the list first before we go back to other houses, but I will find out for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go to Charlene Nault.
I just wanted to say thank you. Oh, hold on.
Charlene's got a couple of, she probably has her iPad and her camera on and her computer.
I don't know if that worked. No, hold on.
We'll give her one more chance. And Mark, just so you know, I know that President Chartrand wants to jump in here at some point too.
Okay.
Charlene, you're good? Nope.
Well, maybe while she's figuring that out, why don't we go to Joseph Nault, because we got some other speakers here. Joseph Nault?
Okay.
That's what I was actually hoping you would do, because I can talk on this one without the echo. You guys can hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to say thank you very much for the HELP program. It's an amazing program. We were having like $700 a month hydro bills in the winter because of needing repairs, and this last winter has been amazing. We have pretty much cut our hydro bills in half. So
Wow.
it is absolutely a great program, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlene. And, I want to pass that on to all of our housing team, but I also want to say that you need to express that appreciation to our president for his brainchild, for making this a reality, and all the people that are around beside us and behind us who make it work. But thank you so much for your kind words.
And thank you very much, President Chartrand, for that. That's awesome.
Okay, Shirley Langan.
Hi, I want to commend the MMF for absolutely everything they're doing, every portfolio. But this housing is just unbelievable. There's so many of our citizens, whether they're everything you mentioned, Will, but there's some that have disabilities that never are able, that can never move out of their home with their parents because there's no accessible housing, affordable housing. The Manitoba housing waiting list is so long, but many of them find out that they're too vulnerable to live in that type of situation, and so they fall through the crack. And they never have the ability to reach their fullest potential as adults, even though they're not seniors yet. And this is so important, and this is so welcoming. The other thing is I want to commend you on the Infinity House of Hope as a chair for the Métis Child Family Community Services. We deal with the private landlords for our shelters. They are so costly. A lot of times, some of the landlords are uncooperative so far as with lease renewals, where there's so many delays, and we'd much rather see our kids be housed within MMF because that's the best place for them to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shirley. Yes, we have these two projects that are sort of coming to the top right now, but there are others that are being planned that we're going to be announcing in the following year. Priorities have that you, the Métis citizens here in Manitoba, have told us obviously included seniors, but it also included affordable housing for families, folks who might need accessibility with their disabilities, and students is another one that rose to the top for a lot of folks. So we do have we're working on stuff behind the scenes, and it's hard to say how busy our team is, but we continue to work on new stuff. So really appreciate your kind words as well.
Thank you very, very much.
And one last hand is Andrea Clark.
Hi, thank you. I'll be quick. I just have two quick questions. First off, I know I could probably look it up, but I'm wondering if there is an income threshold for the enhancement loan program. And then the second thing, I was just wondering about this Infinity House of Hope. I know you said it's in the works, and I'm just wondering, like, if there's somewhere we can find more information out about that. Like, I'm wondering what department will actually be responsible, like, for that, and if it's gonna include, if you've thought about it, like a mentorship and helping, kids transitioning out of care, have like a program like that, or if it'll just be housing.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So for the first question, there is an income threshold. We did make a couple of amendments because of inflation. Right now, it is $90,000 net So that would be your net income to apply. And I believe the same number is for the first-time home buyers as well. But we would continue to look at these things to make sure that we're making these programs as available as possible to as many citizens as possible. And as you can see in the report, there's a huge response on both of those programs, as well as all the other services and programs and housing that we provide. So we did make that change from 85,000 gross to 90,000 net. That was just done at a cabinet meeting not too long ago. And just so everyone knows, we had the report, the housing report in the kit, and I think it was a couple pages long. And you probably noticed my report was longer than everybody else's. There's so much going on in our department. We have put together, I think it's a 10, 12-page report that we are going to be putting on the MMF website, the AGA website, and the MMF website, so that it expands a little bit more on some of the issues. But yeah, the transitional housing is something that is something we want to push forward on. It's currently the development side is being funded through an housing innovation program that is funded through Indigenous Services Canada. And so there's development money, there is some capital funding, but we need to a couple things that we're needing to do on both these projects, the Mitchell Manor and the Infinity House of Hope, is to find a land where we need to find the right piece of property at the right price. We also need to find some external funding as well, because these could be key buildings and structures for our citizens going into the future. We want to make sure we do them all properly. But thank you very much for the question.
Okay, we've got one more from Joseph Nault, and then we're going to put this to a vote, or to the motion to.
Did we want to have President Chartrand? I know he wanted to.
I think he wanted to speak after the vote, I think.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Okay, what I wanted to do was I wanted to thank Minister Goodon and the president for that program. I also, as an elder person, I had a lot of trouble with the paperwork and stuff like that. And I'd like to thank my daughter, Charlene Nault, for all the work that she did in putting that forward. So that's what I wanted to do. And I kind of missed my turn because her computer was on, my computer was on, and there was an echo there. So she ended up taking my spot before. So that's all I wanted to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Don. And thanks, Charlene. And tell Charlene next time she should be respecting her elders and letting you go first. So no, but I very much appreciate that. And if there are folks who are having problems with the paperwork, we have streamlined it. We took it from a multi-page document and condensed it quite substantially. But if there are still issues, I know that our housing team will help you. And if you do have any issues where it's still not being dealt with, give me a call and I will do my best to help you get through the, we want to have as least red tape as possible. Sometimes you still have to fill out the forms in order to make sure that it's going to the right people, which is why those application processes are in place. But we're here to help you. So give us a call if you need any help at all. But thank you, Don. I really appreciate your kind words as well.
There, getting muted. Okay, with that, Mr. Goodon, thank you for all that additional information. So I'm just we've got a mover and a seconder, and I'm gonna just put the matter to a vote. Can we get our voting tool? And I'll just wait a second to get the results. But while we're going through the results, I want to show you two things. I don't know if you can see this. Anybody can guess what that is? Will?
Move it off to the side a little bit there. No, the other way. Right there, yeah. That looks like a spittoon.
No, these were one of the most valuable trading goods in the fur trade because it would allow the traders to boil water in the new
Oh.
tea that was coming from England. So these are very old. This is circa 1865, these ones. And these both are going to go in our National Museum.
Right on. That's beautiful. I
Okay.
won't spit.
And I just got the news, the motion is carried. So with that, I want to just open the floor to President Chartrand.
Thank you very much. I hope you all can hear me. I think you do. I was waiting for my turn and Mark decided my turn. He'll talk after the vote. So anyways, but it's good. I wanted to speak on several of the issues that were raised. I think are very important. But first, I was actually chuckling here. Dorian Gallagher was chewing and I was chewing at the same time. So I think our jaws were moving at the same time. Barbara Fleury was clearing her teeth after she's eating. My tongue was moving at the same time. I was clearing my teeth here. So I was just laughing here, Barb. We were moving our rotation of cleaning our teeth at the same time while we're eating was actually inconsistent with each other. So it's good to see that happening out in our community. And then I see Charlene Nault laying in a bed making decisions. How can you beat that kind of life, huh? Anyways, it's great to see everybody, but let me go back to some of the points on the housing and thank Minister Goodon and all the work that they do, and of course of all the staff. But I think you heard me say out loud in the State of the Nation speech that I made about nation to nation, government to government. And the reason I really echoed so solidly on that message is the Prime Minister gets it. We finally got a Prime Minister that understands when you talk government to government, nation to nation, that means you're devolving all that jurisdiction to us. You're not deciding our fate, some bureaucrat in Ottawa to decide. I remember the days when we were running the RAP program on behalf of Canada. And some of the people, we couldn't even go and fix their houses because they didn't have a foundation. Or they had different reasons why they could not qualify based on certain other criteria. I remember fighting non-Indigenous farmers for so long because they were the ones who were benefiting on the RAP program. And then we took it over and we started moving it towards Métis citizens. And we got the number from 15% to 70% being Métis getting the application for RAP. And actually it became a debate in Parliament. It all the way to the Department because the MP, Conservative MP from Brandon, raised it and took it all the way to Ottawa. And they argued and debated in Parliament that the farming community, because RAP was for every Manitoban, not just us, but there was a 70% supposed to be us, and we're only at 15, and we took it all the way up, canceled all the farming applications, and went directly to our citizens. It became a debate in Parliament. So they actually changed the structure. You could spend 25% here, 10% here, 15% here. So they really quashed us from helping our people. But one of the things that we pushed strong, and I think Roger hit the nail on the head in the question, asking, can we do these things now? And that's the beauty about this, Roger, and for everybody listening, is we definitely can now. We control the destiny of our housing program. We set the policy that have been given to us and guided to us by our cabinet and also the people we hear. Just like the health program. Will gave me the credit of the idea, but actually gave them the people. And I listen to people when I travel. I listen to people at readings, and clearly the vision of that is really paying off in massive dividends now. The program is 15,000 plus you can borrow 5,000 grant. The grant is 15. You don't pay it back. The 5 you can borrow if it goes up to 20,000. Because sometimes you start ripping up walls, and all of a sudden you see other issues, electrical or so forth, that wasn't part of the budget you did not see, and then you need to get a few extra dollars to get it done. But we're also going out, and this is where you play a big role. We're going out to the communities now and asking, and I think Joseph said it well, because a lot of the senior and elderly people don't know how to fill these applications. Some of them don't even know about it. Actually, our wood crew that's delivering wood, we've got, I think, 3 houses they already came to, which were really the kind of house I was raised in, with limited, my grandpa built it out of leftover garbage, basically wood from he could find in logs. That's how we live. And so a lot of so many people are still living in this condition, and it's our people. And our wood crew has been telling us about them, and we've been actually going right to their houses, and they're going above the 15. So they're being specially allotted extra funds to put them in a condition where they can live. And Roger, the plan was to, the 15,000 grant, which you don't pay back, was to help hopefully keep your house living stronger for another 10 years. And so that was the plan behind it. So your roof now should be good for 25 years. And that should be where we help. But you're talking about another provision that you might need hooking up to the water line. So that's a different provision. And definitely we're looking at those things. And I think we should be supporting that. But as Will said, we have so much applications coming in. But I'll tell you the beauty about that for everybody listening here. I think Barb said, Lavely said, well, there's nothing better than owning your own home and feeling good about it. But we know that the people applying for help actually own their homes. And we know there's hundreds and hundreds of them applying right now. And so but this is the beauty about this program. It's another 7 years, as Mark said, when I negotiated this thing on behalf, and all the Métis benefited, and I was the lead negotiator, we negotiated 2.4 billion. And when we signed this in 2018, it's a 10-year program. So we have 600 people that bought their houses so far. Imagine what's going to happen in 7 more years. How many more people are going to buy houses? How many more houses we're going to help put up to a standard of living another 10, 15 years? So the opportunity is there. The money's guaranteed with Canada. And let's just hope they win the election. But the money is definitely guaranteed. And as Mark pointed out to me in the negotiations, we'd have a legal argument to fight and sue the government if a new party decided to try to get off because it's a 10-year program. But the opportunities there are monumental. So as locals, if you come across somebody that you see their house, maybe their roof is starting to come apart, or you're starting to see broken windows, and also you're visiting, you see that their flooring is coming apart, or their cupboards are in bad shape, or the water system is not too good, just say, you know what, I think I know I can help you. As a local chair, a local executive, I'm gonna put an application in for you if you don't mind. Let's work together on that. Let's contact the region, get that application in. Because I want to make sure we get to that house, especially our elders. I'm so, that is number one. You told me that was number one in my consultations, and that'll be number one in my leadership. So we are building houses right now. This year, we're going in different places across the province, and we're going to keep on building. We're also going to build 55 plus apartments. That's what we're working on right now. And because some of you, we don't like you leaving your community or your home, but sometimes health-wise, you know, there's just not enough facilities around you. You may have to move away from your home. And so we want to build 55 plus where we get the supports. Andrea asked a question about the child family one, 21 aging. In fact, Andrea, there is 24-hour services in those programs. We have workers there that live in them with the 21 and older. So they actually, and during the consultations, I guess maybe you didn't participate in that particular one. There was one on child and family, and we actually spoke to 21-year-olds and up that lived in there, and they said their scariest part is leaving. They didn't know where to go. Just because they're 21 or 24, they felt, well, I'm not ready yet. My family's not strong. I don't know where to go, and they're fearful and asking, can we still stay? Our magic answer is yes, you damn well you should still stay. You should not leave until you're damn well 100% ready to leave. I don't care if you're 30. So we're looking at finding different ways. But what's so beautiful about it, the most praise they gave is to our counselors that are there, the social workers that are there, working with them, guiding them, and hearing them, but supporting them to go back to school, getting a job, and getting some stability, learning how to budget, learning how to maintain a job, and then maybe getting an apartment for themselves. So, but I'm telling you, the appreciation we get from these students are beyond anything I've saw throughout my career as a president. I'm so proud of it. So this program you hear so much is all, it used to be number one in our topics of all of our assemblies going back in the old days. That's when the big fights used to be happening and people mad that they didn't have nothing. Now we finally got something, and I really appreciate the thank yous you're giving to the minister. And a lot of you are recognizing, because a lot of you have been fighting this fight for so damn long, and you were part of these assembly discussions and pushing forward. So these programs are here to stay, and we want to make them stronger. And if you have ideas, also different ideas, don't be afraid to send them our way. But I know for a fact that we're looking at St. George, people, and that's in the southeast region. We're looking at Cranberry Portage. We're looking at southwest Binscard. We're looking at all different places. We already own the land, except in Binscard. We're going to take care of that right away. Cranberry, we're purchasing different parts of the land. And then right now, we already own the land in St. George. We own 110 acres there. So when you start looking at it, the mass availability of lands that we have that we're buying is beyond me. And I forgot to mention, so people know, I'm actually right now looking, and I've instructed Lee LaPlante as the minister, and of course with my team, to organize buying harvesting lands. I forgot to mention that during the harvesting, and this is a big issue for me because we're losing all the crown lands. If you look at the map right now, the crown lands are falling apart. And if you look at what the province has done to our poor ranchers and farmers, they're wiping them right out. These small little farmers and cattle ranchers, they're being wiped out. What the province has done to them is actually increased their lease crown land costs by triple. Some of them used to be paying like, say, let's use a number, 3,000, 4,000 a year. Now they're at 12, 15, 20,000. They can't afford it. Some of them sold after cattle. They're trying to keep up, but they can't. So it just shows you, but what the province is doing, and this should scare all of you, what the province is doing, they're selling it to the wealthy now. The wealthy are buying this private leased crown lands. But what it tells me as a leader, and I've been echoing this to the First Nations, if you go all the way to the north of the Paw, there is no more hardly any land left. So where are people going to hunt? So what we're looking at right now is actually buying crown harvesting lands. So our people will always have a place to go and harvest and practice their cultural ways from generations to come. So land mass, we're buying that not only for housing, we're buying it for different things, and we're trying to help the farmers at the same time. But this program, as I said, is going to be one that really hits home. And I can't wait in the 10th year to say we got 1,500 new homeowners or 1,000 brand new families buying homes. Imagine what that means, equity and financial. Oh, it's amazing. Those numbers just give me goosebumps because they're going to be such a big impact to the next generation. So anyways, thank you for that. But I just wanted to share that part because that is such an essential piece. And we are looking at venues, as I said, we're going above and beyond for some houses because there's just no way that 15,000 can sustain them living in that house. And we can't force them to move into somewhere. Like my mom told me, this is what she said to me. She said, don't ever, ever allow them to put me in a personal care home. You might as well kill me, I'll die. And I never did. I built her a house and she stayed there till her dying days. She had to go in hospital last part of her life. And but other than that, I would not let her. She raised me on as a baby and gave me everything she had. So there's no way in hell I was going to allow her to go to a personal care home. And thank God to my sister for taking care of her. But that is the way of our people, to take care of our elderly. And so that's why I'm so heavily focused on a 55 plus, where we'll get all kind of support services for our people in there, but trying to keep them home. Extending your home at home, that could be another application you apply for. Say you have a home, they're called granny shacks. And so what you do is you own a home, but you want your parents to live with you. Then you can apply. Hopefully, Will will look at this. Will you hear me? Will look at it. Will you hear me? You're not looking, but you hear me, I hope. Anyways, this is key because we did this before. We planned this and government turned us down. But what we want now, we have control. If you own a home and your parents want to live with you, then we should be able to build an extension of your home for your parents to live in. So this way you can keep your parents. They don't have to go in a personal care home. They don't have to be worried about what's going to happen to them, if they're going to be abused or how they're going to be serviced. So these are the type of ideas we're still talking about. Those cost a little bit more than $15,000, I tell you. But those are plans we're still talking about here in our government. So again, I'll close off there, Mark. And thank you very much, because this is a very important file to me. And I've taken this personally. I was Minister of Housing one time too. So Will knows I know this file very well. I know housing very well too. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chartrand, and you can see the passion. Now, we've given President Chartrand a right to vote, and we've got one, before we go into the 60 scoop, Greg Balmer had his hand up. So we're gonna, everybody gets treated equally in this assembly. Can we unmute Greg? There he is.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just got two questions. One, dealing with the $2.4 billion. Is this for the Métis Nation or for MMF for the people of Manitoba? And the second one is dealing with the Crown lands. Would there be some possibilities of the Métis Federation offering to buy these leases or get these leases in their name, so when the negotiations start, at least you got a foot in the door to buy it?
Thank you for that question, Greg, and the very good questions. And I thank you for giving me an opportunity to clarify for everybody. The $2.4 billion that I negotiated along with Mark and the rest of my team working as advisors in the back room that is spread amongst the Métis Nation. MMF gets 25% of that. So we get our share, which is about $500 million we'll end up getting in the 10 years on those particular programs. With these other new programs are separate money. So we'll get about $500 million on those first rounds. But my negotiations was the benefit of the entire nation, Western Canada. So, and even Ontario benefited very heavily with this. They get about $250 million in the next 10 years, Ontario and British Columbia. So that is unfortunately, Greg, I should have been negotiating just for us. Then the lives would have changed very good in Manitoba. But again, that's the unfortunate situation. I'm minister nationally. I negotiate for all of the nation. Now, on the second question, we actually are looking at that, Greg, right now. I've been advised of ours. They're going up to auction, these places. So we'd have to go bid against other probably wealthy people. So I have no problem. We definitely want to venture that way, that we can release it to our farmers. Because right now, my biggest fear, they're going to wipe them out. And we got a large contingency already of farmers contacting us, ranchers. So we're trying to get the cattle ranchers, horse ranchers. So we're trying to look at how it is we can step in now. Two fronts we're also looking, Craig. Is there a way maybe the farmers and ranchers can sue the government? Because actually they bankrupt them. They took them to bankruptcy, guaranteed. There is no question about it. They put it in a situation where they can't afford no longer to live. In all of their generations lived in a farm, gone overnight. So we're looking at that issue, but I'm seriously looking at how we can buy that land. And so that's something that's in our agenda, and I hope that we will be bidding for some of this. But I want to save these ranchers and farmers before they have to shut their doors down. Now, if we supplement them, is another thing we're looking at, Greg. If we can supplement them with some support, financial support, and sort of financially every year, we can give them so much to lower their costs. Because I know one farmer said, I had to sell half my cattle already just to try to keep the ongoing costs that are coming my way, and I can't afford it no more. If I sell more cows, there is no way I can survive, is what they're saying. So it's really a scary situation for them. So right now I have my team looking at all avenues on this process, and I'm going to do everything we can to make sure we preserve and protect those farmers and ranchers.
Okay. Thank you, President Chartrand. Well, you know what? This Zoom stuff is starting to work real good now. We're getting good dialogue back and forth. It's fantastic. Hey, so we're going to move now to the 60s scoop, and Minister Denise Thomas is responsible for that. And so we can just queue up her video.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I am also the Minister of the 60 Scoop, and I will tell you a little bit of what's been happening. The Manitoba Métis Federation 60 Scoop portfolio addresses issues surrounding the impact of Métis children adopted into non-Indigenous families. The 60 Scoop happened from 1951 to 1991, was a child welfare policy developed and implemented that involved apprehending Indigenous children from their communities and placing them, in most cases, into middle-class Euro-Canadian families. Proposed First Nations and Inuit National Settlement Agreement 60 Scoop in June 2016, class action litigation was launched against Ontario, with claimants stating they were the solitary representative for 60 Scoop children in Canada. The lead counsel for this case was Toronto firm Koski and Minsky. Upon receiving certification, Minister of then Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada, Carolyn Bennett, announced an $800 million financial settlement for children affected by the 60 Scoop. The statement of claim did not include Métis. The Métis National Council and the Manitoba Métis Federation have been engaged for many years with Métis citizens and previously had direct discussions with federal government officials regarding this important issue. 5 class actions were launched against the Government of Canada. On May 31st, 2019, the federal court awarded carriage of motion to Day versus Canada, represented by 2 law firms, Koski Minsky and Pilar Roland Rosenberg Roston. On June 10, 2019, 3 law firms filed an appeal to the federal court's decision on the carriage motion decision. On July 13, 2020, the Federal Court of Appeal dismissed the appeal. The accord reflects and formalizes the parties' shared commitment to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship between the Government of Canada and the Métis Nation, one based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, partnership, and importantly, reconciliation. The substantial work that has occurred between Canada and the Métis Nation since the signing of the accord in 2017 has included a Métis Nation 60 Scoop Symposium in 2018 organized by the Métis National Council, which was followed in 2019 by a series of Métis Nation 60 Scoop engagement sessions and negotiations. The federal government has not engaged in direct discussions with the Métis National Council or the Manitoba Métis Federation regarding the 60 Scoop because it is a defendant in a proposed class action brought on behalf of the Métis and non-status Indian survivors of the 60 Scoop. Held in October 2019, the MMF welcomed delegates from across the Métis Nation for a 60 Scoop Symposium. Métis National Council leaders joined together with the Métis survivors. The symposium marked the first of a series of engagements directed and guided by survivors to shape the framework for reconciliation with Canada. In early 2019, the Métis National Council launched an enhanced website to provide survivors and the Métis community with up-to-date information on all 60 Scoop activities. What we heard report of the Métis Nation engagement with Métis 60 Scoop survivors is also available online, www.métis60scoop.ca. Survivors can seek additional information by calling the Métis Nation 60 Scoop Senior Policy Advisor, Albert Beck, at 1-800-928-6220, extension 532. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Thomas. We have a few hands raised. I'm going to go first to Joseph Nault.
Yes, I'd like to motion Minister Thomas's presentation.
Thank you, Joseph. We've got a mover. Do we have a seconder? John Lee? You're muted.
Yes, I'd like to second the motion.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just
want a second.
Motion.
Now, I don't know if there's any discussion on this motion. I know at the national level, President Chartrand has been leading that file for us. I don't know if you wanted to say any words on this. We need to unmute President Chartrand.
Thank you. In fact, I was going to speak, but I didn't want to carry our meeting longer. But let me say this: that this is a very important file. As I said, we've had a national conference on this file. We heard so many different stories of hardship and pain and grieving and finding themselves and also torture. But clearly, what we are in the midst of, we were negotiating with Canada. We're getting to a place where Canada wanted to negotiate instead of litigate. So we had some very solid discussions with Minister Bennett on behalf of Canada. And all of a sudden, these court cases came flying out of different places in the country, came quickly on. So everything had to be tabled off the negotiations. And so we've now are taking intervener status on the court case that's moving forward. We have a law firm out of Toronto that we hired, and we are ready through the national. We're demanding that we be allowed our intervener and the Métis Nation be separate from this because it's a kind of a pan-Aboriginal
group, and we don't want the Métis be lost in that system. And so we're indicating that we have lots to be of value to be added on intervener, but their lawyers not welcoming us into it. So we'll definitely still file. Canada's a little bit hesitant about allowing us in, so let them. They're allowed to take their position. But I already warned them, if we don't get intervener here, we're going to go to court with ours if you're not willing to negotiate. So Canada is right. I checked with our lawyers. The minister is caught in a difficult position because she can't negotiate while there's a litigation going on. She can't look like she's buying out a system so it doesn't go to court. So we're waiting for this process to come to its head, to come to its final lap where it falls. And but we are ready with lawyers. There's a lot of people inquiring for this whole issue, Saskatchewan and so forth, all across, asking me these questions. And clearly we have both a legal and a political maneuver that we're putting together. And I believe we'd have got this settled already. It wasn't for the court cases that came out. But we are now making sure that one way or another, we're going to get to the bottom of this for the Métis people, and especially all the 60 scoop survivors. Then we'll come back to the people and ask about how they want to see this done. Settlements, long-term programs, all of these things. We'll come back and consult with all the 60 scoop survivors.
Okay, thank you, President Chartrand. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. The day's getting late, so let's put the voting tool up there. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? I'll just wait for my I'm just waiting. While I wait for that vote here, I'm going to show you this other old 1800 sash that's going into our museum too. Show that to everybody. Oh, the vote's in. Motion carried. Okay, so now we're going to move on to hear the Métis Justice Institute, and that's Minister Gelida Lajimodiere.
As Minister of Justice, I would like to welcome everyone to the Manitoba Métis Federation's 52nd Annual General Assembly. I would like to recognize our elders and all Métis citizens participating throughout our province. I am pleased as Minister to provide an update for this year's Assembly on the activities of the Métis Justice Institute. The Métis Justice Institute staff have continued to provide programs and services to assist Métis citizens throughout our region in the areas of justice. The mandate of the Métis Justice Institute is to develop and maintain a wide range of justice programs and services that meets the needs of the Métis community in Manitoba. Through our Métis community consultations, the MJI has focused efforts in the identification of key justice sectors to support our citizens throughout the province. The MJI continues to lobby Manitoba and Canada to negotiate funding support within our sectors to work towards the development of needed Métis justice programs and services. Current initiatives of the MJI focus on restorative justice, reintegration programming, community safety, policing, research, our department's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and ongoing future activities within our identified justice sectors. The Métis and Thompson Community Justice Programs are court diversion programs that assist Métis citizens within the formal court process with an opportunity for diversion for a culturally appropriate community-based justice alternative. The program receives client referrals through provincial court authorities of individuals who have been charged with criminal offenses that have been identified to participate away from the formal justice system. The process focuses on building relationships within the community to repair the harm done by those diverted to the program at the community level. Individuals diverted have the options to participate in the alternative program or proceed through traditional court proceedings. The Métis Community Justice Program currently operates within Winnipeg, Northwest, the Paw, Thompson, Southeast, and Interlake regions. During the last fiscal year, between both the MCJP and the TCJP, the programs worked through 237 referrals, which included a total of 299 criminal charges from within 44 criminal code offenses. In working with clients referred to the programs, our Métis community justice workers utilize a variety of sanctions and measures that are required to be completed based on individual circumstances that led to justice involvement. Sanctions and measures considered include letters of apology, essays, programming, community service, restitution, addictions, assessments, and Métis community events participation. Each region used a variety of sanctions and measures in working to help their clients successfully complete the program. In particular, domestic violence and anger management program, community service, essays, assessments, and letters of apology are the most commonly used sanctions. For all relevant referrals, the letter of apology is mandatory as it helps to fulfill the aim of restorative justice of repairing the harm done between the victim and the offender. In the last fiscal year, the MCJP and the TCJP enjoyed the following success rates for referrals which were completed by the region. For Thompson, 68%, DePaul, 90%, Northwest, 100%, Interlake, 82%. These statistics omit case files that did not agree to participate in the program, were recalled by the Crown due to further criminal charges, or moved out of the service area. The successes enjoyed by both the MCJP and the TCJP have given the MJI a high level of credibility from program partners, including the provincial courts, Crown attorneys, and RCMP. Each of the programs are seen as effective as they successfully fulfill the objectives of restorative justice within the Manitoba court system. The Justice Support Program works with Métis people to help provide efficient and effective reintegration back into the community upon release. Métis citizens can request support from the MJI prior to their release from provincial and federal correctional facilities. The JSP worker works to help Métis people overcome barriers, including justice support, education, employment and training, accommodations, financial assistance programming, personal documentation, and family support to ultimately become employment and education ready. Over the last fiscal year, the JSP provided support to 68 individuals. This chart identifies the requested areas of support. Please note that some clients have identified multiple areas of support based on their needs identified in our intake meetings. The Métis Justice Institute continued to offer Métis citizens involved with the court diversion access to needed programs. The Métis Justice Domestic Violence and Anger Management Program are included as sanctions for Métis clients to provide intervention with the hope to further reduce further involvement within the justice system. The programs are offered as a part of the MMF's commitment to develop programming that is accessible for Métis citizens in terms of location, access, cost effectiveness, and meaningfulness. Most importantly, the MJI continues to offer programming at no cost to Métis citizens. MJI offers domestic violence programming for Métis clients involved in the criminal justice system, while citizens can be referred to the program through courts, community resources, or self-referral. The MJI has provided access to domestic violence programming within the Interlake, DePaul, Thompson, Southeast, and Winnipeg regions. Within these regions, a total of 73 individuals have participated in and completed programming. The breakdown by region: Thompson 45, DePaul 2, Northwest 0, and Interlake 26. The MJI delivers anger management programming for both youth and adults within the DePaul, Interlake, Winnipeg, Northwest, Southeast, and Thompson regions. The program is utilized as a sanction for individuals referred by the courts to the MJI to one of our restorative justice programs. Referrals for anger management are also received from the provincial court, community resources, and self-referrals. During the last fiscal year, 81 individuals have accessed the MJI for anger management. Breakdown per region is Thompson 28, DePaul 41, Northwest 0, and Interlake 12. New to programming for the Métis Justice Institute is the Métis Justice Life Skills Program. The new program will assist MJI clients involved in our justice support and court diversion programs. The program aims to empower participants to gain skills and resources to effect positive change in their own lives. The program will focus on the enhancement and building of the individual personal and social skills regarding health and wellness, conflict resolution, and communication, time management, gaining employment, managing money, housing, and transportation. MJI will offer this program for Métis citizens beginning April 2020. In our continued efforts to enhance the safety and well-being of Métis citizens and our communities, the Métis Justice Institute undertook a justice survey with each MMF region in 2019 to obtain information regarding Métis citizens' thoughts and feelings on important community safety issues. Métis citizens were asked to provide information on a variety of community safety issues and were asked to identify types of programs and services that they would like to see offered to help prevent community members from becoming victimized. The MJI has begun to develop programming based on Métis community response. The following areas for community safety programming have been identified as provincial priorities: elder abuse, fraud and scams, internet safety, safe banking practices, fire safety. The MJI works with Métis citizens in the community who have justice-related issues and requires assistance. The MJI receives many inquiries from Métis citizens for support, advocacy, and information regarding available resources to provide assistance with justice-related issues. The department utilizes a resource listing available for each MMF region to provide support and assistance to those Métis citizens. The MJI has continued to enhance a working relationship with the RCMP D Division Indigenous Policing Services in regards to enhancing and improving policing relationships with Métis citizens within Manitoba. Through the developed partnership, the Métis government is focusing on the development of a policy that all RCMP detachment annual performance plan processes include Métis government representation to ensure that policing needs and concerns of Métis community, of the Métis community in Manitoba are included. As a result of the proactive efforts and responses of the Métis government to support Métis citizens during the COVID-19 outbreak, the MJI looked at alternatives to program and service delivery. This was critical to ensure Métis citizens continue to have access to court diversion programs, reintegration, and support and programming. The MJI developed processes to provide additional avenues to increase communication with social distancing. The MJI also increased communication through utilizing social media and communication platforms. So the MJI reached out to provide programming via video conferencing and developed alternatives to sanctions requiring community service hour involvement. Our efforts ensured that Métis citizens remained active in their programs, received access to needed support, and continued to complete court requirements during court postponement. The Métis Justice Institute focused efforts this fiscal year to develop a 5-year strategic plan. The MJI did a comprehensive review of our department's history and the vision and direction of the Métis government. Our department reviewed available funding, previous funding applications, devolution activities, possible projects, and looked at departmental goals. As a result, the Métis Justice Institute has identified 11 departmental sectors for the development of our strategic plan. Specifically, the identified sectors will be dependent of available funding. However, these sectors will guide the work to be undertaken. Specifically, the MJI strategic sectors are as follows. Reintegration corrections. This sector will focus on departmental deliveries in regard to efforts undertaken to develop and implement programs and services to support Métis citizens who require interventions to assist with reintegration. Staff development. This sector will focus on departmental deliveries and standards for staff within Métis Justice Institute. Youth justice. This sector will focus departmental deliveries with a youth perspective as a vulnerable population with complex needs. This sector will require multi-departmental approach to ensure Métis youth have access to services and programs. Courts. This sector will focus on departmental deliverables to develop and implement a Métis-specific approach to courts to ensure Métis citizens have access to programs and services that meet our unique needs as Indigenous people. Legal. This sector will focus on the development of an independent Métis legal service to provide access to Métis citizens to obtain support services for legal advice or access to legal counsel regarding legal issues. Victims. This sector will focus departmental deliverables to include Métis community safety perspective for intervention, prevention, and aftercare. Policing. This sector will focus on the inclusion of the Métis government in legislation regarding police service delivery and culturally appropriate inclusion of the Métis government in the delivery of Indigenous police services. Devolution. This sector will focus on the development of a policy to guide department activities regarding the devolution of programs and services to the MMF. Harvesting Tribunal. This sector will focus on the creation of a Métis Harvesting Judicial Tribunal that shall deal with all breaches of the laws of the harvest by Métis harvesters and shall determine appropriate consequences for such breaches. A Citizenship Appeal Tribunal. This sector will focus on the Manitoba Métis Federation's constitution right to appeal for Métis citizens regarding Métis citizenship and harvesting. The MJI will focus efforts to further implement and develop the appeal sector. Research. This sector will focus on the development of a policy to guide departmental research in the area of justice. These sectors will provide the strategic direction to the Métis Justice Institute for future development of Métis justice for Métis citizens within Manitoba. As Minister of Métis Justice Institute, I appreciate the opportunity to provide a report on the MJI's activities. As reported, the MJI has continued to look for innovative ways to support our citizens. Through enhancing service delivery and utilizing new service delivery methods, the MJI strives to continue to work over the next year to further develop justice programs and services needed within the Métis community. I welcome Métis citizens to contact our department directly if you have any questions. Thank you, miigwech.
Okay, thank you for that report, Gelida. And we have a few hands up here, so I'm going to go to Jeanette Brown.
Well, Minister Lajmordier, can you tell us why the Northwest region has 0 cases for the mediations?
Am I on? Okay, sorry, what was the question again? I didn't hear.
Why does the Northwest region have 0 cases for mediation for the justice?
In the Northwest, first of all, the courts have changed the way the province, I should say, have changed the way they make referrals. And I honestly can't give you a specific answer or direct answer right now that would satisfy your question properly. So can I respond back to you in writing in that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, then we've got John Lee. There's John.
I'd like to accept a motion as read, please.
Okay, motion to approve the report. Lorna Sanderson.
I just had a question regarding, I'm in Dauphin. I live in Dauphin. I was just wondering if with the Justice Department, was there anything done about our jail closure, like from your end?
I'm not sure what you mean. Was anything done? Like, did I discuss it with the province?
Yes, were you involved at all in the decisions that were made to close the jail, or?
No, I wasn't. That wasn't a discussion that was held with Métis Justice.
Okay, so we didn't have any say in that then?
No.
And just one other question, is there funding available for our citizens for programs like family violence and domestic violence or anger management, stuff like that in the Northwest area?
Yes, there is. We have an anger management and a domestic violence program.
In the Northwest region?
It's offered to all of Manitoba, yes, to all of our.
And how do you get in contact with that? Like, who would you speak to?
You can apply. You can talk to our office in Winnipeg for one thing. So then they can just help you identify well, we do have a worker in Northwest, but I would prefer you contact at MJI directly at the Winnipeg office at 150 Henry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good question. Thank you very much.
Okay, and there's a question from Northwest Region.
Hi, Francis Chartrand. I'm the Vice President for Northwest Region. It's not a question. I just wanted to let Lorna Sanderson know from our area. The Métis government was on standby and we were made sure that we assisted with the jail closure. When they announced the jail closure and they gave limited notice, they lost 81 jobs in the city of Dauphin at the jail closure, which of course affected all areas of the Parkland region. So when they had their rally, we spoke at their rally, we made sure we supported it. We walked with the workers that were losing their jobs. On top of that, the Northwest Métis Council hired 2 staff full-time that are presently working with our Housing First program. We also hired staff with Mitchell Child and Family Services, and we trained some staff with Northwest Local Advisory Committee. So we were on shore, we were on the floor, on the ground here in the city of Dauphin, because it cut off the economy, it cut off our programs and services. And we want to make sure that anybody that's out there listening, that the justice worker in partnership with Northwest Métis Council, that we're always upfront in ensuring that we provide programs and services, and we work together on a day-to-day basis. Thank you very much for all your hard work and your team, Minister Lashmodier.
Okay, I'm going to go to.
Can I just make a point of clarification, Mark? What the answer I gave was that the province did not work with us, did not reach out to us to, to have us be part of the plan. But Minister Chartrand, Vice President Chartrand from Northwest is correct in what she's reporting. But that was done at the regional level. My concern was if we weren't approached as a Métis government.
Okay, I've got 3 other speakers. First, President Chartrand.
Francis already answered that, which I'm okay with. I want to make sure that I didn't want people to leave this meeting thinking we just sat by and watched something happen to one of our areas, and we're definitely both feet in and demanding answers from the province, and the mayor and his council was quick to reach out to us. And in fact, they're very ecstatic about our investment right now in Dauphin, which will really replenish the jobs they lost in the jail by our investment. So there's many jobs going to be created in the 2 institutions that are being built in Dauphin right now. And as I said, the mayor and the town, and if you look at the Country Fest, the Ukrainian body of committees sent out a very kind words to the MMF and to Francis and others for just being out there to help Dauphin in a time of a crisis that was happening, where the province didn't do proper consultations and cut off an entire jail. And then, as Francis said, 81 employees gone and going to definitely be moving out of there. They said you can go look for jobs elsewhere. We'll give you jobs. And Francis then will quick to react to hire some. And again, we're going to replenish those jobs that are being lost.
Okay. Candice Bercier.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I have just a comment or a question, I guess, and then I want to second the report. My question is was there any work being done with COVID with the people that were awaiting court? Because I know there were quite a few people I know that were in jail with COVID. Do we have numbers? And was there anything done to help them during that time?
I think I would rather redirect that question to the COVID team who was working with in response to it. So I would ask Minister Chartrand or Minister Campbell to answer that question, as they were the COVID response team, leading the team, sorry.
Good afternoon, Candice. Can you please ask that question one more time?
President Chartrand, I think, wants to respond to that.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself again. My question is, do we know, like with COVID-19 happening and people waiting court cases right now, do we have an idea of how many people are still, or how many cases of COVID we've had in the jail for the people waiting these cases or waiting trial?
Okay, so we don't get no numbers from the province of Manitoba. So because of our lack of partnership with the provincial government, we don't get those numbers. So it's not for the lack of trying for the COVID committee. We've met with them on numerous occasions, and we try to continue working with them to try and get our numbers, try and get our stats and information. What I do know is the court is way far behind. And then some of the systems and some of our family members that are to attend court, the court system is about 14 to 16 months behind. And I want to thank Jeanette Brown Porter that's on the line. She's a magistrate for our area, so she works directly with the systems. And Angela Fletz, our Métis justice worker, so we have them on the ground. And some of the team we hired from the jail with the Housing First program are working directly with all these clients in our region. And I'm sure we have the Métis community liaison workers right across the province of Manitoba, ensuring that they're assisting in any way we can. But what I could do is when we meet with the COVID committee with Minister of Finance, Anita Campbell, and we'll meet with Minister Gelida, maybe we'll get some exact numbers for you, and we'll be able to present them when we have our concise full report, and we could present them in October. Does that answer your question, Candice?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Shirley Langen.
Hi, this is just a suggestion. In addition to have a representative or RCMP bring greetings, just a suggestion to perhaps also have a personnel or a Winnipeg police officer bring greetings on behalf of the Winnipeg Police at our HEAs. Only a suggestion.
Yeah, well, thank you for that suggestion. We usually do that. I'm not sure the reasons why we didn't have them here this year, but there must be a good one, and I'll find out what that is, Shirley. Jacqueline Chartrand.
Thank you. Thank you for that amazing report, Minister Lajemisier. I'm hoping that there's some way to access the complete copy, because it's just there's a much shorter version in the annual report than what you presented. And there was so much vital information in it that I'm hoping I can access the complete report somehow. I would like to commend you on all the work you're doing, but it seems like every year I approach you with this one prayer or hope, And that is that somehow our justice system can accommodate the needs of young people who are arrested while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, whatever. But my concern is for our citizens who are put in remand where there is absolutely no medical supervision provided. They are outside the jurisdiction of Manitoba Health, and they're outside the jurisdiction of the prisons that can offer some medical care, but there's no medical care available for citizens who are placed in remand centers, and many can die of withdrawal symptoms or anything. And so I continue to plead for some kind of an intervention there, that young people who are arrested are stabilized, medically stabilized before they are put into the remand centers. Thank you for listening.
If I can respond to that, Jackie, you're absolutely right. You have brought this forward previously, and it's it is very disturbing that the jurisdiction or what happens to those that are taken into custody, their medical rights to receive medical attention goes right into limbo. And I've heard your concern before. It is a very valid concern, but I honestly don't have a clear answer for you today. I know that we were working on that question, and then I don't want to sound like I'm hiding behind COVID, but then COVID happens and we haven't really completed the discussions, or haven't even begun the discussions with the province to talk about what happens to those persons going into, you've taken into custody. Why is it that their medical, I don't know if you want to call them rights, but to be able to receive medical care, why is that suspended? But it is a big loophole that has to be addressed. I hope to have an answer at the AGA when we have one if it's October or whenever the next one is. But a very, very good question. And one I won't forget. I haven't forgotten.
Thank you.
Yeah, good direction provided there, Jacqueline. That's great. Okay, I'm going to put this report to the vote, and we'll get the voting tool out. All those in favor, opposed, abstentions? And while I wait for the results, I'm going to show you this little thing here. And this is a copy of the memorial submitted to the House of Commons in the United Kingdom on February 9th, 1849. And this was the complaints about the Hudson's Bay Company from the inhabitants of Red River, and it was written by a Métis lawyer by the name of Isbister. And this is an original copy. Actually, this is the original copy, but it's so dark you can't see it. And this goes in our National Museum as well. I'm still waiting for the results. And it's written so lucidly. Actually, I should get it reproduced so that people can read it. Okay, motion is carried. So now we'll move on to the next presentation, which is just in front of me, is the report by Métis Employment and Training, and that's by Minister John Fleury. So we'll cue that video.
Hello, I am John Fleury, and I have been the Minister leading labor market programs and training for almost 20 years. The current strategy in place for labor market programs is the Indigenous Skills Employment and Training Strategy. This strategy provides the MMF with financial resources to deliver services through the Métis Employment and Training Department. We have a long history working with Employment and Social Development Canada, and we're proud of the advantages we have made for Métis people. The MMF has been funded by Employment and Social Development Canada for over 25 years. The goal has remained the same: provide a service to our citizens that supports them in their training and employment goals. For many of these years, we struggled to convince the federal government to back away and to allow us the freedom to truly develop our own programs and services that meet the needs of our communities and citizens. We are finally moving forward to a new era. The ISET agreement is a long-term, multi-year agreement, which is more flexible than any training agreement we have ever had. Administrative oversight is respectful, collaborative, and realistic. We have proven our ability to deliver labor market programs and services that are successful and innovative. We have been evolving over the past year, expanding our services and improving upon our programs and supports. Our determination and proven successes will ensure that this will be our most successful agreement yet. This is a picture taken during our annual orientation session. Once a year, our team of staff and volunteers get together to discuss programs, successes, and challenges. Unfortunately, this is only some of the people who are working for you. If we had all the staff and volunteers in this picture, there would be over 125 people. Our success is because of our dedicated staff and volunteers working for this department. We are working with clients to support training plans that ensure long-term employment and family sustainability. We are creating opportunities for employment by creating partnerships with employers and industry partners. By using an innovative approach and optimizing opportunities that exist, we have been very successful in achieving goals, building partnerships, and meeting the employment and training needs of our people, our communities, and our employer partners. Métis Employment and Training provides a wide range of services to clients seeking employment and training. These services include needs assessment and career planning, job search assistance, including resume and cover letter preparation, access to labor market, academic program information, sponsorship to skills training and employment programs to enhance employability and refer to employers. Since 2000, the department has provided services for almost 40,000 clients. With over 2,500 clients served in 2019-2020, the department surpassed all expectations once again. The MMF continues to be one of the top performing agreements in Canada. We have proven that when given the opportunity to create and deliver programs that meet the needs of our citizens and communities, we are successful. Partnerships are a necessity. We create partnerships with training institutions, employers, nonprofit, levels of government, and our affiliates, because we all have to work together if we are going to continue to change the lives of our Métis people and open doors for long-term sustainability and inclusion. In March of 2020, many of our clients were impacted with the pandemic, COVID-19. We had to react quickly to support our trainees and adapt our services. We were able to continue to support our clients and were able to provide them with emergency support and tech support that may have very well have been the difference between completing their programs and quitting. We will report more on the changes and services that were necessary when we crossed into the following year, but I wanted an opportunity to acknowledge and thank everyone for the support and guidance we all need during this time. If you would like information on any of the programs and supports that are provided by Métis Employment and Training, please contact us through your regional office.
Minister Fleury is a man of few words, but he got the job done. I've got 3 hands up. Joseph Nault.
I'd like to move Minister Fleury's report, and thank you, Minister Fleury, for an excellent program that you run.
Okay, got a mover. Do we have a seconder, Southeast?
Yes, Sean Nault seconded.
Okay. Now we've got another hand up here. No, it's been taken down. Well, this program's been around a long time. It's one of the most successful programs operated by the MMF, and everybody knows that it's successful. And I just got one comment here. Stella Bramley.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Sorry, Mark. I was just putting my hand up to second the motion. I didn't catch you had a second.
Okay. Well, John, you've done such a good job. Nobody's even asking any questions. So can we put the voting tool on? All those in favor, opposed, abstentions, submit your votes. Just going to pull out one of the old fur trade scales that we used. These were for the smaller animals. They weren't for the big beaver pelts. This is also going in the museum. Okay, do we have results in yet? Let's see. Okay, yep, motion is carried. Okay, now we're going to move on to provincial education. Minister Joan Ledoux, let's cue up her video, please. Lots of action in education.
Greetings, everyone. This is our Manitoba Métis Federation portfolio for provincial education. My name is Joan Ledoux, and I'm the Minister of the Provincial Education. Our department works to support educational priorities at local, regional, provincial, and national levels. The provincial education sets the framework, the policy, and priorities for education through consultations with government and educational institutions, as well as through collaboration with other MMF departments. The Provincial Education Department includes Associate Minister David Baudin and Senior Director of Provincial Education, Rachelle Charette. We also work with our affiliates, the Louis Riel Institute, who we fund and oversee, provide the educational programming and service delivery. I am very pleased to share my report with you on our activities from 2019 to 2020 fiscal year. We have been very busy on developing a strategy and developing a framework that will truly support our Métis students, citizens, and with respect to education. The MMF Provincial Education has initiated plans in 2019 and 2020 to reorganize the department to allow for the creation of a province-wide strategy on education to support our Métis students at all levels, from K-12 and into post-secondary throughout the whole province. Post-secondary education. The Métis Nation and Government of Canada signed the Canada Métis Nation Accord with a 10-year commitment through which the MMF is working to provide financial support to Métis post-secondary students and develop a strategy to improve the outcomes for Métis students in the K-12 system. Our objective is to close the educational gaps between the Métis and non-Indigenous Canadians through distinction-based and provincially delivered strategic supports. This strategy contributes to the broader strategic outcome of self-determination and control of education, and the strengthening of education, social and economic outcomes, as well as lifelong learning. Post-secondary education support system. The Provincial Education Department launched the first post-secondary education support fund for post-secondary students in November of 2019. A total of 671 students submitted their applications online. A post-secondary education support program selection review committee oversaw the assessment of the applications to ensure that eligibility and program requirements were met. A total of 557 post-secondary students were awarded funding with a total of $2,351,570. You can see on screen the breakdown of students funded by the regions. We are also pleased to be able to provide these supports to these Métis students, and we wish them all the success in reaching their academic goals. Partnerships and Memorandum of Understanding. The Manitoba Métis Federation and the University of Winnipeg signed a 10-year Memorandum of Understanding in 2018 to advance Métis research, policy, and scholarship. In 2019 to 20, the University of Winnipeg conducted research on the Early Development Instrument, which is a tool to identify the strength and the needs. The research findings indicate that our Métis children are developmentally vulnerable, which translates to a lower educational outcome. The research is helping us to build a case for better supports for our Métis students and determine where we need to provide these supports. The Manitoba Métis Federation is also in partnership with the University of Manitoba to have a Métis inclusion coordinator whose role is to ensure that Métis students have access to Métis specific events and programs on campus. Plans are being made to have a Métis specific student advisor to provide academic supports. We are currently working towards a memorandum of understanding with all of our post-secondary institutions in Manitoba. Financial aid and awards. So on behalf of the Manitoba Métis Federation Provincial Education Department and in partnership with the post-secondary institutions, the Louis Riel Institute administers the Louis Riel Bursary Endowment. This endowment is currently sitting at $25 million. This chart shows the Louis Riel Bursary Endowment statistics from 2019 to 2020 from each of the institutions. There are also a variety of other bursaries that are provided, including the Mary Guibault Bursary, the Vicar Community Chevrolet Bursary, the Audrey and Hurry Indigenous Governance Bursary, and the Senator Germaine and Margaret Bursary. We are very happy to be able to provide a variety of supports such as these to our post-secondary students. Kindergarten to grade 12 education. In June of 2019, the Manitoba Métis Federation Provincial Education, in partnership with the Louis Riel Institute, made a submission to Manitoba Commission on K-12 Education. In our submission, we made a number of recommendations, such as for the province to consult with and collaborate with our Manitoba Métis government so that we can help improve the educational outcomes of Métis students, as well as ensure our Métis children and all children in Manitoba learn about the Métis history and culture. In February of 2020, the Manitoba Métis Federation Provincial Education and the Louis Riel Institute held a conference with the theme, Creating Our Own Future, so that we could build understanding around the needs of Métis students and move forward with a plan for K-12 education. There were over 80 participants present at the conference to discuss Métis education. Topics of discussion included the state of education, the current issues, the best practices, curriculum, Métis identity, how we engage students, post-secondary preparation. Recommendations were developed, including a comprehensive consultation with the regions. The consultations have been put on hold until it is safe to travel and meet larger gatherings. Provincial engagement. The blueprint for the Indigenous Education Steering Committee was signed in December of 2015. The blueprint is an initiative that commits to making excellence in Indigenous post-secondary education a priority. The MMF Education Department was appointed to represent the interests of Métis provincial education from 2015 to 2020 during their first 5-year agreement. We look forward to renewing the agreement and renewing our commitment to ensure Métis interests are represented at this committee. Frontier School Division. The Manitoba Métis Federation Provincial Education, along with the Louis Riel Institute, has been meeting with Frontier School Division to discuss how we can collaborate on meeting the needs of our Métis students in K-12 within the regions that Frontier School Division operates. The MMF Education has also been involved in Frontier School Division's annual education conference and has supplied Métis kits to be used as teaching tools in their classroom. The MMF's Distinguished Leader in Education Award. This award is presented to an individual who has made outstanding contributions or achievements in education for our Métis people of Manitoba. In 2019 to 2020, the recipient was Verdun retired teacher Kelvin Smith. We were able to present him with a very special glass apple at our AGA in September of 2019. My closing remarks. I want to say that I look forward to continuing our work in provincial education to ensure that our students can reach their fullest potential and feel supported by their Métis government. We look forward to reporting to you about all the wonderful things we have been working on in 21 and 2020 at the fall AGA. And we thank you all the best of health and happiness, and keep yourself safe. We're all living in a situation right now, in a dilemma where we're dealing with COVIDs, and we've all had to be patient. But the most important thing is that we had to, number one priority is that we were safe and looking after each other and making sure that happens. At this time, I also want to thank President Chartrand for putting the plans and the negotiations in place for years to have these kind of dollars so that our Métis students could benefit and be what they wanted. In the past, people had to save and every dollar that they had in order to put one of their children into university. And they never had any help from anywhere. So now for the first time in history, we have these dollars that are available where our Métis government can support them. The first time in history, and the first time in history that we have data that we know as a Métis government how many of our Métis students are actually in post-secondary education. We know what fields they're going in. We know what we need to know about them so that we can plan and make a better strategy to support our Métis people throughout the province of Manitoba. So on behalf of myself and my Associate Minister, David Bodan, I want to thank everybody, our MMF cabinet for helping us put this forward, and also for the staff that we have helping us on a day-to-day basis. You keep safe, and I hope that you enjoy the 2019-2020 AGA. Thank you.
A very comprehensive report again on a subject area where we've got resources to support our students. So I've got 4 hands up. I'm going to go the other way this time. Linda, Shut. The rest of it is cut off. Shut. Sharkowski. So, oh, there it is, Linda. Yeah. Oh, you're on mute.
How's that?
Yeah, now you're good.
Okay, I have a question concerning the kindergarten to 12 education. With the changes that Mr. Palliser, the provincial government, is going to put forward, how does this affect the Métis Federation goals towards our kids? Or will there be any effect at all?
Thank you, Linda. That's a good question. As we know, the release from the provincial government in regard to the bill C-64, the education modernization, there's a lot of plans that are coming into place. So right now, on the provincial government side, they're still strategizing on how they're going to be doing that. But we're also putting into place and looking for a task force that's going to be there so that we can have say in regard to what the curriculum is going to be and what's going to be provided to our Métis students. They have a system or a plan that they've set out right now where they indicate that they're going to have representation from the local level, moving on to the principal and then to the authority level and then on to the minister itself. But our concern is they're not really listening to us right now in anything that we have to say. So we want to fight for having a representation on that authoritative committee so that we have some Métis seats there, and not only one seat, but a number of seats, because right now, if they have a board and if you have 15 people on that board, one Métis seat? No, we want more than one. We want to have a couple on there so that our voice is going to be loud and clear as to what we want and we can push it forward. And that's what we have to start pushing and working on it steady. I hope that answers your question, Linda.
Yeah, it does. I'd like to also make a comment. With the changes that Mr. Palliser is projecting, I find that he's kind of putting all the power into the principal's hands with parent council involved. I mean, but these are working parents. These are and when there's a problem that the people are having with their children, for the way I understand it is that for them to go to the principal or to the parent council, they can only make recommendations. They have to take it to the Minister of Education. When is he going to have time to serve us as parents?
That's the problem, Linda, because right now they're saying that the parents and on a local level are going to have an opportunity to voice their concern. But who's to say it's going to get up there to the proper level? And who's to say that somebody's going to fight for them? We need to have our own Métis people in there that's fighting for us, not to have it through a channel like that where we're not representing our own people. And that's what we want to do. That's what we're here for.
Well, I would like to put out my support to help on anything that you guys need to bring forward this, if I can.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. I'm going to go to Scott Norquay.
I just make the motion to accept the report as read.
Thank you, Scott. Jacqueline Chartrand.
Hey, I'm unmuted. I just would like to know, Minister Ledoux, who initiated the Frontier School Division action with the MMF? And I'm wondering if that's possible to do that or initiate it with Sunrise School Division in the Southeast region. That's very huge, huge school division, because it seems like such a worthwhile thing to have, them supplied with Métis kits to be used. And I guess my second question pertains to apprenticeship programs. I've been waiting to hear through the Métis Employment and Training, Indigenous Skills and Employment Training about a partnership with the apprenticeship program, and they didn't mention it. And I'm wondering if education has something to speak to about that. I'd like to know how many Métis people are going through apprenticeships at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. In regard to your first question between the connection between the Frontier School Division and the Manitoba Métis government, I'm not quite sure who initiated the contact, but I know that since I've been the Minister of Education, that we've been in contact with the Frontier School Division off and on for a number of years, trying to get more of our information out there. And the Métis kit that we talk about is one of the things that we do have. We have a kit that was developed or created, I should say, and there's a number of different things in there. There's teaching guides in there. There's different teaching tools and stuff like that. And we had a cost on that, but just in the last couple of years, Janet Philman had purchased a number of these Métis kits and dispersed them throughout the province. I'm not sure if they've all been completed, but those are available. We have many resources that are available for the schools throughout the whole province. If any of the schools or teachers or anyone wanted to contact our Louis Riel Institute at the current time for any of that information, we would be more than happy to present that. In regard to the Met, I'm going to let Minister Fleury come back on that after my report is passed, and he can answer that question for you. Does that answer your question, Jacqueline?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I just wondered if it was the work of a local that we should initiate some kind of a thing with the school division to initiate something.
You know, we always encourage our locals to get involved at every level, and I know in the communities, and probably in your community, Jacqueline, we have certain individuals that do go into the schools. And I know from my community here, I live in Flin Flon, and we have individuals that go into the school and they teach little sessions on the sash, on the fiddling, on the jigging and stuff like that. So we always encourage people locally to get involved within the school's setting.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 3 more questions, and I'm going to go to President Chartrand next.
Okay, I'm going to answer Jacqueline's question, Chartrand to Chartrand. So I think it's important to reference certain things that we have very serious concerns on when it comes to education. But before I go there, Shirley, just for your question regarding the Winnipeg Police, there's a beautiful letter from the chief that's in your kit. There's in our website. Obviously, you'll see that he sent congratulations, of course, for his 52nd annual AGA, and he'd love to have been here personally. He always comes to our AGA. So just you asked the question, I think, Shirley, where's the Winnipeg Police? There, if you read the chance, you read the letter. It's a beautiful letter by, of course, the chief of police. Now, Jacqueline, your question. The reason I want to speak on this one a little bit is that I've been raising issues around the table along with my minister in our cabinet about Frontier School Division. Now, when I raised issues several years ago, right away they took strong offense to it. And I'm talking of the school board of Frontier and sometimes students of Frontier. I was a Frontier student and I went through that cycle. And Frontier did some good things. They actually, we had to fight with them. They educated our people to become teachers. Then once they became teachers, they weren't hiring them. So we had to argue with them to hire our teachers because they're hiring all our teachers from Newfoundland and New Brunswick, except from our own little brown faces at home. So we end up winning some of that battle. But however, where our big challenges lie with Frontier, because that school division has a big impact in rural Manitoba on our citizens. And it's on the basis of the curriculum their tools that they're using. We've echoed sentiments of concerns. They've gone into bans now. First Nation taken over the school divisions and or the school systems on bans, adding more additional administration and operation, human resource struggles to manage the First Nation problem they face in the school, but abandoning ours on this side because already they were limited in their resources. But they've never invited us. They see, I don't know what their fear is of to invite us to their assemblies. If they invite us, we can go to show up, but we can't speak. And the way they designed their board is that they go and select, say, a Métis somebody. John Peranto, in fact, was on the board for a long time. He's on one of our ministers. But before he's on the board, he was already a school trustee for Frontier. But they said, okay, we have the Métis voice here. But the only problem with that is this, Jacqueline, who does he report to or she report to if they're there to sit there as a Métis citizen? They don't come back to get our input or our advice or our direction of some of our concerns for our parents. And so Frontier, instead of seeing us an enemy or a threat, they should see us a partner and a friend. Because I think we can bring more resources to the school system. We can actually increase, because if you look at the future of all of our economies, and especially all our traditional economies are being wiped out, okay, what's going to replace it? We know that there's a great advancement in the IT world, into, you know, in the artificial intelligence world, which is computers and so forth. But the school system, ask me how many classrooms they have computer rooms. They don't. And why? Because they can't afford them. Some of them are starting to slowly have some in their classrooms. So we've been pushing very hard that we need a full review of Frontier, and not to be negative, to look at what the weaknesses lie there and what are some of the strengths that could be incorporated into the school system. How can some of the curriculum really change to make sure? I'll give you examples. When you're going to work at Hydro, for example, or any place of that institute, they would require you to have a 300 science, a 300 math. Now, what was happening in the school divisions, they weren't coming across with that. They were getting just traditional grade 12 certificates. But when they got out to go and apply for a job, they didn't have the 300 science and 300 math. They got to go back to school to get that again. But if you start working with your students in grade 9, you should hopefully start choosing the career of their choice and then developing the curriculum to meet that. So it goes with the question you asked about trades and apprentice. All those things interconnect. If you can start at the school system, you can connect it when they get into the adulthood. But unfortunately, and this is a fact, Frontier does not see us as a government. Frontier's board does not see us as a friend. Like you'd think they would invite the president of the MMF or the Minister of Education to come and speak on our plan. Where are we going with education? Maybe they didn't speak to us before, Jacqueline, because we had no money. But we have money now. At least we have some influence now with money. So hopefully they'll change their mind and say, look, the Métis government's responsible for Métis citizens. They're all in our schools. We need to make a difference, and we need to let them in and see how we can work together. So if we get over that fear of respecting our government and including us, I think we can see some change happening. But I am very sincerely worried that our kids are falling behind based on the tools available to the Frontier School. And I'm not criticizing the teachers. I'm not criticizing the institution administration. I'm telling what's there. And so if you have some very sincere questions, so did others, in regards to what I can't see her name here now anymore, but she asked a very sincere question. What are we going to do with Palliser's changes? They're very dangerous changes. They're getting rid of all the boards, all the elected boards. Goodbye that process. It's gone. He's going to be appointing a system where those 15 are going to be reporting back to his minister in some form or fashion. The voice of our parents, the voice of our schools, the voice of anybody in the process of having a choice and say is going to be gone. So it's a scary time in this province, and I know the NDP are going to fight vigorously to stall that particular bill and hopefully create more concern. And I think teachers are speaking out strongly, and so is the elected trustees. So I think there's a lot of push that's got to happen, and we have to get ourselves involved in all that. But I am sincere about all listeners, especially in rural Manitoba, where Frontier plays a very pivotal role to our education. And if we don't start changing some of the pathway towards going, our kids are going to keep on falling behind every year. And that can't happen. We cannot pass a kid to the next grade just to get rid of them. We've got to help that kid. We should have more supports in the schools. And definitely, I think we could do that. We have some resources we can provide. But if you're not invited in, Jacqueline, we can't do nothing. We're just pushing from the outside, and we're pushing uphill. And so I've instructed our minister already to take stern and hard positions if necessary to demand that we have a say in Frontier. It's no difference in any other school division that exists today. We make over 10% of this population. We pay taxes like anybody else. So we should damn well have a right to have a say in a school division that impacts our children. So it is a very big issue around our table when we speak. And so it's something very, very important to us. Education, two things are fundamental. And anyone will tell you that. Education, once you have it, nobody can ever take it from you. That is a very powerful tool to have. And the other one is economics. If you get those two together, your nation's going to be strong. So, but you need to get education. It's important we do that. And that's, in fact, Mark is working on a proposal right now for us. We have a fiber optic proposal. We're trying to get our fiber optic connected to our small villages. Because if you want to have IT in your schools, you damn well better have the fiber optic line in there, or you're going to be what's happening off and on right now, some of our AGA. So we are working on such a bigger plan that we want to get computers into our classroom, into our family houses, and we want our kids to have the same advantage as any other child out there. But definitely, we're right now everybody's scared to let us in. Instead of welcoming us in, they think, oh, they're going to come take over us. Well, I don't want to take over Frontier. I want to help those children make sure they have the proper education that's necessary for them. So thank you very much for this question, Jacqueline, and the rest of you.
Okay, thank you, President Chartrand. We've got 3 more hands. Joseph Nault? I don't think it's Joseph.
Oh, it's Charlene. You can hear me?
Hi, Charlene.
Hi. I just wanted, do you have a seconder yet? I also have something to say, but if you don't have a seconder, I will second that. And I'd also like to speak as a 39-year-old student. I just went back to school in September to get my grade 12, to get my mature student so I could go into college. Up until this point, I had like a grade 8 education and only a couple credits for high school. So I was always struggling in the school aspect. And so when the pandemic hit, I decided I needed to go back to school. So I went back to get my mature student. So I've been doing full-time school since September. I had a heck of a time getting any sort of help from the MMF. I had to actually go to Leah because we had talked, and then I had to go to Leah to get help to actually get any sort of funding at all, any sort of help from the MMF. So I would just like to know like why it's so hard when somebody's trying to further their education and needs that grade 12, why it's so hard for them to get funding. Because if I had not been living at home, I would have really been struggling to try and get by when I was having no income at all while I was trying to further my education.
Okay, thank you for that, Joseph. So it says on your picture. But let me say it this way: that truly is an ongoing challenge to sustain the need of all of our citizens at large. And we're very proud of people that are going back to school. The program that Minister Fleury runs actually assisted thousands upon thousands throughout our province and created thousands of jobs for them, and all in their trades. I'm sure that's where you'll be heading once you got your grade 12, or you'll be going to post-secondary. So now you know when you go to post-secondary, you got 5,000 a year for sure for every year that you go to that particular course or class or particular field you're taking. And when you go into trades, we will then give you a living allowance. We'll give you some we'll pay your costs for your tuition costs and ensure that but you have to do the work on this side. You got to say you decide to want to, let's just choose an electrician. You want to be an electrician, or you want to be a counselor, whatever you want to be. So what you have to do is the homework you have to do is you got to go do the review on that particular field that you want to take. What's going to cost? What school are you trying to attend? And what's it going to cost for where you're planning to live? So we got to try to work out these details on that. But going before that, this is where Joan is trying to work on this missing piece that happens between grade 9 and grade 12. Okay, there's a missing component that's existing here. We're focused on post-secondary, we're focused on trades. Now we never had no money in education. So finally we're getting money in education from Canada, not from the province, from Canada. So what we're now focusing on is starting to look at the career pathway of those students from grade 9 to grade 12. Because by grade 9, you should want to know what you want to be. Okay, sometimes you'll drop out of school for personal reasons, family reasons, challenges, trouble, peer pressure, whatever. then we got to figure out how you get back. So that's why L'Oreal Institute right now has a GED program. We do have a GED program, and they're doing it, in fact, by virtual. So, but key to us is that grouping from grade 9 to grade 12. And we need to work with the schools need to work with us, because we want to establish what it is. And I'll give you a perfect example so you'll understand the challenge we do face, the hardship sometimes. When we were trying to access how many students were in the universities, we couldn't get them. The most we got is 250 maybe. That said, here I'm a Metis student, I'm taking engineering, whatever. We couldn't get the rest of them. We knew they're there. But the challenge we face is they graduate and say, knock on our door and say, we want a job now. Well, wait a second. How do I find you a job tomorrow morning? If you would have given me a couple of years to plan, I could have hopefully got you a nursing job, or I could have negotiated something. So we couldn't get them. And then they said, well, why don't you let the university students do it themselves? Okay, so I give them $250,000. So you guys have a gathering. Find out how many students are there. They were throwing pizza parties. They tried everything possible. They couldn't get the students out. And they got mad. They got frustrated as students saying, what's wrong with you? My fellow students, come out. Their MMF wants to help you. So now this new change of 5,000, this is where we got the numbers now. Now we know. There is exactly between college and university, we know there's 2,000 students right now. That we know for sure. So that's perfect for us. Now we know what courses they're taking. We know when they're going to graduate, and then we know how we set the pathway. So when you start to move to the next level, there's greater strength in that particular program system than it is on the grade 9 to 12 system you're talking about. So we got to divert, and that's where Joan is trying to go to now. Grade 9 to 12. How do we fill that gap? How do we start getting ready to work with the students so when they get out of grade 12 or they drop out, we can go back, focus them in, and try to pull them back into the school system. So no matter if they have problems, they need tutoring, let's hire tutors. So that's where we're going. Unfortunately, you're a little bit behind because our money came in so late. So, and it's a first breakthrough, as you heard other ministers say here. It's the first breakthrough we ever had in our history. And now we finally got at least some financial tools to start fixing those gaps you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's awesome that it's here now, and that I decided to go back when I did, because now like I'm A+ student when I never knew I was so smart, and I'm on the student association as well. So
excellent.
I've
now
already
you can
got
be whatever you want. Now you can be whatever you want to be. Your MMF government will be there to help you.
That's right. And I'm actually accepted into the social service worker program.
Excellent. Excellent. We look forward to you being one of the social workers.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I've got 3 more speakers, and the day's getting long.
These are workers, Mark. These are Métis people. 5 o'clock means nothing to them. What's wrong with you?
Hey, with the Zoom is getting really interactive now, so it's starting to work good.
Well, I was seeing Albert Beck. He was falling asleep when Will Goodon was giving his report, so I don't know. Maybe he's rested now. I don't know.
Shirley Langen.
Minister Ledoux, thank you for your wonderful report and your hard work and dedication on this portfolio. President Chartrand, you absolutely read my mind, because a lot of what you spoke on is absolutely very concerning in terms of what the Palliser government wants to do with amalgamating the school system. It's scary. A lot of the resources will be lost. And can you just imagine if we're really proud that we have part of our heritage, the Louis Riel School Division, the founder of Manitoba. Can you imagine if that's no longer? But the full impact of his decision won't be felt until it actually happens. And it's scary. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
Now I got Jason Lecision. How do you say Jason? Lecision.
Well, a lot of people say last one chicken, but don't worry about that. It's Lecision.
Yeah.
I got 2 comments to say here. Number one is I come from a small community. And number one is that a lot of our teachers nowadays don't want to deal with the kids. They run them through school from kindergarten to grade 12, whether they're special needs or they're problem child. And it's partially to blame with our schooling system too, with what's happening to us, to our younger generation. I've seen it. through my nieces and some of my nephews, and they're having a very hard time today trying to get ahead in life. Now that my niece is 22 years old, she's a special needs, they run her through school, and there's no way for her to get an education or how. And we've been trying to find her a way of, she's got the need and want to get a job, but she doesn't have the skills to do it. Like, she's worked at McDonald's, she got laid off. She worked at other places, and it's the skills that she needs to do, and she has the want to do it. But she was ran through school, and she needs a further education. And it's partially, to me, it's to blame is the school division or the school, quote unquote, the teaching staff. And it has changed many years. Like, I'm 50 years old, and when I went to school, we had special needs students, and those students were taught house skills, etc. Today, they're not. They're just ran through. And it's sad to see that happen, because they are part of our society and they are beneficial to us, etc. And we got to do something about this. And it's a very important issue with training, and our teachers are to blame too. Some of the parents are too. I agree with that, but it's mostly our schooling system nowadays.
Thank you, Jason. I thank you for that question. I can hear your frustration in your voice, and one of the things that Mr. President just previously indicated in regard to taking on so many students, and so the funds that are there that should be spent on the needs of the children are not. So we have situations like this. We have the social passing, which is something that shouldn't be, because it doesn't benefit our children, and they go through all their grades and they come out at the same point where they're behind. Just in regard to what our Métis government has, Jason, is we have life skills and essential skills programs that individuals can tap into that would help them with something like this. So, after the AGA is over and that, I would appreciate it if you would give us a phone call and see what we can do to put your daughter on a right path. And for anyone else out there that's listening, we have different resources available. We have our homeschool support program that's in place right now too, that can help on a one-to-one basis and stuff. So our resources that we have are kind of unlimited right now. We have tutors, we have a lot of different things that are available, Jason, that I feel that we will be able to help with, and anybody out there who's listening and in the same situation.
Thank you for the answer, John. Actually, Jason, the two ministers will work together, which they have on a constant. Because your daughter is of age already at 23, so she's looking towards employment and maybe a potential some education. But John Furry is the minister who would work with Joan, and they'd come together to talk about this. Some of the things that we've been creative in doing, and we're not getting the support of the province, you're absolutely right, is the province to blame on this. We went and got Standing Tall from the Maori people out in New Zealand, and the program, just for everybody to capture the easiness of the thinking of the Maori people, which are similar to us. And they saw that their children were actually failing or else being graduated and still being at a grade 6 level, yet getting their graduation papers to leave the school. They're just passing them right through. And so they saw it was a massive failure by the educational institution. So they created a program, and it's a different, of course, in the Maori name, but in translation, it's Standing Tall. So what they actually did is they put hired parents and put them in a classroom. And not like 10 parents, like a few parents, mothers that were sitting there. All they did is sit there, and they participated by when, say, little Jason would act up in classroom, while little Jason was pulled out by the mom, not by the teacher. Teacher kept on teaching. But here's the beauty of it. Now there's no more intimidation. Now you got a Maori mom going to talk to another Maori mom saying, little Jason's acting up in his classroom and we need to figure out how do we focus him back to where he needs to be. And so the parent was be more comfortable, more relaxed to talk to another parent. So it became what we saw, what the Maori people saw, is their educational thing went right up, started skyrocketing straight up, because now the community, the family was involved and was really a joint effort by everyone. And it really turned their educational graduation rate at a very good level, solid level, comparable to the rest of New Zealanders. So we board that program. We have it in a couple of schools here, but trust me, Jason, you can't get the province to believe in it. They'd rather cut than actually put more additional human resources into the classrooms to help out those students. Because you're absolutely right. There was OEC, no, what was it called in Cranberry? It was Cranberry had it. Actually, I went in there, Jason. I want to miss my friends, and they're older than me, 2 years older than me. So I jumped in a bus with them, and I just said, yeah, I'm going to Frontier too. So I told my mom, she had no education, she didn't know it. So he packed me a bag, I jumped in his bus, and I went along with my friends. And so I went in this classroom, and OCD, I think it's called, something like that. And there was a nickname for it. Anyways, I went there, and the test they gave me, I was just finishing it fast, like it was quite. But my friends there, Jojo and Johnny and them, they actually had more of a slower pattern of learning, and that's why they're having some challenges. So the teacher started asking questions. She said, like, excuse me, she said, who are you? Like, so I explained my name, and then they pulled me out, shipped me on a bus 2 weeks later, sent me home. So, because it was too easy for me, because I was not in that level. But you're absolutely right. There was a program, and that program paid attention, specific attention to those students that would be struggling because of a deficiency, not because they didn't want to learn, they had deficiency. So when you look at it from that concept, this is what some of the programs that need to start kicking in. That's why it has to be mutual, where you need the employment sector and the education sector to come together here. So, but you are right. How do you convince we will not convince this premier. You know it, Jason, I know it. This premier is cutting, and it's cutting, and it's going to keep on cutting. Our hopes is going to be, of course, if NDP get in, is to go and push them to put these particular programs that you speak of, Jason, because they're essential. We can't, even if there's only 2 in the classroom, they should have the same right as the other 25 in that classroom. That there's got to be a program that should be designed to help them, and they're going to have a harder challenge than anybody else especially when they leave the school system into the workforce, and the struggles sometimes, depending on the employer, the struggles they may face. So thank you for asking that question, Jason. Keep on pushing that issue amongst all of us. I think it's essential. We'd never forget some of these individuals that are struggling, and they still want to make ends meet. And like, I'll give you one of my heroes. One of my heroes is Leah LaPlante's daughter. She's blind, struggles, so much health issues, never gives up, wants a job, keeps on trying to work, trying to take care of herself personally. She is a hero to me. Trust me, she's a hero. I don't know why God is so hard on her. I'm sure there's a special place for her somewhere else later, but she never gives up. And I'm sure your daughter's the same way. She'll never give up. She wants to work. She wants to be part of society, and she wants a chance. So keep on raising those questions, Jason. I think they're very essential, and we need to do our part to see as a government. We may not be able to answer all of it or deal with all of it, but let's give it a damn good shot.
Thank you, President Chartrand. Now we've got 3 speakers, and that's it. And we keep getting more speakers every time President Chartrand speaks. So, we'll go to Donna Barker. He didn't hear me, thank God. Donna Barker.
Hello, Braden Ferland. Actually, I'm just using Donna's computer.
Okay.
And my question is for after post-secondary, like I'm in a trades program, and once this is done, since COVID will make it indefinitely hard to find a job, I was wondering if there's any help for after trade school for us. So I'll have to move towns, I'll have to find a new job and relocate my family. So is there any programs for help people like us?
So if you don't mind me answering that, Joan, we actually are working on thank you for that question. We're actually working with Canada right now, because Canada is working not only for the country, for economic returns and economic boom, and there'll be a lot of people really going out there full kilter to get jobs and be back in the market. And you're absolutely right. Right now, there's a limited job, a lot of people lost, but there's a return that's going to be coming. So we actually have a proposal going into Canada to look at an economic investment to people for jobs, to make sure that we find the qualified jobs, necessary jobs that would fill their trades. And so we're hoping that in this upcoming budget on April 19th, that Canada will adhere to our request, and that we can put an action plan to start ensuring people, like, for example, the more you see what's happening with the oil and gas, there's going to be less and less potential jobs in the pipelines. So people are going to be shifting their careers and going back, maybe as you did, going back and getting another trade, and now coming and say, look, we need a job. We need to find a way to get in there. Then another part that's so essential people forget is the unions. Because lots of these big empires or institutions, in order to get those jobs, you actually got to bid for them. You got to be part of the union, then you got to bid for those positions and those jobs. So for us to come from the outside, it's quite challenging. We've been meeting with Enbridge and other companies like that, because I have a good relationship with the company of Enbridge. But we're talking to them about assuring how it is that we can work side by side with the union, from an Indigenous standpoint, from a Métis Nation standpoint, to get into their industry. So, and make sure we get jobs in all sectors of their companies. So we definitely are looking at that, and we'll give you more updates as you keep on check the website. But we're definitely, our program also, I assure you, it works diligently, as John Fleury's department, it works diligently to tie you up and line you up with the industries that are out there. So, and we've been very, very successful in Canada. We're #1 in Canada. There's 81 of these programs in Canada, and I'm proud to say, on behalf of the Métis people, MMF is ranked #1. And we create the jobs, we find the jobs, we find the partnerships, and we make sure these jobs are well-paying and long-sustaining jobs. So as I can say to you, the only thing I'm pushing right now is we need an influx of resources to fill gaps that may come because of the return from COVID back to a full natural position of our economy.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, President Chartrand, that's part of the new budget asks that's going back to the Minister of Finance for her budget on the 19th. You know, I'm going to have to just take one more question, and then we're going to have to move on. Chantal?
Yeah. Just in regards to apprenticeship and apprentices and Métis apprentices, why does the LRI not apply to run accredited programs in the trades where you could employ Métis instructors offering, essential skills, offering remote learning for northern communities to train more skilled tradespeople up in the north that could, support the community that they live in?
Do you want me to answer that? Joan, you can answer it?
No, you can go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you. In fact, apprentice is one of the fields that we really pushed lots. Anita was leading the file on our behalf, and we worked with. But here's the challenge. You remember that how they changed the industry during apprentice. They only had 1 to 2 ratio, and we're arguing that it's not feasible for any company to be looking at it from a ratio perspective that would disadvantage the company, firstly, that would willing to take this on, and definitely the opportunity for the apprentices that could actually take these things. So we actually start pushing this with our industries, but the province, of course, sets the ratio system and how apprenticeship work. We still got on our radar. Anita knows more, probably particularly on that file. But I can tell you it's on our radar, and we're trying to make sure that we figure out some of the things we're looking at too in our own industry. I'll give an example like housing. We're creating so much different jobs now in housing, so we control the market. So because there are houses, there are capital buildings we're buying. So what we look at an apprentice side, but again, it's the rules that the province applies on apprentices. But the key is this: we can now talk to a lot of our electrical companies, our plumbing Métis companies, and say, we want you to take on an apprentice. And we want you to train them and get them ready. And that's in fact what's happening to Stanley Electric right now. They're taking on some Métis electricians, and they're in apprentice stages, and they'll move out to eventually get their papers. So we are working on that in our government, but we are very concerned in the way the provinces design the ratio system. I think it's a disadvantage to businesses and a disadvantage to those that want to take on a trade.
Just to note, the ratios have changed to 2 apprentices to 1 journey person.
Yeah, it was 1-to-1, remember? And
Yeah.
but again, even then,
Makes it tough.
that we believe that if you're only going to focus on two, like 2-to-1 or 1-to-2, whatever number ratio, which we look at it, it really limits your ability, the impact you're going to make. Because these things, apprentices are not something for 1 month. We're talking some of them going on for several years. So the investment has to be better, well designed, and we've been pushing the province and actually trying to get involved to have a say on looking at a better, more perspective nature that really the industry would want. Industry would want that. So a lot of industries don't like to waste their time. So some of the incentives we do give, Chantel, is we pay industry. We give them the money. We pay for the salary of that position. So then they're more, okay, I'll take it. It lessens my financial papers at the end of the day. I don't have to spend so much money. I'll take one of your Métis students. So that's another incentive we use using our training money. We pay them to actually train our people, which then they'll take. If they have to pay it on their own, they become very reluctant because it doesn't really pay for them unless they have good hearts, right? It's not about money. For them, business is about money. So sometimes you get lucky, you get a business that has a big heart with money, but sometimes you don't. So, but we definitely have it on the radar, and we're working with all kind of ways to get our people into that trades, various trades.
Okay, Minister Fleury's here to answer that question. It's his responsibility. John Fleury.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. There's 4 points I'd like to address that have been mentioned here, and between Minister Ledoux and President Chartrand, they've been touched on already. But in respects to Jacqueline Chartrand's question in regards to the involvement of the MMF in the apprenticeship, we've already at this point in time in 2019, 2020, we had 88 individuals involved in apprenticeship in school technical training. The challenge that we've had is to find employers that will indenture our students, but we are actively involved on the indentureship or the apprenticeship, sorry. In respects to Charlene's issue, unfortunately, that was an internal faux pas, you can say, and come to us, and you have been brought to the Southwest LAC already, and we are assisting you. But if there's anything further that we can do for you, please come to us and make us aware. I'm sure our career counselor hopefully addressed your issues and brought that forward. Jason, have your daughter please come to the Southwest region. If there's anything further that we can do for you, career counseling or whatnot that she requires, we're readily available for that. To the gentleman in regards to the trades program, we can assist you with providing you job search supports as well as to help connect with employers. So again, please contact the Met Department at Winnipeg Home Office 586-8474 and ask for the Met Department. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to go just one last person, Sherry Mead, because she's been so patient, and then we're going to call for a vote on the report. Sherry. Sherry Mead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can't see you, but we can hear you. Well, there
okay, thank you. I'll try to be quick. And I wasn't being patient. You couldn't hear what I was saying that whole time. Just kidding. My son is finishing up an apprentice program. He's in his 4th year. He's been extremely successful in his marks and in the work he's doing. He's run into a situation where his roommate has developed an alcohol addiction and has been blowing the rent money, blowing the bill money. We've managed thus far, but he needs to get out of that situation. So we reached out to the MMF to see what kind of assistance there might be for him just for this last year, just to help pull him through so he doesn't have to move back to the country and thereby be out of the program. And we were told there was nothing that he can be helped with because it is his last. There's got to be something that can be done to help him, no?
Sherry, thank you for that question. That's a very good question. We do have some funding that's available through the Emergency Assistance Program that I'm sure that we would be able to tap into that if he would like to call our office at the Louis Riel Institute, we can talk to him and move forward in helping him.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good. What a great session this has been. Can we have the technicians put the voting tools up? Okay, motion to accept the provincial education report as presented by Minister Joan Ledoux. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to pick up another thing that's going to the museum. And you see this here book is the biography of Archbishop Taché, who of course became the Archbishop, but he was one of the lead negotiators for us in bringing Manitoba Act into existence. So this is another one that's going in. And finally, I wanted to show you another one. This is Le Métis Canadien. This is a French author who toured through the prairies in the late 30s, through Saint Laurent, Saint Lazare, and its book was originally translated into English in 1945, and it's out of print now. So if you wanted to buy the second edition of this, you got to pay $400. But this thing is one of only about 10 copies that exists, and this goes into our museum too. So, do we have a vote? Motion is carried. Okay, at this point, I'm going to turn the chair over to my co-chair. And I know that you've enjoyed some of those history vignettes, but I think you're going to enjoy these other ones better, because these are all, Will, while he's waiting for the vote, has said that he's going to put out all his hair pieces that he's got.
Oh, wow. That's, yeah, we're having fun here. Like he's all the way over on the other side of the country.
Well, I'm far enough away, Will, that I can.
Grief inside here. I'm getting grief across the virtual world. I'm loving it. I love feeling the love today.
Thought I'd have to wake
Thanks,
you
Mark.
up a little bit. Get you.
Oh, you're awesome, man. I love you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and then we're going to come back. We're going to have a discussion on the rest of the agenda. So I want you folks to think about it. We have quite a lot to discuss here, but there are ways that we can manage this agenda. And I'm going to raise a couple of possibilities with all of our delegates here today. But we are going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to have the illustrator is going to hopefully pick on Mark this time. And we can have a funny picture of Mark. That's what I would really like to have at this point. So we're going to take 5 minutes. It's now 1 minute after 4. So at 6 minutes after 4, we'll return. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks very much, and thanks, Mark, for all that work organizing and putting, helping us get through the agenda here. It is after 4, and we have still about 10 reports to go through. There's been a little bit of discussion whether we could and the discussion needs to be put to the floor. So that's why I'm bringing it here to the floor, so that we need to, I know there's folks who want to hear the hard work that has been done by your ministers, by your representatives in the Métis government, and they have been. And all the ones that are still in the queue are just as important as all the ones that we have heard from already. As we know, and I think it's pretty evident after today, that 2 days is likely not enough for the entire capacity of what your Métis government is doing for you. In fact, even the reports that were made were only scratching the surface in a lot of cases for the work that's been behind the scenes on the reports that we've already heard from. So one of the options that I would like to present to the floor is whether we would have the rest of these reports, they're all on video report, uploaded to the MMF website. The reports, the written reports in your kit for all of these that have been left are in your kits. You can get access to them from the email that was sent out to you. As well, there will be other opportunities as well for us to participate, ask questions to your minister. Or the other option is that we keep going. So that option would, there are some shorter ones, there are some longer ones that are coming up here. There are some where there may be several questions as well. But rather than taking that decision away from the floor of the assembly, I wanted to allow the floor to have its say on, and we don't want to take too long to discuss this motion because then it just takes time out of the rest of the day. But we do have a Métis National Council update from our national president. The resolutions committee has met and they want to come back at some point soon. We have 10-year service awards for our employees. We have the silent auction, which does take a little bit of time as well. So I am going to ask the assembly what your thoughts are on the portfolio reports, the ministerial reports that are yet to come. And they would include Métis Community Liaison Department, French language, Michif language, residential schools, Riel House, culture, environment, fisheries, sport and youth, economic development. So there's still quite a bit to do, but I'm going to ask for some direction from the floor. So I am going to turn to the list, and I don't know if the hands that are up want to speak to this or something else, but this is the question that I'm going to be asking you. Do you want to keep moving forward with the reports to come, or do you want to find a mechanism so that we can find a way to wrap up before it becomes too late this evening? Again, it's up to you as the delegates here at the 52nd Annual General Assembly, and I will leave that in your hands. So my first hand that I see up is Jeanette Brown Porter.
Hello, yes, I'd like to make a motion due to the time restraints. I'd like to accept the portfolio reports as presented in the kits, and they can be also reviewed on the MMF website.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. We have a mover, and I'm the next person on the agenda. We don't have a motion quite on the floor yet. We have a mover, so we'll look for a seconder if that's, and then we'll have discussion on that motion. But in the meantime, I have Jack Fleming. You're muted, Jack. You need to, can somebody unmute him? There you go.
I guess I'll have to second this motion because it is getting late, but I had some questions on the fisheries that I thought was very important, but there's no time for this. My discussion is going to be a half an hour, so I think that we should just go on and let me know where I can vent my problems here with the fisheries later on. Thank you, Will. Oh,
Absolutely.
and Will, you and Mark are doing a good job there today.
Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that.
One more comment.
Sure.
I want to say hi to old John Lee over there across the world. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I wouldn't have called him old because now he's going to come after you. So, absolutely. I want to say hi to John Lee too. He's my friend. So thanks very much. We have a mover and seconder. As to your point about asking questions on the fisheries department in particular, but anyone who has questions, we still have the email, the aga@mmf.mb.ca that you can send your questions to. Your minister is outlined in the kit. All of the ministers that I know, and I work with these people on a daily basis, are very open to having those discussions. If there's a need to set up a more formal meeting, that can be done as well. So I'm sure that we can accommodate anyone who has questions and was waiting in line, and for that we apologize. So we do have a mover, seconder to accept these reports as presented, and I will look for a discussion on this motion. And I don't, oh, John Lee just put his hand down. I think he wanted to say something back to Jack, but let those guys work it out between themselves. Any discussion on this motion? I see no more hands raised, and I actually just got a quick text from the head of the department under which fisheries falls, and she will follow up directly with you, Jack Fleming, to make sure that your concerns and your questions are answered and considered. So thanks very much for that. So I will ask for the poll to come up on the screen. The motion to accept the remaining reports as presented by the ministers in the annual report. We also will commit to having all of the video reports posted online as quickly as possible. And again, those are the reports that I had just mentioned: MCLD, French and Michif languages, residential schools, Riel House, culture, environment and mining, fisheries, sport and youth, and economic development. All in favor, press your button. All opposed, press the opposed button, and abstentions as well. That motion is carried. We had 6 opposed, but the overwhelming results were that we need to find a way to manage the rest of the day. And I apologize to my colleagues who aren't getting a chance to be able to present all of their hard work. It's just at this point, it's just a matter of time management. So I don't see what our next, we have National President Clem Chartier. Is he does have a video report? He's live? Okay, can we move the microphone and screen over to our National President Clem Chartier? Please take it away, Mr. President.
Thank you, Will. Good afternoon, fellow Métis. I as well would certainly like to have been there to see you once again in person. But hopefully things will go well, and I'll be able to join you in October, but likely not as president of the Métis National Council, but be there nevertheless. Just want to state, and others have stated, that the virtual forum that we had last weekend was really very good. It was excellent. We heard from people from across the nation. And of course, we had participation from, I would think, well in excess of 1,000 each day from across the nation. Not everybody speaking, of course, but listening and, of course, concerned about what is happening to our people. And you've heard me say before, and I'll just say it probably the last time in this capacity, that I'm very thankful to the Métis of Manitoba, again, the bedrock of the Métis Nation. You know, you have stood so strong in terms of defending the integrity of the Métis Nation, the history of the Métis Nation, the identity of the Métis Nation, citizenship, and our homeland. So for that, you know, I and the rest of the Métis Nation citizens outside of Manitoba are definitely thankful. MNC is still facing a lot of challenges, particularly from the so-called Tri-Council, which is working quite actively to undermine the Métis National Council leadership, myself and Vice President and National Spokesperson, David Chartrand, your president. And of course, we have also witnessed the illegal coup in British Columbia, where President Morin Del Col has been suspended, according to them. However, your leadership at the national level still recognizes her legitimacy, and she still continues to be engaged with us at the national level. Soon we will be seeing a federal budget. It'll be the first one in 2 years. So we missed budget 2020, and on April 19th, we will be getting the next budget. A lot of work has continued to go into the budget ask by Finance Minister David Chartrand and our team, and a budget ask will be, well, has gone in, and we're not sure to what degree we'll be successful. Here again, the Tri-Council decided not to participate with us, although they were asked twice over the past year and a half. And from correspondence, it appears, but we're not certain because nobody's confirmed it with us, that they've put in their own budget ask. That's yet to be seen. What is yet to be seen is what impact will their negative actions have on the budget for the Métis Nation. We're hoping it doesn't, but we don't know. So you will find out, I guess, when we do on April 19th, what impact their negative actions have been taking. We've also been trying to hold a Board of Governors meeting over the past year and a half, as well as a General Assembly, which we called for June of last year. The Métis Nation Saskatchewan and the Métis Nation of Alberta refused to participate unless the Métis Nation of Ontario is present and participating. And of course, as you all know, the Métis Nation of Ontario, because of its non-compliance with the criteria or definition of who are the Métis, and because by and large, they are not part of the historic Métis Nation, was suspended by the General Assembly in November of 2018. And although we did put them on a 1-year probation period, like a 1-year grace period to meet certain conditions, they never even made an attempt to reach those conditions. And so their full and absolute suspension was in effect as of just November of 2020. And so it's hard to move ahead without the participation of the Métis Nation of Alberta and the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, although now they believe with the coup in BC that they have control of the Board of Governors, but they have yet to seek myself calling a meeting of the Board of Governors, because they know very well, and we were very unequivocal and very forceful both myself and President Chartrand in his capacity as national spokesperson, but also in his capacity as president of the Manitoba Métis Federation government, that we do not recognize the acting president, so-called Lisa Smith, that we still recognize, as I stated earlier, President Clara Morin Del Col. So there is no way that they can trigger a meeting of the Board of Governors, although we can by inviting them. But as I say, they continue to refuse to participate in the absence of the Métis Nation of Ontario. We are looking at the possibility of triggering a section of the Not-for-Profit Corporations Act to force a meeting. We're not sure yet if we will go down that path, but we are trying to get a meeting. We are trying to resolve this, and we are trying to get to the bottom of this. And so all I can say again is the Tri-Council has been making all attempts to not only destabilize the Métis National Council, but to marginalize the Métis National Council, writing continuously to Ministers Miller and Bennett, asking them to kickstart the permanent bilateral mechanism process, where we've been able to achieve these billions of dollars, on their behalf, by excluding the Métis National Council, and whatever money that the Métis National Council is getting, that it be diverted to them for governance and for the PBM process itself. So they are being quite disruptive, and we're hopeful that, and I'll finish off on this, that the election in Saskatchewan, which will be on May 29th, changes the situation of the leadership in Saskatchewan. I've made it known that I'm running for the presidency in Saskatchewan, hoping to change the dynamics, and that the Métis Nation will get back on track between the Métis in Manitoba and the Métis in Saskatchewan. So a lot is riding on that election, but I know as well, regardless of the outcome of the election, if it's negative, that the Métis in Manitoba will continue standing strong, standing firm in protecting the Métis Nation. And so we can rest assured in Saskatchewan that even if we do lose the election, that not all is lost. And again, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the great support that you've provided the national body, provided myself, and have the support that you've continued to have for, again, protecting the Métis Nation as a whole. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Chartier. Much appreciated. Your work that you have been doing in the last couple of years is very much appreciated, but we know that you have dedicated your entire life to the Métis Nation, and for that we say thank you. And I can't underline the issues that he raises, how important they are. It is literally the integrity of the Métis Nation that is at stake, that these three presidents are trying to change the very fabric of who we are as a Métis Nation. And then the citizenship identity conference that the Métis National Council held last week, and I thank President Chartier for that, showed though that there are patriots from every corner of the homeland and beyond who are standing with us to make sure that we will protect the Métis Nation now and into the future. So thanks very much, President Chartier, for your thoughts and your the direction that that we need to take in order to be those protectors of the nation. We'll look for a motion. Can we have a motion to accept the National President's report? Should be up.
Oh, are we just?
No, I need a poll. I don't have a, oh, I need a mover and a seconder. That's a good point. Jackie Mason has her hand up. Several people have their hands up. Jackie Mason. We'll have I would like to get the motion on the floor and then we can have a discussion because there's quite a few hands up here. So Jackie Mason.
Hi, it's Jackie Mason from the Enola Local. I just wanted to ask if when they do the funding from the federal government, does it go to the MNC and then out to the different provincial governing bodies such as the MMF? Or does the MMF get their funding directly from the federal government? Because I'm trying to figure out how would the Tri-Council impact the funding that we know is to be that the federal government now has the fiduciary responsibility to the Métis. How does that impact us? And does the funding go to the MNC or does it go directly to the MMF? And then I will, after the question's answered, I'd also like to just move the motion to accept his report.
Thank you, Jackie. President Chartier.
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, we have a formula that 25% of whatever funding that we secure goes to the 3 prairie provinces, 12.5% each to Ontario and British Columbia. And the monies that we negotiated to over $2 billion, actually that goes directly to the governing members through accords that they sign with the federal government based on that funding formula. The MNC probably doesn't provide programs and services. We may get just a little bit less than 2% of that for some of our administration purposes. But other than that, it goes directly.
Thank you, President Chartier. President Chartrand would like to weigh in on this.
Thank you for that question, Jackie. It's a very good question in a sense to get an understanding because there are a lot of different statements that are being made by individuals from the, I would say, the Tri-Council side that are trying to mislead, including British Columbia, where they said that the funding goes directly to MNC and then the funding comes to us in our province and it jeopardizes our positions. You're absolutely, I'm the Minister of Finance. I know that the money goes directly to the provinces. In fact, as the president of MMF, I would have strong reservations if our funding was going to be taken over by somebody else before it came to us. So it goes directly to us as a Métis government. Now, you asked another question, which Clement didn't answer on the part as Minister of Finance. I will answer it. How does it jeopardize our funding? Well, what they've been doing, Jackie, is actually writing letters to the government to stop the funding to the Métis National, stop the discussions with the Métis National, end all relationship with the Métis National Council. In fact, they said we're the new Tri-Council. We're the only ones with self-government agreements. Negotiate with us, transfer those programs and discussions to us. The program word is wrong, but we don't do programs and services. We do consultation nationally for all citizens. But when you look at it, that's how they've been trying to cut the legs off the MNC. Because remember what they said. They said, firstly, the assemblies have no jurisdiction over them. As presidents, they have the power. And they also said that the process in moving forward is that they're going to reform the Métis National Council, meaning they're going to change something. Reform means they're changing. Now, if you look at what is their fight they've been trying to change everywhere ever since day one, is allowing the new Métis to come in under the auspices of the Métis National Council. Then they can say, well, they're part of the Métis National Council now, and they're entitled to the programs and services you're negotiating on behalf of the Métis Nation because they're part of our nation. They're not part of our people. So that's the #1 issue they've been supporting Ontario, to be back at the table, to have a say. It's like if you were charged with a criminal offense and you went to court and said, well, I want to sit on a jury too. Well, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. So unfortunately, that's the situation. And thank you for that question, Jackie, because it'll really, if people are, there's a lot of viewers, there's thousands of people watching our show. I'll call AGA, I'll call it, not show. But if you look at it, I will say to any one of them in a public statement anywhere that they were misleading the people in British Columbia, saying that we were taking the 10% of the funding at the national. You heard the president say it's about less than 2% at times. And it's actually and they get it back because it goes through national consultation. So each province actually gets the funding and when they join these national consultations. So again, it's such a hard place to be, but the entire fight has been about trying to bring these new people in, and they will be outnumbering us in the future. And they sound like they're meek right now. There's only 20,000 of us, and there's only 10,000 of us 152 years ago. So, but you look at the numbers today. So we know what the dangers are there, and more importantly, I said it over and over, and I'll say it again. You know, that last conference touched my heart so much when I heard Janine talk about the beadwork, and then you start to really reflect the York boat. You see the River Cart, the pemmican, all of these things that we do, Jackie. They don't have it, never will, because they were never part of our people. They're never part of our culture. So they're Algonquins they can connect to for sure, but they can't connect to us, so they're not going to steal our identity. But thank you for that question, Jackie, and thank you for moving the president's report.
In Chartrand, I have Joseph Nault next.
I know it's a long story. Yep.
I want to second the motion.
Thank you, Don. Much appreciated. We have a few more hands up. I got 5 hands. I'm going to cut it off. 4 hands. 3 hands. I'm going to cut it off there. Associate Minister David Bowden.
I was just wanting to second the motion.
Oh,
sorry, my hand was up for way too long as well.
Yeah. Okay. Peter Gorzen.
Yes, thank you. I was also wanting to participate more actively and second that motion and appreciate all the reports, all the hard work of our staff, our regional representatives, our elders, and appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks very much, President Chartier, and of course, President Chartrand, for all the work that you both put in. As I said, this is so important. It really is about the integrity, the fabric of the Métis Nation. And we need to be able to stand together, and we need everyone to stand linking arms side by side, that we protect our nation. So thank you very much, both of you, for that hard work that you're doing. I see no one else on the queue to ask a question. So I'm going to look for the poll to come up to accept the Métis National Council update as presented by President Clémence Chartier. The seconder is Joseph Nault. And of course, you know to press in favor if you agree, press opposed if you disagree, and abstaining if you don't want your vote to be recorded. So I will give you a few seconds to vote on that. Okay, excellent. That motion is carried unanimously and 0 abstentions. Excellent work to our national president, and always, as I said, much appreciated for the hard work. And he does take a lot of heat because he stands for what he believes in, and he stands for what is right. But I think that you know, he knows also that the nation stands behind him. The real patriots who believe in the integrity of the Métis Nation. And I know that gives people like him strength and people like our president strength. So that is why we need you and your voices to also be raised and stand up for the nation. Thank you very, very much. So we have the report from the Resolutions Committee is next. So I believe that it is Peter Fleming and Chantal Kerouac who will be presenting the report from the Resolutions Committee.
That is correct, Will. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we'll get started on the Resolution Committee's report. Starting off, I would like to introduce this year's Resolution Committee. From the Winnipeg region, we had Laura Forsyth. From the Interlake region, we had Scott Norquay. Southeast region, we had Chantal Kerouac. She's co-chairing. She's up on the screen there right now. From the Southwest region, we had Bertha Bouette. Northwest was myself, Peter Fleming. The PA region, we had Albert Linfitt. And Thompson region was Donna Spence. So there are a number of resolutions that have been brought forward which contain proposed constitutional amendments. Many reflect changes to the election bylaw, as explained by Minister Mayor and the Chief Electoral Officer during the Constitution report earlier today. These resolutions were submitted in advance of the AGA and circulated to the regions and locals more than 25 days prior to the AGA. We will not be reading these resolutions aloud in their entirety due to time constraints. However, we'll be putting a link in the chat for everyone to be able to access the resolutions. So the proposed resolutions, which are being provided for information purposes only, are as follows. And I'm going to just read what they're in regards to amendments to. So I'll read the first 10 resolutions. Chantel will follow up with the other 9. And I'd just like to reiterate, they're not being voted on or discussed here today. They will be brought to the floor at the 53rd Annual General Assembly. So resolution number 1, to amend the MMF Constitution and local bylaw with respect to Secretary Treasurer positions. That's moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution number 2, to amend the MMF local bylaw with respect to the definition of active locals, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution 3, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the definition of deputy returning officer, moved by Judy Mayer, seconded by Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution number 4, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the local executive definition, moved by Minister Mayer, seconded by Leo LaPlante. Resolution number 5, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the definition of the polling station definition, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution number 6, to amend the MMF local election bylaw with respect to the primary list of electors, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution number 5, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the regional returning officer, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution number 8, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the Chief Electoral Officer appointment, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution number 9, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the timing of election and rule for calculation of time, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. I'll turn it over to Chantel to continue with the other resolutions.
Resolution number 10, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the list of electors, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution 11, to amend the MMF election bylaw by respect to additions to the voters list on election day, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution number 12, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the qualifications of electors, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution 13, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the appointment of the deputy returning officers, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution 14, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to the qualification of candidates, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leo LaPlante. Resolution 15, to amend the MMF election bylaw with respect to polling locations, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Jelaida Lajimodier. Resolution 16, to amend the MMF Constitution, local bylaw, and election bylaw to include general neutral language, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leah LaPlante. Resolution 17, changing documents to provide a gender neutral identification option, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Leah LaPlante. Resolution 18, change to Article 16 of the MMF Constitution, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Anita Campbell. Resolution 19, name change, Articles of Incorporation, moved by Minister Judy Mayer, seconded by Minister Andrew Carrier.
So again, these are available for all citizens to review and will be carried over to the next AGA as discussed. There has been a link sent to your chat. Those of you who are familiar with the chat on Zoom, if you go to your chat, you cannot reply, but there is a link there that will take you to these resolutions. The committee also received one resolution from the floor. Upon review, the committee determined that this resolution involved proposed changes to the election bylaw. The resolution was ruled to be improper as it did not comply with the provisions of Article 14 of the MMF Constitution, which sets out the process to be followed for constitutional amendments. With that being said, I'd like to thank all the committee members, and I would like to thank all of the Métis citizens for participating in the resolution process. And I look forward to seeing everyone at next year's 53rd AGA. Thank you on behalf of the Resolutions Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Peter and Chantel and the entire Resolutions Committee for the work that you've been doing the last couple of days in order to prepare us for this. Thank you for those who submitted resolutions. As was indicated, they will be reviewed and deliberated and voted on at the next assembly, which we hope and knock on wood is going to be live and in person, so we can have that fulsome debate that we're known for. So thank you very much to the Resolutions Committee. There's no need for a motion to accept because they obviously just presented those resolutions for information as well as to have the proper notice for the next assembly. So what we So what we're going to be doing next here is I would like to ask the Minister of Finance, Anita Campbell, to come forward, and she is going to present some of our 10-year service awards. We have been so fortunate to have so many employees who are long-term and loyal employees that we always want to show how we appreciate them. And with that being said, is she almost ready at the front there? Absolutely. And so please help me welcome your Minister of Finance and Minister with several hats, Minister Anita Campbell.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present the 10-year service awards for our staff. I'm really honored. I just wanted to quickly do a shout out to everyone for being here all afternoon or all the last 2 days with us. What a wonderful, I was thinking in my head, we might have to go to 3 days, but mind you, last year or the year before when we met, we were doing 3 days. Now we're going to move to 4 days. It's going to be a long, there's so much interaction. There's so much questions. And it's just, you know what, it's really shows your commitment to your Métis government and providing that feedback to us. And so when we do those consultations on those many subjects, we know you're going to be there. We know you're going to be providing us with your feedback on how and where we should be taking our program. So I really want to thank everyone before I forget for being part of this and spending the last 2 days with us. It's a phenomenal meeting. I know we had some glitches, that's to be expected. We're all learning on this. I just wanted to share what the gifts are going to be without me making too much of a loud noise here, but what the staff are getting. So it's a Tissot, I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure I'm pronouncing it properly. So it's a Tissot watch. So it's a 10-year service watch that we provide. So this is the female version of it. And then we have the male version of it. And so they're beautiful watches. If you've ever seen the Tussauds, they're very beautiful watches that they produce. So with that, I know we have a PowerPoint that we're going to be doing to identify the staff for the 10-year service awards. There's 16 staff that we're doing. And so I understand the first one, congratulations to Ashley. And I apologize ahead of time if I say people's names wrong. I'm really sorry. So I have Ashley Davies from Metis Child and Family and Community Services for her 10-year service watch that she's getting. So we're recognizing Ashley. The next one we have is Wanda Ferlin McKenzie. Congratulations on your 10-year service for Metis Child and Family and Community Services again. Oh, they're going too fast for me. And then I think IT might want us to go home earlier or something. Congratulations on 10 years of service to Sharon Kenkelman. Sorry, Sharon, if I said your name wrong, I apologize. Henkelman. I think it's Henkelman. That's not a K. I think that's an H. So it's Henkelman. Metis Child and Family Community Services again. Congratulations, Sharon, on your 10-year service watch. And then we have 10 years for Anetka Carrick. Do we have Anetka Carrick on there, Adam?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's not the same picture I have. I have a different picture. She's from Metis Child, Family and Community Services also. So we have Anetka Carrick. Congratulations. Next one. Yeah, see, there's Anetka. Okay, I've gone through her already. Adam. Okay, next one. Congratulations on 10 years of service to April Hoory. She's a senior policy analyst, Office of the President, Chartrand. Congratulations, April Hoory. Do we have April? Oh, there's April. Congratulations, April. 10 years service. Beautiful watch you're going to have. Congratulations on 10 years of service to Paul Jerome. He's an IT guy. He's sitting way over there. Congratulations, Paul. 10 years of service. Congratulations. Information and Technology Department of the MMF. Okay, next one we have Jacqueline Keller, Metis Child and Family and Community Services. Congratulations, Jacqueline, on 10 years of service to your Metis government. Congratulations on also 10 years of service to Devin Lavoie. We have Devin Lavoie, Metis Child, Family and Community Services also with Devin. Okay, next we have another. Okay, congratulations, Deborah Leclerc. Congratulations, Deborah, on your 10 years of employment with us, 10 years of service with your Metis government. She is with the Metis Employment and Training Department. So she's with MET. Congratulations, Deborah. Next, we have Vanessa Pica. Vanessa Pica, congratulations on your 10 years of service with the Metis Child and Family Community Services. And then we have Richard Rosales. Sorry, Richard, if I said your name wrong, I apologize. Again, with Metis Child, Family and Community Services. Congratulations, Richard, on your 10 years service. Everybody's going to be wearing these fantastic watches around here. Okay, and we also have 10 years of service with Jennifer Rye, Metis Child, Family and Community Services. Congratulations, Jennifer, on those 10 years of service with your Metis government also. And Rhonda Stone. Congratulations, Rhonda Stone, Metis Child, Family and Community Services. Beautiful watches these women are going to be wearing and these men. Congratulations also goes out to Amber. Oh, I'm going to say this name wrong. Tishrob. You guys can see the name. I'm sorry, Amber, if I'm saying your name wrong. I apologize. Metis Child, Family and Community Services. And then also, we have Cassie. Same one, Cassie Teshrob. I'm probably saying your name wrong, Cassie. I apologize. She's with Metis Employment and Training Department, so she's with MET. I see Cassie here often. I'm saying her name wrong, aren't I? Yeah, how do you say it? Tykrub. Oh, there we go. Somebody told me. I was going to phone and ask, but I forgot. I'm sorry. And then the last one we have is Terry Thaveau. Devino. Yeah, see, I'll get this. I got the last one, right? Terry is with Metis Child and Family Community Services. Congratulations, Terry, on that. And also, I just wanted to congratulate all of you for your 10 years of service, even affiliates. I mean, you're all part of our Métis government. And so I want to congratulate everyone on receiving those beautiful watches that I had shown earlier on your 10 years of service with your Métis government. My understanding is we also need a motion for the resolutions committee. So I understand I'm throwing it back to Minister Goodon.
Yes, thank you. My apologies, Minister. You were doing such a great job there. You're on a roll, and I know you've got one more surprise announcement to make, but I was just informed that we need to get a motion, and I will take that responsibility and say that I missed that one, so my apologies. So what we're going to need now is a motion to accept the resolutions committee. Too many people talking around me. I can't hear myself think. So I need a resolution. I need a motion to accept the resolutions committee report. So I need that put up on the screen so that people can vote. Actually, I need a mover and seconder first. So I have somebody from Southeast.
Hi, I want a motion to accept the resolution.
Marielle Gauthier moves to accept the resolutions committee report. I see Scott Norquay as the next person for his hand up. Scott?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Scott seconds. And if anybody doesn't have questions and you wanted to move or second, take your name down. Otherwise, I'm going to call on you to. Barb Lavalley, do you want to speak to the motion?
Hello, sorry. I was going to, I thought I was doing the clapping hand for April. Congrats.
Oh, you're going to clap the hand. Oh, okay,
I was
that's
clapping
good.
for April,
Well, let's all
sorry.
give a hand for April for
my
that
babe.
awesome, time. Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Barb. Much appreciated. So we have a motion on the floor. That's to accept the resolutions committee report. And we're going to put that up on the screen so that people can vote. All in favor, press in favor. All opposed, press opposed. And if you're abstaining, press abstain. In the meantime, I want to give a big shout out to our technical team here. You all who are out in Zoom world, in the virtual world, don't see all the work that's being done here. It's an amazing group of individuals. And although we are all learning together, I think that we have a group of folks who are absolutely dedicated to the MMF and to making sure that we have the best experience possible. So thank you so much for that. This motion was carried. And with that, I will throw the microphone back to my good friend, Minister Anita Campbell.
Thank you, Minister Goodon. So I have the honor and the privilege of also making another presentation, and I'm really happy that they asked me to do this. So all the work, and you have to remember, I think she had mentioned that it was only, I think it was like 8 weeks, 6 weeks maybe that we had to pull this all together. It was like trying to make sure everything fit. And so, and there's been a lot of people behind the scenes too. And so we're going to share a couple things, and then we're going to, then President Chartrand is going to do the draws. And so, but we wanted to do this to recognize this individual. And so part of the thing is, and I was actually joking around the other day, I think she slept here sometimes because she was always here. Like even when I'd go home late at night, she was still here. She's put in long hours, long days, and constantly over the weekends, and it didn't matter what day it was. And so there's been so many people also helping her make sure that all of this was able to be done such a timely way. And yeah, we have glitches. It's okay. It's the information technology world, right? But I think it went off really well. I think everybody's needs, questions, and whatnot have been addressed. And so I really wanted to share with you, though, some of the people that are behind the scenes with this. And so I'm not sure if we're going to do a snapshot of some of the people right now, and then I'd like to then call up someone to come in so that we want to recognize the individual that's been behind all this and making sure that people are doing the work that they've been assigned to do. It's been a lot of work. I've seen the amount of work that's been done, and I know President Chartrand had mentioned it a couple times already, you know, with the cameras and all the TVs and all the computers that are before us. And there's been so many people that are involved with this, right down to small details to, you know, making sure people are fed, making sure people are, you know, we've had those long days. So I wanted to make sure that we are recognizing these individuals, and we wanted to provide just a small snapshot of some of the work that's been done for these individuals, for you. Actually, all of this work has been done for you to be able to participate and be part of the conversations and the discussions that we've had over the last couple of days. So are we ready to do the snapshot? Not quite yet. Okay. All right. So so part of what we're trying to look at, if you remember in 2019, I'm going to say when we had our AGA, the flurry that's around, and also you don't see that. It happens behind the scenes there too. The big curtains that happen, there's a lot of work that's going on behind there. This has happened in front of us right now. So when President Chart comes and speaks and others come and speak at the podium, even Minister Goodon, there are so many people that are, you know, hooking up with your mics and everything else. I don't know how many times I walked away from this and forgot I had a mic attached to me. And so it's a lot of work. There's so much people that are involved. It's a constant flurry. And, you know, nobody really looks at the times anymore. It's not where you look at the time and like, oh, time for me to go home. There's no such thing that happens. And that's okay. That's part of what we, I think it was mentioned, you know, we're here to help and we're here to work with you on achieving some of the programs and services and some of the goals that we have had set. So I think it's almost ready to go now. Are we ready? Yep. Okay, here we go. They started with President Chartrand's hat. There's a few that these are the people in the background. These are the people that this is what happened over the last 2 days, is what they're trying to provide a snapshot on. And so it's all those things that happened. Some of the coloring that's happened already over the last 2 days on the AGA bags that you received. And so you think of the amount of people that are behind there. They've been trying to show you just a quick snapshot of all the people that have been involved in this. And so there's so many here. And of course, being one of the leads, I'm always worried about the number of people. And I should tell you, everybody's following masks. Everybody's wearing masks. It's not like we're walking around, you know, with no masks on or anything. Everybody has a mask on all the time. So we really appreciated that. Like everybody that was in the rooms, we tried to limit the numbers of rooms that were in people in a room too. So we've been following the restrictions pretty good. So it's been really well planned and really well organized. So, I mean, you look at this, you look at the amount of people, look at the amount that's out there. It went off really well for the amount of time that we had to be able to do this. So there are so many pictures, and you have to remember too, this will be part of course, the wall, I'll call it, of MMF's website. A lot of these will be posted. They'll be part of the reporting that we'll do, of course, at the upcoming AGA in the fall of October, as President Chartrand has mentioned. And for sure, people will be using some of these as part of their reports. Look at even Dawn made it. I love that picture with the hat on. So thank you very much. I just want to now make a quick special presentation. This person, I'm telling you, she's got more energy than anybody I know. She's phenomenal. She has everybody organized. She's so detailed. And so it really gives us, you know, what we're doing, when we're doing it, how long, how much time. Even when you looked at the agenda, you didn't get the detailed one. We had the detailed one. It was down to the second. So this individual has been doing our AGAs for, I don't know, long time, many years. And always comes off you don't see the stuff, they have to deal with this stuff. So I really want to congratulate and recognize, and it's my great pleasure, and I'm so honored that they've asked me to do this presentation, because I didn't get to do it before, but that's okay. So I wanted to present this gift. And oh, these beautiful flowers. I don't know if you guys could see these beautiful flowers. Wait, I want to just show, and they're heavy. These are, look at the beautiful flowers. They're, oh, they smell amazing. They're really heavy, Glorian. But I wanted to present this to Glorian. I mean, you all know Glorian. I don't even have to really introduce her. You have to, so Glorian Chartrand has been doing this behind the scenes, amazing stuff she's been doing. She's been here every day for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, making sure, and just a small token of our appreciation for all that you do. Thank you. Oh my God. You did a phenomenal job. Thank you so much. Round of applause, you guys. Thank you so much, Glorian, for all the work that you've done and organizing us and making these 2 days that we got to spend with each other. Go on mostly without not her fault either. I'll be meeting with Adam about it after. So thank you guys very much for allowing me to be part of this and for presenting those service awards, and of course recognizing Glorian and her team. So thank you very much for allowing me to do that. Thank you. Oh, President Chartrand. Oh yeah, I can't move. See, what did I tell you about these mic things? Let me move this.
Thank you very much, Anita. It definitely is a great pride I have to see Glorian receive on behalf of all the people that worked with her as a team. She actually has been running your assemblies. Most of you know her, and she's always been finding a way to find your solutions. And I want to thank all the staff that worked together. We raised, I think, about 177,000 in contributions from donors and that supported us and supported this assembly. And I thank Glorian and her team and Paul and the rest of them that actually go out there and make calls to all the businesses and say, like, you want to sponsor the AGA, you want to be part of the AGA, put your name brand on there. And this year, I think it was 177,000 and maybe more that are confirmed to support these assemblies. They cost a lot of money. Trust me, they're not cheap. The bigger one at 3,000, just imagine this one. Imagine when there's 3,000 people, what they go through at night. Trust me, she's my wife, and I know how much this thing never ends when I go home. It starts over there again when I get home. So it's endless, but it really makes a big difference. And I owe her a great deal of gratitude on behalf of the cabinet and behalf of every Métis citizen, especially the elders who just love her because she makes sure their stay is a special stay. Now, she had a nice gift. I haven't seen it, so maybe she'll show me later. And so I'm very proud of the work they do. And I thank you, Glorian. Please echo that to all the staff. I really appreciate the work that you do and all of the people that make this look so good and so easy. Now there's two things I want to do. One, first, I want to announce something. We're supposed to announce it, but got cut off in the reports. Sitting in my office, I have with me fellow Minister Richard Ginai. He's the Minister responsible for youth. And Richard, if you could move your way in this way, and I'll move myself a little bit further away. Don't get too close to me. You have a mask, but he's okay. But anyways, I want to echo this. This is the announcement that Richard was going to make, but it'll be upcoming in your, you'll find it in the website, the Federation. We're putting $1 million into professional and structured sports and activities in the province for youth, because too many times our young people don't have the support financially. Their parents are struggling as it is. They go to their grandparents, they're struggling as it is, and they want to play hockey, and they want to maybe make a chance to make it into NHL or make it into some college hockey school that they can actually continue pursuing a professional career. So we are actually in discussions right now with some professional hockey players that are retired to come and lead a professional training, but it's not just going to be hockey. I made the statement to Richard and in dialogue with him. If you look at a lot of our rural towns, we have all these baseball diamonds still structured standing there, but nobody playing baseball because there's no structured sports or environments in those communities. And the schools have kind of abandoned that. And so it's going to be up to somebody to shake the trees and find the resources. We know mayors and councils don't have the resources in rural towns, so we need to do our part. So Richard will be setting aside $1 million in his budget just on structured professional
recreation and sports. So that's going to be a big change maker for a lot of our young kids out there and a great opportunity for them. So you'll hear more of that. Check the website, especially I heard people talking about youth camps and all of these other important aspects that are that people want to see. We want to have youth. Some actually add youth camps. They want across every region. But some of the youth camps we're going to be proposing this year is they're trying to get kids to go out and fish and go out and camp, go out and learn how to make a fire, learn how to cook, learn how to be part of something better than being locked in the city or locked in their towns and they have nowhere to go. Just walk the streets. And I know growing up in Duck Bay how hard it was. You just walk around. You made your own fun because there wasn't anything that really was there. But at least we had baseball, we had hockey. And we seem to have been able to do it ourselves. So I'm very pleased that this announcement by Minister Janai will lead to a massive change for the youth out there. So pay attention, especially you executive and locals out there. Tell that to check out your community, see if there's baseball diamonds, see if there what type of sports. Yeah, for example, we actually sponsored. How do you say your name? Where's April? Carrie Enerson for the curling. She's Métis. Her family's Métis, and she led the charge on the curling bonspiel that took place, and she won. MMF sponsored her $30,000 to her team, and Stanley Electric, a Métis business, sponsored 10. And she also went to doubles, and you'll see the big MMF emblem on her shirts. And I tell you, the calls we're getting from some of the curlers out there that love it. We're so proud to see our Métis emblem somewhere at the national level and international level it would be. So she'll be wearing your Métis infinity flag. I'm sorry, not your Métis emblem flag that she will be wearing throughout the year. And she'll probably come to our assembly in October, I hope, to say thank you to all the Métis people and the sponsorship she received on our behalf. So we invested well. We choose the right one to invest in. There's other Métis players there, but this one won the championship. So whew, good investment. Anyway, so it just shows, but again, she'll probably tell you like others, if there's family support, there's community support, and if there's some resources to get there, we can make it. And I used the example to the media the other day. I commend my sister and my brother-in-law who worked hard, and there's many here I know that do the same. My nephew Daniel is playing college hockey, and because of it's definitely his father's investment, major investment, going to hockey with him over and over. But he's now getting a $50,000 scholarship every year, American dollars every year, to go to college in the United States and play hockey there. So when you look at it, we need to give these kids the opportunity. So I'm looking forward to hopefully this program making so many changes in the community. So again, thank you very much, Richard, and I know that you'll do well in that endeavor. So thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to do some action. I want to start off in closing remarks here before I start doing the draw. What? I just need to explain how when we do the draw, I need to explain how we'll get the gifts, how we can recognize them. But after you're done. Okay, thank you very much. Let me say this in closing to everyone before we go into the fun stuff. Before we go into bingo, get your cards ready, everybody. Your dabbers better be on the table and you better be ready to start to play. But let me say this. I am so proud. I was telling that to some of the people in my office, and I watched, even right now, there's 259, 260 delegates that are local leaders from the community that are there constantly. We have over 120 locals in the province, 3 per local, and some, of course, locals are all piled up into some. There's more than 259 registered right here, but there's 5, 10 to a room in some places, not to a room, sorry, 2 floors, or spread out 4 or 5. So there's over 300 to 500 people constantly in and out of the process. But the data is showing in this AGA, just this AGA for the weekend, we have 55,000 hits from people coming in to see what's going on. 55,000 hits. And we had 7,500 just on the website alone coming to check on the AGA. We had hundreds of people that tuned in live streaming for the music and jigging last night. There was over 7,000 people watching overall. And the beat goes on. Our first stream of 2,436 viewers that were interrupted. Actually, I don't know if you heard about, some of you that are watching, some of you may have given up and left, but there was still 170 still staying throughout, even though there was a gap of about 20 minutes. The YouTube come in and cut us off. because they have copyright music. Because we're too damn good, I tell you, when we sing. Our entertainers sound just like Patsy Cline. So they actually came in YouTube and shut down on 3 songs, and they shut us down on 3 of them, and gave us warning if we did 2 more shutdowns, they probably wouldn't have this conference today. So we were quite worried about that last night. So I guess they use, I can't say that word, rhythm, algorithm. That's the word. Thank you very much. Algorithm. And so when that song picks up, that system comes in and says your copyright infringement, that song's protected. So again, it's I guess they're more tougher on the rules, and but I know the only way they can know it's copyright is because it probably sounds exactly the same or better. So thank you very much to all our entertainers last night. There was such a large viewing of people coming in and out. So I want to again close off with thanking the locals for the work you have done. You know, people don't realize the amount of work that executive locals do, that you're out there. Some of you have devoted half your life. Beverly up there, Webb is there, half asleep, I think, but she's devoted half her life to being local and the local executive and helping out. So when you start looking at all the people around here, I've seen so many of your faces at the assemblies, and people don't realize the amount of energy and work that you do out there. So I really appreciate that. And I want to thank you personally as the president. I want to assure you we're looking towards strengthening the operations and the funding to locals. We're actually, as you probably some of you have heard, we're going to start building local offices. And so you'll have an office to go to, and hopefully we can staff it with positions in that community. So that's coming, my friends, right across the province. We're looking at it right now. There's communities being selected, the bigger communities, of course, and we're going to have services right in your community. So you don't have to drive to your regional office. You'll have them right in your community. So that's already in the works. So we're coming a long, long way from where we used to be. And even though the 5,000 we give you is supposed to give you hopefully a tool to help other investors to come in to help out on cultural events or program events you create, we want to increase those kind of supports even greater. So your Métis government's looking at that, but again, it's not even enough to say all the thank yous you deserve. And people don't recognize and understand the hardships of people that devote themselves and want to help and make a difference. So unfortunately, there are some people out there who believe that they just should be a president tomorrow, or a board member tomorrow, or a chairman tomorrow, or I'm sorry, a cabinet member. So they don't understand. Look at Jack Fleming. Look how old he looks. He's been around forever. And I was laughing in my office when Jack was rushing to second the assembly to move on. Jack is famous for running to the assembly to shut down the assembly. I just love it. So I just love that old school of people that have been involved for so long and just be part of the movement, part of the change. And if you ask people like that today, these people that led the charge years ago, they'll tell you they are amazed to the mass of what we have now, how much of an impact we make, and how much is at stake now. This is not a game. This is not a club and organization. I said, this is a government with massive responsibilities, massive liabilities, massive responsibility to make sure services are spread out. Like all the good questions that came from so many people today about what we're doing, right from apprentice to education to justice, you name it, on and on and on. So it just shows me again the inquisitive nature of our people to make sure they know what's going on with their government, how the money is being spent. So for those out there that want to criticize our system, our government, our design, they can go to hell, because our people worked too hard to develop it. Before my time, it was actually I had to sit on a local like everybody else before I ran for board. So everybody had to go through that process because people want to test you. They want to know that you're really sincere. And some people say, no, I don't want to help out no more. I don't want to volunteer. I just want to get in there and run and be a leader. So I'm sorry, that's not how it works in no government in this country. Thank you so much for the guidance. I see so many there with the white hairs today, and a lot of you I grew up with. And I want to thank you for always being there for your government. And I can't wait for the next assembly to take place live. So I will move on to some of the great stuff today now. I will move on. First, I think, what do you have me set up to do? Will, you're having a line of setups? Because we have we have total eligible registered delegates, 292. And I want to thank each and every one of you. 220 completed the survey. And so your names are all put in a draw. And there's some good prizes, trust me, I mean it. Some very good prizes. And again, that's all from our sponsors, and I thank them very much. So I'm supposed to go back to Will, I understand, then they're going to come back to me. So thank you again to everybody, every one of you. Thank you for that question, Greg. You could assure those farmers and ranchers, we're looking at this issue. We want to make a difference. We want to be there. And Barb, thank you for all the work you do in Child and Family. And I was so proud to see so many of the staff, 10 years already working for our government, getting the recognition of their watches. Of course, you all know Barbara Lavely's daughter is April Lavely. She works in my office. She used to work with HRD, our training department in Selkirk. And when they announced her name, she wanted to come around here and give a speech. She said, whoa, 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 we're not asking a speech from you. We're just going to give you a watch. So anyways, she had to back away. So I'm just joking, Barb. Your daughter was not trying to speak. She was just shying her. Anyways, but again, thank you each to every one of you. And it's always a pleasure to see you when I visit you. And I do look forward. And Jim, I could see you struggling in your walking there, yeah, but I think you're walking better than your brother Jack anyway. But again, it was great to see you. Foster parents, Julie and Jim, always make it different. You know, for people that would see this man as a giant, actually, when you see him and the family can attest to that, Flemings are tough, but I'm stronger than Jack. But anyways, the families are tough. Jim used to grab a barrel of gas, a big 45 gallon drum, take it on the dock and throw it into his boat. And there's not a lot of men that could do that, Jim. I still remember that growing up, to go and try to make a few dollars at the Good Harbor and sell and clean boats or do whatever I can, work on boxes and nets just to earn a few bucks. And I remember Big Jim when he could grab a 45-gallon drum and just throw it on a boat like a little picnic basket. So again, thank you very much for everybody that joined in today, and I look forward to giving out some great prizes. So thank you very much, Will. I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks very much, President Chartrand. Of course, it's always a pleasure to listen to all the things that are going on, and of course, all those things that are in your head. I know you talk about that all the time, but there's it's got to be getting full here pretty soon, I would think. But thank you so much for all your hard work, and I know that everyone in the Métis Nation, especially here in Manitoba, I really appreciate you. So I did want to go real quickly over some procedures here. So President Chartrand is going to be pulling some names for the silent auction prizes, for the survey, $500. What we need you to do is, when your name is called by President Chartrand, so if it's Jack Fleming, and sorry, Jack, I hope it's not Jack Fleming. No, I'm just kidding. If it's Jack Fleming, then Jack Fleming needs to go to the Zoom and raise his hand. So if this is, there's going to be a couple of places like Thompson, I think the PAW, where they have a group of people, up to 10 people in a room with one computer. You're going to have to work with each other if your name is called. But that is the basic how it's going to be, because then we can find you. We can, our technical team, when you raise your hand, you get put up to the front of the queue. We can find you easy. We can spotlight you. So that's why we need you to raise your hand. This isn't going to be a perfect process, but we're going to do our best here and help President Chartrand with all the prizes. This is one of the most popular parts of the assembly, and I know that everybody has a ball when President Chartrand is starting to get on a roll with the silent auction. So with that being said, we're throwing it back to President Chartrand.
Thank you very much, Will. Now for the locals, before I depart and give gifts, everybody is going to go home with some how do you say that word? Memento. Again, my accent gives me a hard time saying certain things. A memento. And each of you can definitely show the pride in the volunteer and hard work you do as local leaders. So you're going to get, where's this picture? Right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Go right in there if you could. This is a silver coin, a Louis Riel silver coin. And each of you are going to get this. All local executives across the province, you'll be having this as your memory of 150. And this is going to go to each and every one of you, no matter where you are. We're going to track you down. And I better not see this in the pawn shop. I'll tell you that. If I find out who's pounds it, you're in trouble. This is pure silver, 99.9% silver. Jack Fleming, you better not try to damn pound this. Anyway, so and you're going to get this, of course, the 150 celebration that we never could have because of COVID. There's beautiful pictures and stories inside here. You'll get that. You'll also be getting my president's report, which you did not get yet. You heard me speak and speak, but you'll get the official report sent to you. So you'll get these 3 pieces, this, my report, and of course, this beautiful, what am I, whoa, it's not broken, it's silver. So anyways, you'll get this sent to each and every one of you. So thank you very much. Beautiful L'Oreal silver coin. So now, let's do some prizes. This, of course, wouldn't happen with all the so many businesses that send support our way to have a chance. We're going to first deal with the probe. And for all the people that filled out those questionnaires, we actually had 93 that weren't registered that the locals gave to their citizens to fill. They did. So we want to assure you, we're going to double check with them to make sure they're Métis citizens because they're not registered in our system at this particular assembly. They're probably registered in our database, but not in this particular assembly because there's only local executives. So, but those 93 from across the province will also receive their $50 thank you for taking the time and the energy and to answer the probe survey that was done to deal with the issues that we feel are vital for us to know as government. So thank you for the 93. They're not included in the 220 surveys. So it just tells you that we really, in fact, probe says usually about 30% of return survey really happens. We have 75% without counting the 93. So it is a massive turnout. Probe is so excited about it that everybody actually took the time to fill it out. So, but I want to say again, there was winners. We promised people there'd be money attached to as a gift, as a challenge, as a prize. And let me start off with the $100 winners for today. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. One is from Sheridan. Who's from Sheridan? Is that an Eric Erickson? Is all the way from Sheridan. You're getting $100 sent to you. That'll be coming in the mail. It won't be in a bus in case somebody grabs it. Flin Flon, you're getting $100, Flin Flon. That's Lori Hivitz. You want to talk about accent now? Hivitz They're from Flin Flon. Now it's going to St. Adolphe, $100. Paul Art Lagasse. Paul, I hope you're watching. The other one is going to Liberty. Ronald Poirier, I seen him there. Ronald, you're getting $100. There he is. $100 prize going to you for filling out the form. And it's all yours there, Ronald. And the other one is St. Rita. Michaela Sweet. What a good name. Michaela Sweet. You're getting $100 sent to you from Probe. So now for the bigger ones. For the Saturday draws, 200, 300, and 500. Let's start off with the 200. It's going to Mafeking. Millie Fagnan is going to get $200, and that's Millie Fagnan. 300 is going to St. Eustache. Where is she? I seen her there today. I sent her a picture the other day. I was in her neck of the woods. That's going out to Melissa Porteous. Melissa, you're getting $300. And the final 500 is going to the Turtle Mountains. That's Chris Light. Chris, you're getting $500. So congratulations to all those winners. Now, we want to do some other draws for these. I believe, are you showing these on the screen or are they going on the screen there? The prizes? There was a presentation. Okay, whatever that was, show me. I don't know. Nobody's told me that. It's not in my papers. They're going to show you a presentation, I understand. So what's the presentation for? Well, would you show pictures of it? Is that faster? Okay. Okay. Okay, bring it here. Okay. We'll use these models better. Faster. Forget technology. Too slow. Okay, let's do a draw. This is actually early learning and childcare. A Barbie Jeep. A Barbie Jeep to be driving around in your neighborhood. Which lucky grandma is going to get this one to give their granddaughter or their daughter? Come on there. Who's the winner? Every one of your names are in here. Okay, let's choose this one. That's going to the Southeast. Miguel Cure. Miguel, are you there? Miguel, you're getting this new Barbie truck. You can drive it, I'm sure, but it's big, it's probably big enough for you to ride around. But it'll be going into your community and you'll probably see it in your neighborhood. There you go, Miguel. This is going out to you and it'll be delivered to you. So next one is a provincial education book, Woman of the Métis Nation, Woman of the Métis Nation, written by Lori Barkwell and other people. So this is going out to, this is coming from what department? Provincial education from Joan Church. Is everybody coming from you, Joan? Joan Ledoux, I'm sorry. Joan Ledoux, is this coming from you? Is that all you got? You're cheap. You know how hard these people work for 2 days and that's all you're giving them is one book? What kind of outfit are you running there as a minister? Anyways, I'll talk to her after, you guys. Don't worry about it. I'll chat with her later. That's going to Northwest. Ronald Chartrand, a golfer. Ron, you're getting a book. You can book while you're having a break in golf when I'm beating you. So that's going to Ronald Chartrand. There he is. So, Joan Church, a book, and you got so much money in your budget. Anyways, L'Oreal Capital Corporation. They used to be cheap, but I got them out of that cheapness. Trust me, I did. So this is a real good thing. I got one of these at home. Oh, there it is. Can they see it that way or is it better here? I'll see it here. L'Oreal Capital Corporation, a video doorbell pro. These are unbelievable. Anybody comes to your house, you see them. Anybody walks by your house, you see them. You could even talk to them and say, what the hell you want in my house? Get out of here. Don't come to my house. So if you don't want visitors, you don't like your neighbors anymore, or when your relatives come and ask you for money, well, guess what? You'll get to see them before they come in. You don't even have to answer the door. So this way, when your relatives come to borrow money, don't answer the door. So there, that's going out to, and they're expensive, these things, about $400 or something like that. Let me find out. This will go to, this one is going Northwest, Sally Church. I hope you have internet where you are, Sally. So, of course, Sally is always at our assemblies. And I hope you have it out there, Sally. And you better not try to sell it. You could, oh, there she is waving. Yeah, Bernice is just jealous of you. That. Now, Métis Employment, a Samsung tablet. This is coming from Métis Employment, John Fleury, of course, the minister for that. And it's not broken like that. You see scratches on just a picture of an ugly picture. The lucky winner is going to get this from Northwest again. Stella Bramley. Stella, you're the winner of a tablet. Congratulations. Okay. Oh, this is a big one. Everybody's getting ready. Summer is coming. L'Oreal Institute. Thank you, L'Oreal. Thank you, Joan Ledoux. Barbecue set. A good one, my friends. This is, oh, love. Look at how beautiful the design is. This is not a cheap barbecue. I'm going to shake this up real good. Oh, there's a what? Oh, okay. Will is trying to get on the scene here because he's not getting no attention. So here you go. This lucky person taking home the barbecue is from the Southwest. Holy mac, it's somebody I know. Look at her smile already. Oh, Melissa Porches. You're getting a brand new barbecue. See all that hard work, all those years of investment. Congratulations there, Melissa. Saint Eustache. There's a giant chair in Saint Eustache. I should show you a picture of it. Somebody should get where's my phone? Send it to them. I went to visit Saint Eustache. There's a chair that makes me look like a little tiny kid. That's how big it is. There's 2 picnic chairs there. Okay, next one is the finance. Instant air fryer. You don't use grease no more, my friends. You throw your potatoes in there and they come cooked. How they taste, I don't know. Your chance. I'm sticking to old grease, my friends. Sorry. Okay, lucky winner. I'm sure it's not cheap. It's 6-in-1. It's LT, large capacity, stainless steel. I hope Jack Fleming wins this because he's looking a little hefty now these days. So anyways, the lucky winner is going to the paw. Brooklyn Mayor. You're going to be cooking without grease anymore. It's like, remember what they did to KFC? They spoiled it when they changed the grease. So that one's gone. So this one is housing. Cabela's Hunter's Package. A grinder, sausage stuffer, and a packager. Vacuum sealed, my friends. This is the good one. Will is here to make sure he doesn't look cheap. That's why he's here. So that's yours, my friend. I'll see. I'm really shaking this up here. There are a lot of them. They're sticking together here. Let's see where it goes. Let's see. I hope I can get to the Thompson region or the Winnipeg here. Let's see. What's this one? Southwest. You're going to be stuffing some elk and some deer in that territory. I don't think you have moose anymore. That's Tim Inkster. Tim, You're the lucky winner. Where are you, Tim? I hope you're there. Tim? The Turtle Mountain. You better be there, Timmy. There he is. Where's he? Hands up. I can't see him. Where? Oh, he's just, okay, he's by phone. Okay. He's got no internet. Good, but you got a beautiful package from Cabela's, my friend. Now, the next one is from Apple Watch and the Metis Veterans Legacy Program. It's Apple Watch third generation. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you can see probably better in this picture. Fancy. So that, thank you for the Veterans Legacy Program. I thank you very much. Somebody's got a good watch. You can tell you how many steps you have. It'll tell you how many times you go to the washroom. It'll tell you how many times you have a burger. And it'll tell you how fast your heart's beating. It'll tell you anything you want. Just tell it. It'll talk to it. It'll talk back to you. That's going to Larissa Goodry. Larissa, you're going to be wearing a watch and everybody's going to know everything about you. That's going your way. Congrats. Larissa, are you there? Larissa? I'm sure you're there. You got to be there, Larissa. That's the rules. That you? Is that you, Larissa? Donna.
I'm trying to unmute. Okay, can you hear me? I am not. I'm Donna. Larissa is not here.
She left?
Yeah.
Sorry, Larissa.
She had to go to
the
a
rules are
birthday
clear.
party.
Every assembly. I'm sorry, Larissa. You should have hung on. You would have won $1,000, I think, isn't it? Tell her that. She could have won $1,000. She would have stayed. What are we giving away there anyway? Oh, the watch. That watch is worth, I bet you, $500-600. Those aren't cheap, man. Those are Apple third generation watches. Everybody here is wishing they had one. And that's going out. Thank you for letting somebody else win now. That's going to go to Winnipeg. Whoa, somebody I have a lot of respect for. Very good, a friend of mine. Where is she, Adrian? Adrian Carrier. I seen her picture. She better be here, Adrian. Where are you, Adrian? Oh, you're lucky. I was just wishing you went to the washrooms. I can give it to somebody else. Anyways, congratulations. Next one is going to, you thank the other woman for, sorry for you're leaving. Child and Family Service Authority. Look at that beautiful crib board. Actually, this is a, what do you call those table, little tables you pull out? There's a name for these things. It's a table. See that? TV table. That's what they call them. TV table. Crib board. Winnipeg Jets. There's this guy, he makes them, willing to sell them. Put any design you want on them. So this is going to go out to Sharon Chartrand from the Northwest. That's probably from Camperville. Sharon, is that you? You play poker all the time. You got to start playing crib. So where is Sharon? You got to be there, Sharon. Sharon, I'm looking for you. Uh-oh. Going once, Sharon. Going twice, Sharon. You better not try to complain after. Oh, I was there. What do I say on the third call? Gone. Sorry, Sharon. That was a beautiful, I bet you, oh, your old man, Peter would have liked that one to have at home. Winnipeg Jets on there. When you're feeding him a meal, take it to the front of the TV, and he can play crib with his friends. Next one that's going to win Sharon's prize is going to Interlake. Ho, ho, ho! Barb Lavallee. Barb is here. I saw her earlier. She's there. There she is. Congratulations, Barb. That is yours. Oh, there's a nice one also. Enbridge. The gift package from Enbridge. We have a strong partnership with Enbridge. We're actually, as I said to you, people, you may, it's not, I don't know, it's part of the program. We're building 2 professional greenhouses. Taylor Fleming is leading that on Marcy in that department. These 2 are yet to be finally decide where they're going to be built. They'll create about 60 jobs. Our plan is to plant 2 million trees back to the environment to help with the carbon, of course, and at the same time to create jobs. Then we're looking at planting a future of only selling trees, fruit trees, etc. But from there, making a potential commodity of other opportunities such as vegetables and so forth. So these 2 massive $1 million is plant. Each plant will cost about over $1 million, but they will create permanent jobs and part-time jobs. And they're coming into 2 different areas of the province. And Enbridge is potentially going to partner with us. And Enbridge is giving out gift package of hats, bags, chairs, and an umbrella. So that lucky person there is going to be, it's actually a nice prize. I'll tell that to the president to thank him very much. It's going to the paw. Leon Barker. Leon Barker, are you there? The paw. I don't see you, Leon. Jump up. Be counted, Leon. Everybody wants to steal your prize. I tell you, look at Donna. She wants to steal it badly. Come on. Where are you?
He was with us.
I don't see
He's
Leon.
not
I'm
here.
going to count once.
He's gone.
I'm going to count twice. Gone. Okay. That's going to go. Leon, you're giving somebody else that chance. Maybe you didn't want it. Maybe it was not good enough yet. It's going to Southeast. Giselle Ope. Giselle, where are you? Giselle. Giselle, you already walked away too soon, you guys. The meeting's not over. Giselle. Ah, Giselle, congratulations. We'll have it delivered to you for sure. Thank you very much. Next one, engagement consultation. This is what you want to win. To give your husband, give your son, give your friend. And of course, you have a beautiful hideout there, a beautiful bag and a chair when you go out and harvest your deer, harvest your elk, or when you want to go goose hunting. So let's put it this way. Whoever it is going to be very happy, or their partners are going to be happy. Or Chantel, she loves to hunt. She's probably going to wait and hope she wins this one. Oh, it's going all the way to Thompson. Nelson Pruder. Nelson, are you there? Thompson. Thompson. Nelson. Pruder. Going once, Nelson. Where's your vice president? She better find you. Going twice, Nelson. It's shaking. It's going to fall off my fingers. Gone. Okay. Somebody else is going to win these beautiful prizes. I should have went to Thompson. They love to hunt over there. Or maybe they quit hunting. I'm not sure. Let's see. According to Cecil Pickett, didn't he quit hunting now? Okay. Winnipeg. Oh, Christian Danino. Computer man. IT man. I think it's the same guy. Christian Danino. Where are you? He's a genius, they say. Where are you? There he is. And I don't know if you hunt, Christian, but this is yours. Oh, not that one. That hunting package. If you want to sell it, you'll find us. He'd probably rather win a laptop. Anyways, let's go to the next one. Oh, this is a good one. That Jack Park always has good prizes. Métis N4 Construction, you're going to have a Bose base model 500 and a sound bar. You'll be like you're in the movie theater yourself when you put on your movies at home. I'm sure your kids will try to take it from you. Oh, it's going. Thompson keeps on coming up. Barbara Bruce. Thompson, not you, Barbara Bruce here. Sorry. Thompson, Barbara Bruce. Thompson, Manitoba. Well, Barbara Bruce, I'm sorry. You should have wrote Winnipeg on here. There's another Barbara Bruce impersonating you out there. Barbara Bruce from Thompson. Going once, Barbara Bruce. And you can't claim it, Barbara Bruce from Winnipeg. I'm sorry. Barbara Bruce 2, going twice. Yell, people. Gone. Sorry, Barbara Bruce. Man, that's a, you know what's that Boss System console? I got it at home. It's a fortune. Man, you must be sorry after, eh? You think Santa Claus, Christmas walked right by you. You just left them. Santa Claus will be mad at you. Okay, this is going out to Northwest. Ho, you're going to watch some movies at Northwest at Emma Rusk's house. Emma Rusk, are you here? That's where movies are going to, there she is. Woohoo! All the movies are going to be at your house. Okay. Next one, holy mac. Métis Justice Institute. A package of goodies like I don't even know what they are. A lot of stuff in there. Gelato, I don't know what you put in there, but you got a lot of stuff in there. I don't even know what's there. Oh, there's a Galaxy A Samsung tablet, a mini drone. Oh, that's what you go hunting with up there. You see the moose when you drive around. Unbelievable. That's a damn good price. Who wants that one? Tell you who's going to get it. It's this one. Woof. Lucky winner. Oh, it's going to Northwest again. And there are hunters over there. So Harold Gruet. Harold, are you there? Harold. Oh, maybe he's not. Oh, there he is. Oh, yes. This is all yours, Harold. You'll have a tablet. You're going to have a what do you call those things that drive around again? A drone. You're going to be droning and watching around the neighborhood. Don't try to peek in anybody's house while you're at it. Remember that. You could get a licking. Okay. Next one, you have Nintendo. Nintendo Switch carrying case. $100 eShop gift card also. Central Registry. Thank you, Central Registry. Nintendo's, there's hard to come by those Nintendo games at Christmas, I tell you. They were hard. That's going again in Northwest. What you shake this thing, man? That's going to Justin Langan. Justin Langan, are you here? Justin Langan. Going once, Justin Langan. Oh, he's there. Congratulations. You got yourself a beautiful prize. Now, the next one. Oh, again, a hair fryer. Another one. Nobody wants to cook with grease anymore. What's wrong with you people? You're killing the taste of your French fries now. Probably tastes all dry. But maybe they're good. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Hair fryer. Going from communication. Northwest again. Shake that stuff. Jennifer Krantz. Jennifer Krantz, are you here? Oh, there she is. Hey, Jen. Oh, there she is. I remember her now. That's you can cook all your fries, man. All your chicken, everything in there. Throw it in there. You don't even have to buy grease no more. No lard no more in your house. Okay, Child and Family Services. Again, a beautiful, beautiful, well-crafted MMF flag in there and the crib board. Thank you very much, Child and Family. It better not be Northwest. Oh, good enough. Southeast. Oh, she won already. She can win. How many times she's going to win? Makila Sweet. Are you there, Makila? You got a beautiful cribbage board with an MMF flag in it in the center. Makila? Uh-oh. Makila going once, Makila. Going twice. Maybe she said, I don't play crib. Going. Wait. They told me. Okay. She's there? Makila, where are you? Last call's coming your way. Was that you waving it with her, Howard? You didn't win nothing, Howard Sanderson. What'd you waving your cap for? Makila. It's going to go once. Oh, she's there? Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, Makila. We'll have it sent to you. Now, holy man, how much stuff you're giving away here. Next, from Human Resources, you got a 14-inch 2-in-1 Chromebook. That's a good one. 2-inch. Every kid is going to want that, or even a parent. Next one is going to lucky winner. Okay, good. Northwest again. What are you doing, April? Linda Spence. Is Francis paying you to make sure Northwest is on the top? Linda Spence, are you there? Yes, she is. You're getting a, where is it? Oh, the laptop. 14-inch Chromebook. It's going to you. That's yours. Now what's next? Oh, a doorbell again. Like I said, this is a money saver, man. You get this. Your neighbors can't bother you. Your cousins can't bum from you. Nobody can come to your house and ask you for any money anymore. Jim, you better win this one. If Jack comes, you don't even have to answer the door. You'll know it's Jack. It's going out to the paw. Patricia Folster. Patricia Folster. Are you there, Patricia? Are you there? I think so. I hope so. Going once, Patricia. Going once. Going twice. Oh, you got a hand. Oh, you're lucky that's you, Patricia. Where's she then?
She's gone.
She's gone?
Gone.
Woof, gone. What are we giving away anyway? Oh, the doorbell. You have a chance, Jim. Lock out your brother, Jack. Yeah, I know you're crossing your fingers to win this one. Southeast, Sherry Mead. Hello, Verna. Sherry Mead. Are you here, Sherry Mead? Going once, Sherry. Look at Joanne Remillard trying to get me to throw it out. There she is. Sherry. There's Joanne Remillard trying to make me throw your name away. Didn't even give you a chance to go to 2. It's yours. It's yours. You got the doorbell now. None of your relatives can come there anymore. Lock them out. Just joking. Next is the ID department. Another iPad Air. This is a 64 gigabyte. Whoever understands that, whatever it means. And a 4th generation. Better not be Northwest, April. Well, there's something stuck there. Take it out. Southeast. Oh, look at that. Holy man, these would have lost their prize. Look at there's some more in my sleeve here. Great almighty. Okay, Southeast. Yolande Demitruck. Yolande. There she is. You've got yourself an iPad airbag 64 gigabyte model 1064. It's a run silver, runs with no electricity. Just joking. I don't even know what the hell that is you want. Anyways, next is a champion. You want an iPad, that I know. Okay, next is from Winnipeg region. Oh, this is for the hunter. Look at that, you guys. A crossbow with a scope, and you can kill a moose 4 miles away. Guaranteed. I'm going to lift up my sleeves there. That is a cool little Hey, you know what? You go one thing, the game wardens aren't even going to know you're there no more. Just shoot that thing and run away quick. You'll never get charged again. They'll never know you're there. They won't hear no rifle now, I tell you. We'll out-trick those game wardens. The lucky winner is going to the paw. Shane Sinclair. Shane, where are you? Shane Sinclair. Are you there? Shane. Joan, where's your people? Shane Sinclair. Going once. Going twice, Shane. Nothing, you guys? Holy, you know what that price cost, Shane? Everybody, please, everybody tell Shane what he lost. Thank you. I want Shane to know. I think it's probably about $1,000. Okay, that's going to go to a different hunter. Maybe it'll go right down to the Northwest where there's a ton of hunters. Oh, it is Northwest. Bailey Peranto. Bailey Peranto, are you there? You better hope. Or this prize is going somewhere else. Bailey Peranto going once. Bailey Peranto going twice. Nothing? Bailey, oh, Roger, what you got your hand up? You know him? Okay, throw it away, he said. Gone. Thank you, Roger. Okay, now the next one that's coming up to win that beautiful crossbow is going to go to the Southeast. Lauren Shmersky. If I said it right, I hope. Lauren Shmersky. Are you there? Lauren. Going once, Lauren. Holy mac. Howard Sanderson wants it. Going twice. Ho, ho, ho. Nobody, you guys? I'm waiting for my IT team to give me the go. Gone. Goodbye. Somebody win this. You can sell this and make a bunch of money. Okay. Oh, it's going to where now? Interlake. Holy man, it's going to somebody. Maybe her husband hunts. I don't know. Desiree Gillespie. You are now the proud bow owner of a scope. Congratulations. Give it to your dad. He doesn't know how to hunt. He'll put it in the wall somewhere for a picture. Put it there. Okay, next. It's $100 from Vice President Andrew Carrier. Beautiful $100 bill. Spend at your leisure. Give it to your kids. It's going out to Winnipeg. He said he doesn't want it. Adam Blanchard. He's staff. What the hell you got your name in here for? Desiree, your staff. What you got your name in there for? I just remembered. Desiree, you're out. Sorry. I got to go with the rules, Desiree. I apologize. I know you're happy, but nobody hunts in your family anyway, huh? So.
I'm just going to text saying that Shane Sinclair was on the computer when he called his name for that
Okay.
Crossbow. He couldn't figure out how to get.
He's still there?
He's still there.
Okay.
Joan
Okay.
is looking out for him right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, Desiree would have took it from you anyway, but you should not add your name in there, even though you sit in a local, maybe that no staff is allowed. This is for the locals that, of course, are not fortunate enough to be working in the Federation, but helping and volunteering to make a difference. But actually going back to Shane, he was there. Yeah. He was trying to figure out how to get on. He was punching to get in. So Shane, you're there. I understand he's on the line right now.
He's on the computer, he couldn't get on.
So we got that corrected, Shane. You're the lucky winner of that crossbow. Joan's looking out for you. You're lucky, Shane, that we apologize. He couldn't get on. He was trying to come on and they wouldn't accept him, I guess. So the next $100 bill is going to, a staff is gone. That was a staff again. So that's gone. You know my rules, you guys. No staff. It's only for the locals. The paw, Heckle McKay, you got a $100 bill coming your way. The paw, are you there? Are you there? Is she there? Yeah, I think she's there. Is she there with you, Jody? Yes, she is. Congratulations, $100. You had one line right across. That's what it was, one line. Next one, David Boudon. Take it, David. $100 going out to Interlake. Keith Ginter. I seen Keith throughout the day. He was there all day relaxing in his armchair. There he is. Keith, there's a $100 bill going your way. Next, Joanne Remillard. Joanne, thank you for the $100. That's going to go out to who? Walter Moore. Walter Moore. Are you there, Walter Moore? I would take it. He's from the Northwest, probably Crane River area. There he is. Walter, $100 is going your way. You'll go buy Lotto Max with that right away. Or what you call Kingsman Bingo is at what? 2.5 million, 3 million? Get your cards if you can. Next is Wonder Boom. Whatever the hell that is. Oh, it's a speaker. Okay. A speaker. A Bluetooth speaker. Waterproof, 10 hours. Take it in where you want. Southwest, Sandra Sharp. Sandra. Yes, are you there, Sandra? There she is. Sandra, you got yourself a boom speaker. The next is Southeast, a region, a board of directors. It's a picture frame. All those pictures are Denise's relatives. You're going to have that sent to you from Denise. That's her cousins and her grandkids and the rest of them. She wants you to hang that in your house, right, Denise? Though I don't know who those are. Southeast, Ernie Thomas. That's all your family anyway. Ernie Thomas from the Southeast. All right, there he is. Hey, Alan, there he is. Ernie, you got a picture full of Denise in there. You can put it anywhere in your house. Okay, next one. Southeast region again. A Samsung earbuds. You don't even, people think you're crazy when you're walking because they won't see him when you're talking. They'll say, that guy's gone nuts. He's talking to himself. They won't see the earbuds sticking out of your ears. Southwest, Deborah McLaughlin. Deborah. I swear, when I first time seen people, there she is. There she comes. And I seen thank you congratulations, you got earbuds. And don't let people think you're crazy. Actually, when I first saw that, I seen somebody walking, I stopped and I stared at that person. So what the hell is gone nuts or something? I didn't know they had earbuds. They're talking away in Toronto. Oh, man. Technology. Interlake Metis Association, you got a Keurig, coffee and all that. A coffee set, tea on top of that. It should have been blue ribbon tea. If a lot of older people remember that blue ribbon. Remember that days, Barbara DeJarle? The blue ribbon tea, the best you can find. Interlake, Michael Karatinen. Michael actually drove during the driving Ampers out, risking himself to take Ampers to our elders. Michael, are you there? Even though you did that good deed, it doesn't help you. If you don't not here, you're not getting this prize. But you should get the prize because you probably still, there he is. Hey, there you go. Where is he then? I don't see him.
He's
I
up
just see
here.
Bucky. I see Jack.
Here.
Interlake. Where's Michael?
He's not
You
here.
gotta be here, you guys.
He's not here. He's not here.
Oh, he's not there. Okay. Going once, Michael. I thank you for driving those Ampers, but you got to be here. Them's the rules. Going twice. Gone. Sorry. And your mom better not give me hell either. I know his mom very well. She's one of her elders. You better not go run to mama to give me shit. Okay. Next is going to get the coffee pot. Is going to be Thompson, Candace Bercier. Candace, you got yourself a, well, you always, every time Candace attends these things, she's just laid back in her armchair. Now we see you'll have a cup of coffee on your hands. So congratulations for your coffee. Okay, next is cookware. Am I right? Southwest, this is the best cookware you can get. I have some at home. And it's Southwest Region. Thank you, board and staff. It's the Rock. You can pound it, hit it, scratch it, beat it up, run over it. It'll still cook. And that's going to Cheryl Lee. Cheryl doesn't work for us, right? Cheryl Lee. I don't think she does. Does she work for us? Cheryl Lee, you don't work for us, right? She did, I think, before, a long time ago. Where's she? Cheryl? Minister Campbell? Huh?
She's an employee of Child and Family.
Oh, sorry, Cheryl. Love you. Your dad better not give me hell either. Her dad's John Lee. He's 80 years old, and he looks like he's only 45. I'm jealous of that Chinese friend, Métis of mine. And it's really strong, one of our elders. And there's his wife. Hello. Anyways, John Lee, look at him. 80 years old. And of course, we have John is one of our elders in the Métis community and a very, very close friend of ours and drives our bus even at 80. But he took Hill for a while. And I'm very, very pleased to see him back. This is going to Frankie Bear. Frank, where are you? Frank? I know Frank. Do you know Frank? Yeah, I know. Going once, Frank. And Frank may not know how to use his computer. Somebody make sure you get a hold of him. Give him a chance. He's not there? Frank is not there, they say, Francis? Wendy, what's up? What are you eating, Jack? Just a bread? Where's your deer meat? What do you got, Wendy? Oh, there's Frank. There he is. Oh, Frank. Right on. That's yours, Frank. You're going to be cooking. Is this this? Yeah. You want yourself a pots and pans, a beautiful set. Thank you. Congratulations. And they're very active local. You'll find them always down in the beautiful town of, how do you call it there? In Boggy Creek, always having festivities going on. The Paw region, thank you for the crock pot and all the beautiful stuff. That's going to Southeast. Dan Bourrier. Am I saying it right, Dan? Southeast? Oh, that looks good, Jack. Who made it? Not you, I know. Oh, Jack's actually a good cook. Dan Bourrier. Well, he had to be he's a captain of his fishing boats. He had to be a good cook. Dan Bourrier, are you there? Going once. He's there. Congratulations, Dan. You got yourself something. What did I give him anyway? Crockpot. Okay. Next one, Thompson Region gift package, a Bluetooth speaker, stackable bamboo fiber, and a bunch of goodies. That's going out to Rochelle Rosen. Rochelle Rosen. Are you there? Okay. Good. Sorry, Sherry Lee. I know you're still hurting. I wanted that prize. And your dad better not give me hell after. Thompson Region. Thank you for this beautiful acrylic on canvas 5x7. Artist by Rochelle Angot. Jenna Van Dale, are you there? You got yourself a beautiful acrylic on canvas. Jenna, are you there? She's not there? Going once, Jenna. Going twice, Jenna. Gone. Okay. So that's going to go out to, instead, it's going to Winnipeg again. Jolina Didora. Are you there? Oh, there she is. That is yours, Jolina. Beautiful artwork. It'll go to you. They'll have it delivered. Holy man, how much more prices? Thompson Region. Oh, another beautiful one. Same thing, same artist. Is that ever beautiful? Some Métis artwork and statues with the prairie flowers there, without a doubt. Something you'll hang proudly in your home. That's going to Southeast, Chris Light. Southwest, I'm sorry. Southwest. Oh, wow. Okay, Infinity Woman. We're going back to the AirPods. Who's the AirPods now? Arthur, are you ready for some AirPods? I want to see if I can get your name here, Arthur. I better not draw it, then they'll think, holy man, this thing's been fixed. Okay, give me a second. Okay, AirPods are going out to Southwest, Charlene Nolt. Hey, for your schooling, Charlene, for your new job. I was jealous of her. She was participating in a conference all day laying in her bed. I couldn't believe it. Congratulations. Okay, a soda stream. You make your own club soda at home or make your own pop now. That's how fancy things are getting. That's from the president's office. What a cheap outfit they got for me. Okay. They should have got a better price than this. Holy man, what's this world coming to? Northwest, Lorna Sanderson. I seen Lorna there earlier. Are you still there? She is. Lorna, you can make your own pop at home now, your own club soda. It's coming your way. Next one, president's office. A little bit better now. Thank you very much, Amanda. A little bit better. We got a Sony extra bass speaker. Ooh, that ever looks sharp. Okay, splashes in water, plays in water, plays underneath the snow, whatever you want it to do. Let's going back to the Northwest again. Pearl Dumas. Pearl Dumas. Oh, Pearl is probably not joining us. That's Marcus Dumas's grandmother, and she couldn't come today. Her husband was not feeling well, and she couldn't join. She's a local chair in Crane River, but we actually are putting her grandson as the first Métis $10,000 award, and there'll be posters and the billboards going up in her area where she lives in Mallard area for the loss of her grandson 20 years ago, and hopefully a $10,000 reward will trigger somebody to come and tell us and tell Pearl where her grandson is so she could bring him home. So again, Pearl, I know you're not here for other reasons, so we'll draw it again. Somebody else will draw the speaker. And I know Pearl is so happy at the Federation and Dennis, her husband, that this program come into place that can help them. This is going to Edward John Sebastian in this Northwest again. How many people from the Northwest? Is that all the locals come from? Are you there? There he is. Oh, congratulations. Okay, president's office again. I got a Samsung tablet. I'm shaking them up as best I can. I don't know why I keep on drawing this particular corner here, maybe. Let's see, go to somewhere else. Again, Northwest, for crying out loud. Check that box. Jennifer LR. There's a tablet going to your way, president's office, a Samsung tablet. Are you there? There she is. Congratulations, Jennifer. You can watch your movies and you sit down. You can do anything you want now. The second prize from Enbridge, again, the same gift package with hats, bags, chairs, and umbrellas. Let's see. That'll go out to, again, Northwest. Monica Janai. Monica Janai. You shake those things and shake them, the same ones that are coming out. Monica Janai. She's here? Okay. Congratulations, Monica. The last one. Oh, this is the big one, man. This is the good one. President's Prestige Prize. Whoa. The Métis 2020 150. See that beautiful red, orange, yellow, and red and blue? That was hanging all over Ottawa by Parliament Hill, celebrating 150. They're about 6 feet tall. And so you'll be hanging them. Don't use them as curtains. Hey, some of you might want to use them as curtains, but they're beautiful. Trust me. And then also you're going to get a coin and a special 150 brooch. So that's going to go out. I'm shaking these things as good as I can. And a stamp. Oh, there's a stamp there too. 150 stamp that you can keep as a souvenir, pass it on to your grandkids. The one lucky winner is going all the way to the paw. You better be here, Stan. Pat Node. Stan, are you there? This is a beautiful prize. Trust me, when you see it, you're going to be very, very happy with it. Oh, there's a finger. Cindy, is that you, Stan? I got to see you. Not your stomach. Sit down. I can see you. There you go. That's not Stan. That's Judy. Get out of the way, Judy. If there's a Stan, I don't see him. Stan going once. You're trying to block him, Judy? Get out of the way. Stan going twice. He's gone. Stan, you don't even know what you threw away. Oh. Stan, you give somebody else a chance. Take it, Stan. Next one is going to, man, I hate this. Oh, you're going to love this one, Bernice. Bernice Chartrand, Northwest. She's a proud local chair. So I guarantee that'll be probably flying somewhere in her house or somewhere in her community. And you'll have a stamp, Bernice. There she is. Oh, yes. Proud local chair in that community. So thank you again, everybody. It was a hell of a good bingo. Everybody had a chance to win. I want to thank all the sponsors that made this happen, donated all that money to allow us to do that, and all the prizes that came from everywhere. Without that, we can't have all this fun. So be safe. And some of you may have to drive safe. And for others, send your prayers to the others that could not be here, those that are sick in hospitals and feeling sometimes the challenge they face, like you look in the young child from Duck Bay that's in hospital right now. I want to thank you all for being here. And closing prayers, please do not leave. Jack, I'm watching you, Fleming. You wait for the prayer. So closing prayer will happen right away. And I believe, who's doing closing prayer? Okay, going back to Will Goodon. Go back to the boring section. Gone.
Oh, yeah. It's funny. Last night, Kevin Chief thought he could give me a couple shots because he had the microphone, but it's funny because I got the microphone at the end here. I would never do the same thing to my president, David Chartrand, though. So we are at the end here. I need a motion to adjourn. So I need some hands coming up here. While that's happening, I want to say thank you to President David Chartrand for the energy you're putting into it and for a long year, many years of service. Of course, our cabinet. I want to say thank you to all the folks who helped put this on here. Too many to name, but just a few in this room here. Teresa, Amanda, Rick, Adam, Jarrett, Paul, even Riley. I want to say thank you to him. But there's more behind the scenes. Glory and Shannon and everybody. I won't be able to say thank you to everybody because there are literally dozens and dozens of people who make this happen. And I just want to say how proud I am to be a part of this. Thank you to my co-chair, Mark Leclerc, for his good hard work and all the work that he does behind the scenes as well to make all of this stuff happen. Much appreciated. Again, so I have about 40, 50 names here that are put their hands up. They want to help adjourn. So I see Peter Gorson. Let's have Peter, if he's going to make a motion to adjourn.
Peter Gorson, Red River Local. I move the motion to adjourn, please.
Thanks, Peter. And a seconder. And next up is Jason Lasician. Jason, you make the seconder?
Jason Lasician. Oh, do you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to second?
Yeah, I second the motion.
Okay, Jason looks very comfortable there. So thanks very much for that, Jason. I am going to look for a motion on the screen to have the motion to adjourn. And then right after that, I'm going to ask everyone to stand because we're going to have a closing prayer by our elder, Verna de Montney. So everyone, please take a few seconds to make your vote here. And yeah. So that motion is carried. Thank you again, everyone, for your participation in the 52nd Annual General Assembly of the Manitoba Métis Federation, your Métis government. And as President Chartrand always says, the MMF has your back. So everyone, please stand and let's close this wonderful weekend with the closing prayer from our elder, Verna. She's not. Verna, you're on mute, or we can't hear you. Now you're muted. Now we need to unmute you. Can we hear her? Maybe put your microphone down there's a microphone on your headset. Bring it down in front of your mouth. No, yeah, exactly. There we go. We still can't hear. Is it plugged in? You know what we're going to do right now, Verna? I want you to say a prayer for us, even though we can't hear you. And we know that the prayer will be going to the Creator in the right place. And we will all stand here while you pray on behalf of our Métis Nation here in Manitoba. Thank you very much, Verna. Very much appreciated. We apologize for the little technical difficulties. I was told earlier to stop apologizing, but thank you so much, Verna. We know that your heart was open for all of us as you made that prayer for us. So we very much appreciate it. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are finished. We are done. And the 52nd Annual General Assembly of the Manitoba Métis Federation is officially over. We thank you once more, everyone across the board who participated, who had something to do with the production, who had something to do with all of the work that your cabinet, your government is doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will see you hopefully live and in person in a few months. Have a good week. Have a good rest of your Sunday.